give it up and quit. But I thought, if I could show you something, teach you something. He cut the words short because he could feel himself pleading. There was no need for this. What he had done had been a sacrifice. And if the boy couldn't see that, then it was because he was hurt and in great pain. "If I had a medal," the boy said hoarsely, "I'd shove it down your rotten throat." Hertz ran the palms of his hands down the sides of his trousers. "I'll give you another shot, and then I'll get the radio set up. You'll be all right." The boy shook his head slowly, the bright eyes never looking away from Hertz. "You're not going to give me anything, and I'm not going to be all right." "I can't waste more time, Jones. You're hurt, bad, and I've got to get help." He turned abruptly and went back to the radio. There were only wires loosened and parts slightly shaken. No irreparable damage. His hands moved quickly. When he heard the thump of the boy's body hitting the floor of the cabin, his stomach jumped. He turned, made a step forward, then halted. The boy was stretched below the bunk. Blood was spilling from his mouth. But he was moving and alive, and in his hands now was the pistol Hertz had dropped. "What the hell are you doing?" Hertz said. But the boy was motioning with the pistol. "Stay where you are! Stay the hell where you are!" Hertz waited, watching the way the boy lay on one of his arms, the broken one. The drug would be cutting out the pain to some extent, but he was breaking himself up. "Jones," Hertz said, "for God's sake, you're killing yourself." "Oh, no," the boy said, pointing the pistol. "You're killing me. I would have been all right, but you had to come along, and this is your work, Hertz. You're killing me. Now you're going to get your reward for that." "Jones," Hertz said, "if you think this was my fault, all right then. I'm suddenly very damn tired. I was tired before I started this, and it's worse now. If what went wrong was my fault, then I'm sorry. I really am. Do what you want to about it." Hertz felt his energy draining out, and all he seemed to want to do at that moment was sit down and be quiet. "I will," the boy answered, and Hertz could hear the click of the safety going off. "I'll do exactly what I want to do about it. Are you ready?" Hertz watched the pistol in the boy's hands. Then he threw himself sideways, rolling across the cabin, trying to find protection as the pistol cracked again and again. When the sound had stopped and silence had settled itself heavily over the cabin, Hertz lay half-sprawled, looking at the boy. He knew none of the shots had struck him, and the surprise of this made his position on the floor seem, for a moment, very foolish. Then he realized what the boy had hit: the radio and the replacement cabinet full of extra parts. From his twisted position on the floor, the boy had done a very effective job of splintering every part of their communication system. Sudden anger ran through Hertz, and he pushed himself up to stand flush-faced, watching the smiling boy. "You gone crazy," he said. The boy shook his head, his fingers still clutching the pistol. "No, I really haven't. But you will, Hertz, because you aren't going anywhere now. No place at all. You're going to stay right here, because you can't get help now." "The hell I can't," Hertz said. But he knew as soon as he said it that the statement was a childish reaction, and that in truth he couldn't. "The radio makes no difference to me," the boy said. "I'm going to die in a very few minutes. I can feel it crawling up in me. But I'll die knowing you aren't going to get what you were after, Hertz, any more than I did. I was good, damn you. I was a damn good pilot. I had it all in front of me, and you had to ruin it. But you aren't going to get anything now. Your land, Hertz? Your stupid land. How about that? Who'll be sitting on that when you don't get back?" "I feel sorry for you. Oh, that's good of you, Hertz. You feel sorry for me while you spend the rest of your life stuck on this damn planet, will you? I enjoy the thought of that. I won't be here long, Hertz bluffed. Oh, no? The boy said, as more blood ran down his chin. A planet half the size of Venus? No way to send them your position? You think they're going to send out a fleet to look for you over every inch of this globe? They couldn't find you in 40 years. Hertz stood silent, his eyes thin as he watched the boy with the bleeding and smiling mouth. I only wanted one thing, Jones. Just that one thing. That's right, the boy grinned. Just that one thing, that section on Mars. Only now you aren't going to get it. You've got a one-track obsession, Hertz, like a simple damn child. Even though you've flown the universe for 20 years, this'll kill you, and you have my deepest regrets. Here, he said, sending the pistol spinning across the floor so that it stopped beside Hertz's boots. There's a round left in it. I saved it, just for you. The boy began to laugh, then a kind of building laughter that turned into choking. He put one hand to his throat and then rolled over suddenly, so that his eyes stared at the ceiling. Hertz looked at the dead boy for a long time. Then he tapped the pistol very lightly with a toe of a boot. Finally, he stepped to the broken radio and ran his fingers carefully over the useless equipment. When he crawled from the cabin of the rocket to the ground, his movements were automatic. On the ground, he stood very quietly, his back against the ship, watching the tree leaves flutter faintly with the breeze. The words of the boy were still in his brain, and he could still see the very clean-cut, very young, very dead face. So many times he thought of Jones as he had been himself 20 years ago. It was almost as though he'd died up there himself. Worse was the realization that what the boy had told him was right. Somehow, this was all his own fault. With his age and knowledge and experience, he'd taken the confidence out of the boy. The fears, the distrust during the whole trip had been communicated to Jones, and so this was the result. He shook his head a little and pushed himself away from the rocket. He began walking, step after step, unknowing of his movement. Jones had been right about another thing, too. Hertz's one-track obsession. That was true, and it had been his motivation for everything he had done. To get one thing, a lifetime of blindness to everything else, while he lived through one day after another, year after year, to reach one individual day that was as surely lost now as the life of that boy in the rocket. And so this is life. You fight your blind way through an entire lifetime, and when you get to the end, there isn't anything at all. His hands knotted at his sides, and he walked with anger and a rising bitterness. All at once he stopped, his eyes widening. The rim of trees had disappeared, and now in front of him lay the entire length and breadth of it. Detail for detail, his land, with its silent rolling hills and quiet green valleys. His land, with the sweet sloping clearing and the rippling brook singing softly beside it. His land, right in front of his eyes. But it couldn't be. A mirage, perhaps? Shock twisting the responses of his brain? Yet when he stood there, wide-eyed, examining, he knew that what he saw was reality, and every blade of grass, every leaf, every drop of water in the singing brook was physically there, inch for inch. Lord, he thought, dropping to his knees, how could this be? He thought about it, as he looked and felt and thrilled. Perhaps, he thought, this was the way it was on other planets, when I couldn't see anything but a long-distant dream. Perhaps I could have had this a dozen times in my life, and all I would have had to do was take it. But why didn't I? Why couldn't I see this before? Did it take 20 years for me to start seeing what was in front of my eyes? And why 20 years? Why this time and moment? Because for once in my life I forgot about my own damned desires and thought about something and someone else? Is that it? Hertz climbed to his feet slowly. He didn't know, and he asked no more questions of himself. He simply walked forward to it, forgetting the broken rocket and boy who broke it. He simply breathed deep of the perfumes of the hills and the valleys, and he stepped onto the sloping clearing, listening to the singing of the brook. His nostrils flared to respond to the faintly acrid odor of wet, dead leaves. His eyes failed to discover the rather sharp, ugly cut of the profile of the hills, or the ungainly dip of the valleys. He was blind to the muddiness of the brook, and his ears could not hear the sucking sound the water made as it pitched over dirty-colored rocks. He did not look, hear, or feel as he might have on that section of Mars, where the dream of 20 years might have disappeared like a speared bubble to become ugly reality. He was capable of none of the deadening response that might have been his here on Mars, had he been a man who had not lived 20 years to offer, finally, one totally honest, unselfish motion in this universe. He simply stepped to his reward, smiling. This has been Death Star, written by James McKimmey, Jr., narrated by Scott Miller. Copyright 1953 by Planet Stories Magazine. Production copyright 2021 by Scott Miller. And all the girls were nude. Lost Sci-Fi Short Stories from the 1950s, Book 8. Written by Richard Magruder. Narrated by Scott Miller. Appearances oftentimes can be deceiving, and things most certainly aren't always as they seem. Take the case of Nathaniel Evergood, for instance. The nature of this old man was such that nobody ever called him Nat, not even his closest working companions in the company's bookkeeping department. As long as any of them had ever known Nathaniel Evergood, there had never been the slightest indication of any desire of his for intimacy or even friendship. Not once had he shared a drink or lunch or relaxed conversation with anyone, so far as his associates knew. To say Nathaniel was reserved is putting it mildly. It would be more accurate to describe this little old man as dull, completely and absolutely dull, in his appearance, his dress, his speech, in every way imaginable. But in addition to being quite dull, as everyone knew, Nathaniel Evergood was also a thoroughly evil and obscene old man, as no one knew. Likely the main reason no one had ever seen the inside of Nathaniel's rooms was the fear within him that his evilness and obscenity might be discovered. For Nathaniel Evergood might be called a connoisseur, to slightly distort the meaning of that word. He could be called a connoisseur of femininity, from afar, and in secret, of course. An arbiter of the well-turned thigh, the rounded, dimpled bottom, the tight waist, and the high, firm bosom. Oh, Nathaniel Evergood was a connoisseur, all right. At the investigation, he ventured a very rough but conservative guess that he had collected at least 50,000 pictures of girls, in whole or in part, horizontal or vertical, semi-nude or nude, over the years. Upon entering his living room, if that were possible, the first thing a casual observer would have noted would be the point of saturation reached by his walls in their photographic content. There were photographs of blondes and brunettes and redheads. There were pictures of thin girls, fat girls, girls with ample bosoms and girls lacking, girls holding telephones, books, and ice cream cones, girls 18, girls 25, and girls no longer girls. There were shots in glorious color by the hundreds, originals and prints alike. But there wasn't among them one single view of the Grand Canyon, nor even a solitary Indian astride a tired horse, looking pensively out over the prairie. There was a red-skinned maiden, mind you, but she wasn't sitting a horse, and she certainly wasn't staring laconically out over any prairie either. Rather, she appeared to be testing with her toe the water temperature of a tree-shaded brook somewhere, and she was clad in a lone, strategically located feather. On the tea table, in the bookshelves, in the magazine rack, and all through his rooms, one might find other evidence of this evil and obscene old man's preoccupation with womankind. But the kind of woman he was preoccupied with often wasn't the kind that married dear old Dad. He subscribed to every girly publication in the country, and several in France. So you see, Nathaniel Evergood was not only a connoisseur, he was also an avid collector. There were books, and there were magazines, and there was even a deck of playing cards, backed with the most astounding set of pictures you ever saw. That anyone could sit down to a game of Old Maid or Snap with that deck of cards is inconceivable, to say the least. But such an evil and obscene old man as Nathaniel Evergood likely never played games with his cards anyway. He would much prefer to just sit and look at them. The reverse side, of course. He later said he probably spent almost half his really quite meager earnings for up-to-date additions to his extensive collection. The girly magazines, playing cards, and prints he received from various mail-order houses, sent, as the advertisements testified, in a plain, unmarked envelope. But the other half of his collection, the photographs, mounted, unmounted, matte and glossy enlargements, and contact prints, Nathaniel Evergood came by in an entirely different and somewhat novel manner. These resulted from his ability as a fairly advanced amateur photographer. Over the years, Nathaniel had acquired 3 fine cameras, an excellent enlarger, 2 contact printers, electronic flash units, interchangeable lenses, filters, sunshades, and lens caps, extension tubes, and tripods. In short, Nathaniel Evergood was well equipped to take photographs of just about everything. He had the equipment, and he had the necessary technical knowledge and facility. But invariably, he passed up the usual pictorial, architectural, human interest, interpretive, and abstract photographs, even when the opportunities for truly fine shots were there. Instead, he took roll after roll, pack after pack, and cartridge upon cartridge of girls. Nothing but girls. All sorts of girls. Just girls. At the investigation, Nathaniel suggested that the presence of a camera, introduced on the scene in a gentlemanly and courteous manner, was enough to cause almost frenzied unlocking and unzipping by even the most demure and prudish female. Ladies, Nathaniel said wisely, love to have their bodies recorded for posterity. Oh, he was certainly a very evil and highly obscene old man, was Nathaniel Evergood, if ever you saw one. But the full import of what his evil old soul and obscene little mind contained would probably escape the casual observer, unless he happened onto a tiny cubbyhole at the back of the rooms occupied by Nathaniel. This was the sanctum sanctorum, so to speak, of his thin little heart. For here Nathaniel Evergood guarded jealously a secret utterly beyond belief. He fancied himself to be something of an inventor, and he was, too, of a sort. His ardent and relentless pursuit of photographic subject matter during the years had led him into situations demanding full knowledge of his craft, from a technical rather than from an artistic point of view. Thus, this inventive turn of mind was given an able assist by his understanding of the theory, optics, and chemistry of photography. And now he was just putting the finishing touches to the most important project in his entire life. Basing his plan of action on the simple optical theory of astigmatism, Nathaniel designed a lens. Astigmatism, he had learned, results in the human eye, as well as in manufactured lenses of certain formula, in the failure of horizontal and vertical target lines to reach a common focus. So, his lens was designed intentionally astigmatic, allowing focus to be brought on one group of target lines or another, but never on both simultaneously. To the front of the lens mount, he added a front-surfaced prism and a filter, carefully ground and tinted internally, the precise color complement of human flesh. He reasoned, quite accurately as it turned out, that the prism would gather all the colors of light together and converge them at the focal plane of the lens as pure white, thus eliminating all color. But at the same instant, the complement filter replaced last the flesh color of the object focused upon, and subsequently recorded on film. Then, in one fell swoop, the lens allowed Nathaniel to focus carefully on one group of target lines, in his case the female form underneath its covering, automatically throwing an opposing group of lines out of focus, the covering over the female body in his case. The prism was busily gathering together all color and converting it into pure white light, while lastly the complementary filter replaced the color of flesh to the image, and finally to the photograph. You see the possibilities, of course. By replacing the normal lens of one fine camera with his invention, Nathaniel Evergood was now equipped to photograph in rich, natural color the female form divine, unfettered by any or all clothing. Well, this day in particular, Nathaniel Evergood stationed himself, poised like a pointer at his window, camera in hand, invention in place, waiting impatiently for the first likely subject to appear. And shameful as it must seem, this evil and obscene old man was quite noticeably drooling, right from one side of his pinched little mouth. He heard the saucy click of her heels on the pavement, a full 30 seconds before she swung gracefully into his myopic line of sight. She was blondish, not too blonde, understand, but just blonde enough, and she was a true blue blonde at heart, if you know what I mean. Shutter set at 1/200th of a second. Diaphragm, f/5.6. Film, real-life color. Rangefinder, superimposed. Click, 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 click. 4 shots. 4 beautiful pictures in color, too, before she was gone on down the street. With incredible speed, this evil and obscene old man descended from his window perch and scuttered back to his little cubbyhole. He darkened the room and unloaded the automatic sheet film holder. No attempt can be made to describe the gnawing impatience that Nathaniel Evergood felt as he sloshed the sensitized emulsions through the series of solutions for the precise time required for true color rendition, as after 90 long minutes he washed the sheets and finally held them up to the light for a first wide-eyed look. She was there, all right. His swaying blonde. She was there. All of her. Well, sir, after filling his eyes and his evil little mind with the 4 lovely images of the girl, Nathaniel Evergood rushed to the downtown camera shop and wrote out a large check for their entire supply of real-life color film. Then, back on the street, madly clicking, clicking, clicking. Every pretty girl that came along. Every single one. Oh, he had a time for himself, did this evil, obscene old man. The next day was Sunday, happily for his designing brain, and there was no work. After a full night in his cubbyhole developing sheet after sheet of color film, Nathaniel went to the beach and, as you must know by now, set his camera shutter clicking like a miniature machine gun. And again, the results were spectacular, to put it mildly. The collection grew and grew and grew, and Nathaniel Evergood was never wearier, or never happier. What an evil, obscene man he was. Now, if Nathaniel had stuck to his camera and to his wonderful invention, this story might never have been written. But, evil and obscene as he was, he soon began to dream of new worlds to conquer. Simple as it had been to apply the principle of astigmatism to photography, and with such marvelous results, why not apply the same principle to his eyeglasses? This would eliminate the annoying delay of taking pictures, then developing and viewing them, to say nothing of the terrific expense involved. Usually, when writers say, "No sooner said than done," it is often a gross exaggeration. But Nathaniel was quick about it, nevertheless. In short order, the problems of focus, image distortion, and aberrations were ironed out, and Nathaniel ventured once again out into the street to give his newest brainchild its dry run, so to speak. The glasses worked all right. They worked just fine. And Nathaniel Evergood, in a leering ecstasy, raced up and down the streets, peering with his watery and overworked eyes this way and that, up and down, all around and back again. For the next day or so, Nathaniel was busy as a bee, attending every beauty contest and fashion show in town, and even found time for a quick run out to the girls' college. The third day following the initial tests of his new seeing eyeglasses, Nathaniel suddenly observed there were an uncommon lot of nicely constructed young ladies right in his own department at the office. An opportunist, if ever there was one, Nathaniel thought it just might be fun to give the remarkable spectacles a chance to separate the women from the girls. This he did, and although his work suffered, he spent the better part of the day classifying the office help in various categories, and learning there were at least 2 ladies who fell in no classification whatsoever. It was the nicest day he had spent at the office in quite some time, he decided. Not long after that, the strain brought on by the frequent changes from his normal reading glasses to the prism spectacles became so intense that he decided there was really no good reason why he shouldn't just wear them, the new ones, of course, all the time. The better to preserve his vision, and the better to pursue his avocation. So he did. And therein lay the downfall of Nathaniel Evergood. For, you see, the climax of our story comes a month later, on a sunny July day, when Nathaniel made his decision to take a short stroll among the midday lady shoppers downtown. Understand, with those glasses of his, Nathaniel had become so accustomed to seeing his fellow creatures au naturel, as it were, that it was on the verge of becoming almost commonplace. But evil and obscene as he was, it was still highly diverting yet. At any rate, on this particular day, Nathaniel had made his way no more than a couple of 100 feet from his front door when a heavy hand was clamped on his shoulder and a rough voice growled, "Where you think you're going, you scrawny old buzzard? You ought to know better." Nathaniel Evergood spun about, suddenly petrified. The uniform, of course, was invisible, and the man was no raving beauty, he'd have said. But there was no mistaking the ugly gun and the shiny badge and the authoritative tone of voice. "I beg your pardon," Nathaniel spluttered indignantly. "Just what is the meaning of this ridiculous outrage?" The beefy Irish cop was even more indignant, though. "Now, just look at yourself. I've seen absent-minded old-timers parading down the street with no shoes on, or even no pants on. But just look at yourself. Not a stitch on. Nathaniel Evergood looked down at himself in sudden, horrified realization, and looked back up as quickly. But, he began, everybody else... But then, of course, he had to stop. Well, the upshot of it all was that the officer hauled him back into his rooms to get some clothes on, before carting him down to the station house. As it was, before they entered the apartment, Nathaniel stood to get 10 days probation, or a token fine, for forgetting all his clothes, Irish cops being ordinarily an understanding lot. But when confronted by the staggering array of unclad femininity, this Irishman flushed a deep red, spewed an amazed Irish blasphemy, and then roared like a lion. And don't think the officer didn't check the evidence carefully, with the proper degree of loathing, of course, before shoving Nathaniel unceremoniously down the street to call the paddy wagon. Of a certainty, things went much worse for the evil, obscene Nathaniel Evergood than they might have, had not this righteously outraged policeman done his duty as he saw it. Matter of fact, they threw the book at the old boy, but not until a thorough investigation was made, and not until several hundred outraged members of every morals, anti-delinquency, and anti-vice committee in town had carefully checked and gasped over all the collected evidence. Never in the history of the city had there been such a hue and a cry aroused for the punishment of an offender. So Nathaniel Evergood, evil and obscene as ever, got 5 years for possession of pornography, indecent exposure, and other charges. In the words of the presiding jurist at the climax of the spectacular trial, such a sentence is far too lenient a punishment for a crime of such enormity. And to this very day, there rests in the files of the local constabulary the voluminous collection of Nathaniel Evergood, occupying 14 huge, well-worn cabinets, and always on display for the indignant and affronted eyes of any anti-sin committeeman who wishes to examine it. Also taken as evidence was Nathaniel's wonderful prismatic lens and his marvelous glasses. Any time you're by the station house, drop into the chief's office, and there in the open cabinet, opposite his desk, you can see the venal objects. Now, though, the lenses are pretty scratched and worn, but they're still the same 2 inventions of that ingenious but evil and obscene old man, Nathaniel Evergood, number 5-049870. And not that it makes much difference, since the case is long past and closed, but it might be interesting to point out that the chief is often seen at beauty contests and fashion shows, wearing thick lensed glasses, which, he explains, the optometrist prescribed for his failing sight. And I don't know if it's true or not, but they say the chief is also the biggest customer the local camera shops have for a certain product called real-life color film. Not that it makes much difference now. Nathaniel Evergood is serving his sentence out, evil and obscene as ever, and the case is long past and closed. This has been And All the Girls Were Nude, Lost Sci-Fi Short Stories from the 1950s, Book 8, written by Richard Magruder, narrated by Scott Miller. Copyright 2021 by Scott Miller. Production copyright 2021 by Scott Miller. Journey for the Brave, Lost Sci-Fi Short Stories from the 1940s, 50s, and 60s, Book 32, written by Alan E. Norse, narrated by Scott Miller. The base diner was hot and stuffy that night, as Scotty Johnson sat with Mitch and Jack and the other boys, sipping his last cup of coffee before 0 hour rolled around. Mitch and Jack had succeeded in sneaking him out of town before the reporters guessed what was happening. Now they sat in silence, sipping their coffee, glancing at him from time to time, as though to make sure he were still there. It annoyed Scotty. This was the time to laugh and joke and bull away, as if nothing was going to happen at all. The waitress trotted over with a coffee pot, and Scotty gave her his widest leer. "You know, I can't think of anything I'd rather have right now than a cup of coffee from you," he said. "How about a date in about 10 days? The girl looked startled and glanced away nervously. Mitch gave a tight little laugh. "Better watch out, Scotty. She's liable to be waiting on the landing field when you get back." They all laughed at that, and then silence fell again. They were nervous. Scotty could sense it, even though they tried to cover it up. All through these weeks of preparation in the hot New Mexico sun, the tension had been growing. But he should be the one to be nervous, not these lads. After all, who was the star of this show? Scotty nuzzled his coffee and twisted his wiry 5-foot 2-inch frame around so that he could see the door. "Better drink up," he said. "The Jeep should be here any minute." Mitch nodded and emptied his cup as the Jeep's tires screeched on the pavement outside. The door of the coffee shop burst open, and a head with an MP's crash helmet popped in. "All set, Scotty? Let's go." Scotty nodded. His blue eyes were bright as he buttoned up his jacket and winked at the waitress. Then he led the group to the door. "Love that gal," he said. The driver raced the motor as they piled in, and the Jeep took off down the concrete strip with a roar. The driver turned an admiring glance toward Scotty. "All set for the big trip, man?" Scotty grinned. "Been sleeping in a coffin all week just for practice." "Man, you may need that practice. You'll be good and stiff before you get out." He broke off, horrified at the pun. Scotty roared with glee. "You think you're kidding? That's all right. The way I see it, I'm getting 10 days vacation on the government, and plenty of pay besides. And once I get up there, I won't need much muscle to make my way around, they tell me." He lit a cigarette, peering down the strip ahead of them. Far ahead, he could see the batteries of searchlights picking out the tall, shiny spire of the ship. It stood tall in its scaffolding, pointing like a needle toward the black, starlit sky. Already the ground below it was swarming with tiny figures moving about on the final checkdown. "My ship," thought Scotty. "I helped to build it, and here's one job where they need a cocky, loudmouth little shrimp more than anything else in the world." Another Jeep swerved in beside them on the strip. Scotty caught a glimpse of the general and a couple of official-looking civilians. "Everybody's going to see you off," said Mitch from the back seat. "Yeah, the whole damned crowd. My big day. You sure you got everything down cold?" Scotty gave him a scornful glance. "You kidding? How could I miss?" His freckled face broke into a grin from ear to ear, and his eyes were bright with excitement. "Why, I've got nothing to do but crawl in and zip things up after me. Don't even have to throw the fatal switch. They take care of everything from outside. I'm telling you, it's a cinch. 3 days to tell myself sea stories, and then I'll crawl out and tell you boys what Lady Moon really looks like." A crowd of reporters and photographers were waiting as the Jeep sped up to the huge barbed wire enclosure surrounding the ship. Scotty stuck his head out of the Jeep and gave them a big grin. The flashbulbs popped. Then the Jeep roared on toward the field shack. Scotty stepped out, staring up at the tall, sleek ship. A little bottom-heavy now, perhaps, but with the first and second stages disengaged, a beauty of a ship. He stepped into the field shack and grinned up at the general. "Final check go all right?" The general nodded and smiled. "This is the Secretary of Defense, Scotty." "Well, guess I'm rating big visitors tonight." He gave the man's hand a jaunty shake. "You're taking a big trip," said the secretary. "Tell me, Mr. Johnson, How does it feel to be the first man to go to the moon?" "Can't say. I haven't been there yet." "You'd better get aboard," said the general. "Everything's been checked down. You'll have half an hour to make your own checks from inside. How's your weight?" "Down to 128. "Fine. That's better than we'd hoped. But don't be afraid to holler if something doesn't look right." He extended his hand, gripped Scotty's tightly. "Good luck, lad. We're with you all the way." A soldier rode up the gantry with him, high up past the brake lines of the first and second stages, to the small open port in the final stage of the rocket. Scotty could feel the eyes on him from below as he climbed into the port. One lone man to jockey the first manned ship to the moon. A big job, a job that really took guts. He grinned and slid through into the passenger chamber. Carefully, he reached back and slammed the port shut behind him with a farewell wave to the soldier, and gave the lock wheel a spin until he heard the seal click. Then he slipped down into the half-sitting, half-reclining couch, which nearly filled the tiny chamber. His heart was pounding in his throat as he snapped on the radio phone. "Okay, I'm in," he said. "Got her locked up?" Mitch's voice grated in his earphones. "Aye, aye. Give her a careful check inside there, then stand by." Scotty nodded and checked the banks of instruments on the tiny panel before him. He was the payload on this trip. The ship was little more than an upholstered tube with him jammed tight in one end and enough fuel to land him on the moon and shoot him off again in behind him. The other sections, far huger than this little pellet with him in the middle, would drive him out, break the frightful hold that Earth held on her subjects. But there was nothing superfluous here, nothing he did not actually need, and he checked quickly. Then he leaned back and flipped on the forward televiewer. The vast black expanse of space, peppered with 1,000 bright pinpoints of light, suddenly appeared on the screen inches from his face. It took him by surprise. His hand jerked down on the switch again, and he wiped a line of droplets from his upper lip and closed his eyes, his heart pounding against his ribs. The radio blipped in his ears. 30 minutes to 0, it said. It struck Scotty Johnson, then, how very much alone he was. He felt a chill go down his spine, and he turned his eyes about the tiny chamber. Forward, within arm's length, was the dull glint of metal paneling and coiled wires and tight atmosphere ceiling. His small, wiry body sank against the deep couch, and he drew the safety webbing across his chest and thighs, the chill in his mind deepening. Above him was another pad of soft material to protect his head. His feet were lodged against a solid bar at the foot of the couch. Inevitably, he thought of a cocoon, a tight, soft, warm cocoon, and he was alone inside it. He tried to think when, in all his 34 years, he had been so completely and utterly alone. He sat very still, listening. All about him was silence, a muted, deathly silence. His headset pressed tight against his ears, and he shook his head, wondering if he had actually heard the words coming into his ears a few seconds before. 0 minus 30 minutes. 30 minutes to wait, alone. Suddenly, he knew that he was very much afraid. His lips formed a sneer, and he tried to fight the idea out of his mind. He was no longer afraid of anything. Those days were gone, far away. Nothing could scare Scotty Johnson, not even being completely alone. He reached out his hand, ran a finger over the control board. Oxygen, anesthetic, blast control. His hand trembled, and the thought seeped back into his mind again. A voice was whispering deep in his ear, "You're afraid, little man, afraid." He could feel the droplets of moisture forming on his forehead, and even the sound of his breath was muted in the silent chamber. The seconds ticked by. Still, the voice whispered. He was alone and afraid. No one could help him now. No one in the world. This was his own world, here in this tight little cabin, and he could die here, and nobody would ever know. He shook his head savagely. Alone? Ridiculous. At the foot of the ship were 100 people, all watching, all thinking about him. They had built this ship. They were for him all the way. They would get him safely off the ground, and then it would be just like a subway ride. But after the blast-off, what then? The 100 men were staying behind. There were no men where he was going. There was nothing there. Nothing but death. His breath was coming faster, and he felt the first chill of panic stir in his mind. He tried to fight it down angrily. What was there to get excited about? Nobody had forced him into this seat. He'd begged for it. For 5 long years it had been an obsession, his wildest dream, to be sitting in this seat, waiting for the 0 count to come through the headphones. Years of hoping, of pulling strings, of talking to people and dropping chance remarks, of studying and working and practicing, and finally, the note in his box, the trip down to the general's field office that day. Inside the office, the general had sat down, regarding him for a long moment with those cool gray eyes of his. Then he said, "You're sure you want to do this, Scotty? Dead sure?" Scotty had nodded, hardly able to find his voice. "I'd give anything. You've got to let me go." The general nodded slowly. "You might have to give your life. Does it mean that much to you? Millions of dollars have gone into this ship, but there's no way to be sure of it. It's a fearful gamble." "I'll take any odds, General. The sheep and the chickens came back. I'll come back." The general looked out the window, his face carved with weary lines. "I hate to send a man alone, but what we need to know, 1 man can find out. 2 would be a waste, a tragic waste. The sheep and chickens didn't land, they just circled. But 1 man must go up to land a ship and take off again for the first time." His eyes caught Scotty's gravely. "I want you to know why it's got to be you alone. We can't gamble on 2 men's lives when 1 will do. You're the guinea pig." Scotty had stood up then, laughing. "Are you trying to frighten me? Look, General, I've been working on this ship since it first started. I know it inside out and backwards. I'm not afraid of this trip. I've got to be the one to go." The general had shifted some papers on his desk. "All right. They weighed you in at 142 pounds. Our calculations call for 135. Every ounce over that cuts a hard percentage out of your fuel. You'll have to suck down." "I can do that." "All right. But don't starve yourself, and don't dehydrate any more than you absolutely must. You'll have enough water for 10 days, no more. 3 up, 3 back, 4 there. Now then, the psych boys will go to work on your coordination for the next few days. That's critical. The first and second stages will disengage automatically, but you'll have to maneuver your own landing." Scotty nodded. "I've been maneuvering dummies until I'm blue in the face." "You'll need it pounded in." "It's pounded. Don't worry." The general gave a satisfied nod. "All right, Scotty. See you at the blast-off. And remember, if you want to pull out, nobody will blame you. Right down to the last minute before 0, you can pull out." "I don't think so," said Scotty. "I don't think I'm going to pull out. Not on this one." 0 minus 20 minutes. The harsh metallic voice dragged Scotty back to the present with a jolt. For a moment, he had almost regained the old familiar burn of self-assured bravado he had felt as he had finished talking to the general that day, and sauntered out toward the ship standing in the launching scaffold. He had even been smiling as he recalled the interview. But now his eye caught the dull gleam of the control board before him, and his smile faded. The voice was whispering softly, deep inside his head. "Come off it, Scotty. Who are you trying to kid?" His hand trembled, and he leaned back, forcing his tense leg muscles to relax. "What do you mean, who am I trying to kid?" he thought, angrily. "You're crazy. Would I be kidding myself? I quit kidding myself years ago. I know what I'm up to. This is a journey for heroes, and I'm going to be the hero this time, for sure. This time there won't be any doubt. They won't have any doubt, and I won't have any doubt. You're alone, Scotty, remember? You can quit acting now." He shuddered and glanced uneasily around the tiny closed chamber. Alone. What a laugh! A man can never be alone. There are always a million memories wheeling and spinning and roaring around inside your head. Memories of people, of hopes and dreams and fears. You can build a heavy wall in your mind to keep them back, but when you're alone and scared and helpless, the wall starts to crumble down. There's nobody to fool anymore, Scotty. The act is over. Admit it. You're scared. You can hardly hold still, you're so scared. He clapped his hands to his ears, trying to shut out the whisper. He kept shaking his head, but it came through like a heavy surf. He sat tense, trembling, with salty droplets pouring down his face, shaking his head helplessly. "You're caught now," the voice whispered. "This is a one-way ride, and you know it, and you're scared." "I'm not!" The earphones clicked. "You say something, Scotty?" Scotty took a deep breath, unclenching his hands. No, nothing. What's the zero count, Mitch?" 0 minus 16 minutes. Everything set?" "All set. I wish we could get going." Scotty twisted on the couch, feeling the silence close down around him like a stifling blanket. He was almost shouting to himself. "All right, I'm scared. Wouldn't anybody be scared? Sitting here, waiting, thinking about 200,000 miles of nothing with a rocky world of death at the other end to land on. Why shouldn't I be scared? They can stay back here and track me with their scopes and radar. It's fine for them. It's fine for the Secretary of Defense, too. No skin off his back if something happens. And the big boys in Hollywood can sit back at their desks and rub their fat hands together and hope their cameras work all right. Hope the pictures come out good so they can make their pile if I get back. Big gamble for them. First moon pictures released. See man's greatest adventure in glorious technicolor. Authentic films from the first moon rocket. Prices only slightly advanced. Big gamble. Those films will help pay for a lot of fuel, a lot of metal and man-hour spent on this ship. But can it pay for a life? Bitterness swept through Scotty's mind sharply. It was his life they were bartering. He was to be the star of those films, dead or alive. He could be killed in the blast-off, and the films would keep rolling, keep churning out the yardage, and 30 years later they could pick up the film and still make their nice, safe pile. 30 years of cold death for him. But why are you whining now, little man? Why all the tears all of a sudden? You asked for it. You made your bed right from scratch. You wanted to be the hero. Nothing else would do. Well, here you are, hero. Tough. You asked for it. But why? And then something was tugging at his mind, seeping through the heavy wall of memory. A terrible, loathsome thought. He shook his head, desperately trying to fight it back, but the wall began to crumble. Long dead pictures began drifting through, long hidden memories. A bare whisper of thought, Cold, relentless, devastating. Admit it, Scotty. You had to come. You had to be sitting in this seat. You couldn't do anything else, could you? You couldn't let them know about you. You couldn't bear to let the boys down on the field suspect the truth, could you, Scotty? You looked into their eyes, and you were afraid they suspected, like Maddie had suspected, like Dad had suspected so many years ago. You had to come here. You couldn't help yourself, could you? The whisper broke into a coarse, derisive laugh, and Scotty cowered back, shaking his head in denial, his whole body trembling. Take a look, Scotty. Take a good look. Are you trying to hide the truth from yourself? But you can't get away with that. You can't hide it from yourself any longer. And then the wall of memory buckled and split wide open. You can fool the whole world, Scotty, but you can't fool yourself, the voice screamed in his ear. You can run and hide and twist and lie, but you can't ever really fool yourself. You know it's true. You always have known. You're a coward, Scotty, a dirty, yellow coward. You always have been, and you always will be. 0 minus 10 minutes. It wasn't true. He shook his head helplessly as his fingers found the safety belts, tightened them down fiercely on his chest and legs. Wasn't he sitting here now, waiting for the last count, waiting to start on the greatest adventure man had ever attempted? Would he be here if he were a coward? He snarled and clenched his fists tight on the armrests. It was a lie. It couldn't be true. No man can stare himself in the face and call himself a coward when there is a spark of life left in him at all. He can call himself a cheat, or a liar, or a fake. Those were things that could be changed, things that could be made up for. But a coward had something wrong deep inside, something that was built in, that could never be changed as long as a man lived. No man could call himself that. Scotty shook his head, half laughing, half crying. He was scared, sure. Anybody would be scared. But he wasn't a coward. He was in this ship because he wanted fame, because he craved excitement and adventure. Nothing had made him volunteer. He'd done it because he was that kind of guy. But he knew that was a lie. Its very falsehood writhed in his brain as he thought it. You're here because your cheap, cowardly little soul couldn't bear to face itself. You're here because you couldn't bear the looks of the men around you, with their barbed wisecracks and their guarded half-smiles. They thought you couldn't see them, but the whispers were there, and you couldn't stand for them to guess. But what did he care what they thought? What were they to him? He knew he was better than they were, quicker, smarter, braver. He didn't have to prove anything to them. And Maddie? Does Maddie know how brave you are, hero? Can you prove to Maddie that you're not a coward? Maddie knows about you. Remember? Scotty shook his head fearfully. That was so long ago. But things like that are never long ago, Scotty. They stay with you as long as you live. Sure, the Army said you were a hero. They gave you a silver star. But what would Maddie say if he could ever say anything again? Would he say you were a hero? Suddenly, Maddie's torn and twisted face seemed to be peering out at him from the control panel. His mind went whirling back through the years, completely out of control. In an instant, he had slipped back 15 long years, back to the hot, stinking, sweaty deadlines of that little jungle island. They had been deep in the jungle that night, holed in, scared to move, afraid even to breathe. For a week they had been waiting for the snipers to move in and spot them. He could remember the cold, desperate fear that had gnawed at him that night, as he and Bill Matthews had clutched their rifles, waiting, creeping forward along the jungle trail through the blackness and the night sounds. His clothes had stuck to his body with sweat as they crept, the sweat of mortal fear. The mosquitoes whined in clouds around his head, his body stung with 1,000 insect bites. Up ahead, somewhere in the sticky blackness, was a machine gun, blocking them from their supplies, blocking them from the plasma and penicillin powder the patrol needed more than any food or water. They had been waiting for many days, and they were weak with hunger and thirst. But there was a gun and sharp, cruel eyes watching. They had been moving in pairs, and Scotty had felt the fear clutching his chest, fear beyond any words. He and Matty were working their way down a swampy river bottom, sliding on their bellies in the muck, when they had spotted the nest. And then the fear and panic building up inside him had broken through. He had jumped up, screaming, and burst forward, gun chattering in his hand. Blind rage and fear drove him forward as the startled gunners swiveled their gun, piercing the night with their sharp cries. Matty had shouted at him to get down, but he ran forward in the darkness wildly. A burst of fire screamed out at him through the jungle. He slid into the mud, panting, still firing into the face of the blazing machine gun, until he saw the last man twist and fall, and the gun fell silent. A hero, they said, but later he had found Matty, lying twisted with his head split open, a line of open holes cutting down through his neck and across his shoulders. Another few seconds, another instant of control would have given them time to get the machine gun in crossfire. But something had exploded in Scotty's brain that night, a fear greater than any fear of being shot, a fear of being exposed for what he was, what he knew he was. He had dragged Matty back through the long miles of sniper-ridden jungle, and they called him a hero, and he had never told them who had broken first and drawn the deadly fire. His forehead stood out with sweat now, and he tried to hide his eyes. He had spent many years forgetting that horrible night, trying to cleanse himself of the depths of guilt that had eaten away at him, and now it was back, harsh and undeniable, intensified by years of self-deceit and self-justification and rationalization. But the chips were down now. In a few moments, a great fire would explode deep in the bowels of this ship, and he would be driven forward, far out into space, along trails never blazed by man. 0 minus 5 minutes. Give her a final check, Scotty. He jerked in his seat as though he had been struck. 5 minutes. His mind whirled with memories, and the cold fear cut through him like a knife. In a moment of panic, his mind was screaming, "Get out now, before it's too late! The general said you could pull out, right down to the last minute. Well, pull out, now, before the engines start." But a peal of derisive laughter roared through his mind. There had been reporters, news stories. He had said things that had been splashed across 1 million newspapers. Back out now? Tell the world what a coward he was? Then everybody would know. The boys down below, Matty, Dad. Dad had never actually said it, but it had always been there, as long as Scotty could remember. He had tried and tried to make up for his small size, for his skinny legs and bony chest. It hadn't been his fault that Dad was such a big man, such a rugged, powerful man. Those long hunting trips up through Canada, a man had to share the load. There was no place for weakness and weariness there. And Dad had taken him along once until he had tired and turned his ankle on a short portage. They had carried him out, and he knew that he had lost his dad that day. Dad hadn't admitted it, but it was true. There was always the half-hidden disgust and sadness and disappointment in his cool gray eyes.
-2, Scotty. Final check.
His hand flicked out automatically as fear and dismay welled up in his mind. Everything he had ever done he had flubbed somehow. He searched frantically through his mind for one small, pure act of absolute bravery, unadorned by words, unaltered by empty rationalizations and built-up courage. And his mind yielded nothing but hoarse, heavy laughter. Somewhere there was a key. It had started somewhere. If only he could remember. Somewhere beneath the years of futile failure, there was a core.
60 seconds, Scotty. Good luck, boy.
He froze, his hands clutching the safety belt in a grip of iron as the words pounded in his ear.
40. 35. 30. 25.
And then, like a great door opening up in his mind, he remembered. A day so long ago, so deeply buried that it had not come to mind in years. A day when he had been walking down a village street on the way to the store for his mother. A small boy, hardly 10. A group of boys appearing suddenly from the old garage he was passing. A thin-faced lad, tall and sharp-boned, with cold eyes and a sneer on his thin lips. Other boys, too, mostly bigger than he. His eyes widened, and he started to back away when Thin-Face grabbed his collar, pulled him up sharp. "Where you think you're going, bud?" "Just down the street." "Who said you could walk on this street?" "It's not your street. I can walk where I want." A gleam of cruelty in Thin-Face's eyes. Sissy thinks he's smart. A sharp-knuckled hand struck him across the nose. "You want to fight?" Scotty shook his head, eyes wide. "No, I just want to—" His eye caught one of the others, sidling around behind him. "Stand still!" He had been paralyzed. The rabbit punch struck him a hammer blow, and tears streamed down his face. Thin-Face hit him again, and blood spurted from his nose. "Put up your hands and fight." "I can't." "You'd better fight, sissy. I'll kill you." "I don't want to fight." The fear, the mortification, the blind, paralyzing fear. Another blow struck him, and he tumbled backwards over the boy who had crouched behind him and struck his head on the sidewalk. They had roared with laughter, and one of them kicked him. And then he was on his feet, darting between them, running for his life, running with blind fear snarling at his heels, down an alley, into a backyard, across into another alley. He had seen the wide-open cellarway then, and crawled down in, heart pounding in his throat, waiting as the boys came through the yard, looking, laughing at the sport, walking on. He waited for hours before he dared come out. And every minute of those hours he trembled, desperately sick and ashamed, wondering what Dad would ever think of him if he should find out. Something struck him in the chest then, a firm, gentle pressure that grew and grew as the cabin vibrated with a powerful roar. The pressure grew larger, choking the breath from him. In a last terrible panic of fear, Scotty tried to fight his safety belt open, tried to cry out to stop, stop, stop. But it was too late. He pressed back, deeper and deeper into the couch, as the age-long seconds ticked by. And in the viewer, the earth fell away, farther and farther, dwindling, dimming. He heard the explosion as the first stage disengaged, and his mind froze as the pressure shoved harder at his chest. Then suddenly there was a jerk, a bone-crushing jar that nearly broke his neck, and the ship started spinning crazily. "Scotty, Scotty, can you hear me?" It was Mitch's voice in the earphones, heavy with frantic urgency. "Can you hear me, Scotty?" Scotty groaned. I can hear you, he croaked. Scotty, the second stage didn't disengage properly. You got it on your tail yet. Scotty gasped for breath, trying to focus his mind on the present, trying to drive out the paralyzing phantoms of the past. Second stage? Wait a minute. You're way off course. There it goes. You've lost it. There was a scraping sound in the earphones, and then the general's voice snapped out, sharp and clear. Scotty, listen, boy, you're off course. You aren't out far enough. You'll have to orbit back. Orbit? The word was wrenched from his throat, and he stared at the viewer in horror. Listen, Scotty, get this straight. Can you hear me, lad? Yeah, I can hear. Then listen. Orbit your ship. Slam down the cutoff and... I can correct, Scotty cried. I can get back on beam and make it. Scotty, you'd used too much fuel. You didn't get out far enough. You dragged dead weight. I can correct. You'll never be able to land up there. If you do, you'll never be able to take off again. I've got to get out there. The general's voice was frantic. This is an order, man. Orbit your ship. We'll find some way to get you down, but you'll have to come back. Something exploded in Scotty's mind then. Rage bubbled over in his mind, and he was screaming in the speaker. I'm going on out. I'm going to land up there. I can't flub it now. I can't. Scotty, orbit while you can. There'll be another try. I can't hear you. I said, I'm going out. Get somebody up there to get me if you want to, but I'm going. He ripped off the earphones, the bitterness and rage and frustration of long years welling into his mind. He was seething, almost crying out in his rage. Everything he had ever done he had flubbed, but he wouldn't flub this one. Fiercely, he went to work on the controls, tears rolling down his cheeks as he worked. He was going to go on, if it killed him. He felt the ship respond to his new course slightly, and then, gradually, the weight began to lift from his chest. He sank back, panting. Up on the screen was a pale yellow ball, and he was racing toward it as fast as a man could race. There would be plenty of time for the sensitive calculations, for careful course plotting later, but he was not going back. They might get a ship up to get him in time, and again they might not. He had food and water for 10 days at full rations. He could live for 30 days on it, maybe more. And when the rations were gone, how long could he live then? How long did we live in the jungle without food or water? He sat back then and laughed. It would be better to die up there than to spend the rest of his life dying down on Earth. Dying every day, 1,000 deaths. They might be able to rescue him with fast work, with a fearful margin of incredible luck. But it didn't really matter to him now whether they did or didn't. He knew that now. He had already died, back there on the ground, waiting for the zero count to come. He was reborn now, a new man with a great, courageous job to do. This time he would do the job right. Fear was behind him now, for he could never be afraid again like he had been afraid a few short minutes before. The gauntlet was run. He would land on the moon, and no man nor memory would stop him from doing it. No fear, no cowardice, because a coward would have turned back. He settled back in the couch and drifted into sleep with a peaceful smile on his lips. This has been Journey for the Brave, Lost Sci-Fi Short Stories from the 1940s, 50s, and 60s, Book 32. Written by Alan E. Norse. Narrated by Scott Miller. Please visit lostsci-fi.com for more information on our growing library of science fiction audiobooks. Copyright and production copyright 2022 by Scott Miller. The Martians and the Coys, written by Mac Reynolds, narrated by Scott Miller. Ma Coy climbed the fence down at the end of the south pasture and started up the side of the creek, carrying her bundle over her shoulder and puffing slightly at her exertion. She forded the creek there at the place where Hank's old coon dog Jigger was killed by the boar 3 years ago come next hunting season. Jumping from rock to rock across the creek made her puff even harder. Ma Coy wasn't as young as she once was. On the other side, she rested a minute to light up her pipe and to look carefully about before heading up the draw. She didn't really expect to see any martins around here, but you never knew. Besides, there might have been a revenue agent. They were getting mighty thick and mighty uppity these days. You'd think the government'd have more to do than bother honest folks trying to make an honest living. The pipe lit. Ma swung the bundle back over her shoulder and started up the draw. Pa and the boys, she reckoned, were probably hungry as a passel of hound dogs by now. She'd have to hurry. When she entered the far side of the clearing, she couldn't see any signs of them, so she yelled, "You Pa, you Hank and Zeke!" Ma Coy liked to give the men folks warning before she came up on the still. Hank, in particular, was mighty quick on the trigger sometimes, but there wasn't any answer. She trudged across the clearing to where the still was hidden in a cluster of pines. Nobody was there but Lem. She let the bundle down and glowered at him. "Lem, you no account? Why didn't you answer me when I hollered?" He grinned at her vacuously, not bothering to get up from where he sat whittling, his back to an old oak. "Huh?" he said. A thin trickle of brown ran down from the side of his mouth and through the stubble on his chin. "I said, how come you didn't answer when I hollered?" He said, "You called Pa and Hank and Zeke. You didn't holler for me. What you got there, Ma, huh?" His watery eyes were fixed on the bundle. Ma Coy sighed deeply and sat down on a tree stump. "Now what you think I got there, Lem? I been a-bringin' your victuals to you every day since Pa and you boys started up this new still. Where's Pa and Zeke and Hank?" Lem scratched himself with the stick he'd been whittling on. "They went off scouting around for the revenuers, or maybe the martins." He let his mouth fall open and peered wistfully into the woods. He added, "I wish I could shoot me a martin, Ma. I wish I could. I sure wish I could shoot me a martin." The idea excited him. He brought his hulking body to its feet and went over to pick up an ancient shotgun from where it leaned against a mash barrel. Ma Coy was taking corn pone, some cold fried salt pork, and a quart of black-strap molasses from her bundle, and arranging it on the top of an empty keg. "You mind yourself with that gun now, Lem. Mind how you shot up your foot that time." Lem didn't hear. He was stroking the stock of the shotgun absently. "I could do it easy," he muttered. "I could shoot me a martin easy. I sure could, Ma. I'd show Hank and Zeke. I would." "You forget about the martins, son," Ma Coy said softly. "You're my simple son. There's at least one in every family, mostly more, and it ain't fitting that you get into fights. You got a strong back, strongest in the hills, but you're too simple, Lem." "I ain't as simple as Jim Martin, Ma," Lem protested. "Son, they don't come no more simple than you," his mother told him gently. "And mind that gun. You know how you bent that barrel of Zeke's Winchester back double that time? Absent-minded like." He stroked the gunstock, patted it, half in anger, half in protest. His lower lip hung down in a pout. "You stop talking that-a-way, Ma. he growled, "or I'll lair up you one." Ma Coy didn't answer. She reckoned she'd better set off into the woods and see if she could locate the rest of the men folks, so they could eat. Lem said under his breath, "I could shoot me a marten real easy. I could." To the Most High, the glorious, the omnipotent, omnipresent, and omniscient, the Lord of the Seven, the leader of the chosen, Neo Geek 38. In regard to testing of special weapons designed to eliminate present population of the third planet with the eventual view of colonizing. From Seagil 1, commander of Space Cruiser 12B-44. Your Omnipotence. Upon the receipt of your orders, we proceeded to the planet in question, known to its inhabitants as Earth or Terra, first touching at its satellite, Luna, in order to pick up the observation group which has been studying the potential foe for several decals. Commander of the observation group, Baron Darl, has enjoyed the reputation of being our most outstanding authority on Earthlings. It has been principally through his recommendations that the secret, supplementary weapons worked upon for the past decal were devised. Baron Darl has successfully deciphered the principal language of Earth, and through listening to their radio emanations has compiled a formidable work on his findings. But of his abilities, more later. It might be added here that Baron Darl and all his group were more than ready to proceed to Earth and begin the slaughter of its inhabitants. It seems that these investigators have for decals listened most carefully to every radio emanation possible to pick up. This has evidently led them to the edge of complete frenzy, especially those who have been assigned the morning programs, sometimes known as soap operas by the Earthlings. Baron Darl inspected the newly created weapons with considerable care and proclaimed them excellent for our purposes. In particular, he was impressed with the IQ depressor, the deadly poison narc, and the lepbonic plague-carrying fleas. He was convinced that these secret weapons would give our forces that advantage we seek before launching our all-out attack upon Earth. Acting on Darl's suggestions, we avoided the more heavily populated areas of Earth and landed our space cruiser in a mountainous area of the planet known as Kentucky, a subdivision of the United States of America, one of the more advanced Earth nations. Our plans did not work out exactly as expected. Keeping well in mind the need for secrecy, we made every attempt to land the space cruiser without detection. We settled in a small valley near a stream and immediately sent out scouts to determine if there was any sign that our craft had been sighted in descent. Evidently, the population of the vicinity was so small that our plans were successful. Our patrols reported only one small group of Earthlings in the immediate area. Deciding to test the new weapons on this gathering, we disembarked a force of 12 warriors, all disguised as Earthlings, and with myself as commander, and Baron Darl as our technical advisor. We must keep our senses alert for Sam Spade, Superman, and the Lone Ranger, Baron Darl said nervously, peering around among the strange exotic trees and other vegetation that grows on Earth. I was somewhat surprised at his tone and obvious unease. "Who?" I asked. "What?" "3 Terran warriors of amazing ability and viciousness," he told me. "I have been gathering reports of their activities from the radio for some time. They seem to have clairvoyant minds. One or the other of them almost invariably appears on the scene of violence." I said impatiently, "Without doubt our weapons would mean the end of these warriors." I did not share his belief that any Earthling warriors might be our equals or superiors, but to remain on the cautious side, I immediately ordered that the Elecno be switched on. This weapon, one of the several designed for the Earth campaign, as your omnipotence is undoubtedly aware, is so constructed as to prevent the use of any internal combustion engine within a dozen miles of the Elecno. In this case, no aircraft nor landcraft utilizing internal combustion could enter our zone. Baron Darrell seemed somewhat relieved at this precaution, but his attitude to a certain extent began to affect the rest of us. To prepare for any eventuality, I had the fission suppressor activated. This, of course, automatically made it impossible for nuclear fission to take place within 100 miles of our ship. That measure pleased Baron Darrell exceedingly in view of the fact that the Earth nations seemed to be spending practically all of their military appropriations on their so-called A-bombs and H-bombs. According to the radio emanations our Luna base had picked up, the Earthlings were interested in little else in a military way, except possibly bacteriological weapons. And, of course, we were prepared to deal them a strong blow along that line with our lepbonic plague-spreading fleas. At any rate, knowing that we had suppressed the use of their major weapon, the fission bomb, and had prevented transportation from entering the vicinity, we proceeded toward the clearing where the Earthlings had gathered, determined to test the IQ depressor, narc, and the lepbonic plague fleas, for it was upon the success of these weapons that our Earth campaign depended. We proceeded with care toward the clearing on the edge of which our scouts had detected the Earthlings, and carefully approached from behind the one specimen we saw there. Evidently, the others had gone off. Baron Darrell, the only member of our little group who was familiar with the language, acted as spokesman, and we concealed, for the moment at least, the purpose of our visit. The following conversation was recorded by Baron Darrell himself, and later translated as literally as possible into our own superior language. Earthling. Huh? What's that? Baron Darrell. Have no fear. Earthling. Revenuers. Paw? Hank? The meaning of the word revenuers was completely unknown to Baron Darrell, but from the Earthling's tone of voice, it is to be assumed that the term is a derogatory one. Baron Darrell. We are not revenuers. We are friends. Earthling. Huh? Baron Darrell. We are not revenuers. We are friends. Earthling. Suspiciously. Well, you can't have no free corn, if that's what you're looking for. Can't buy none either. Pa won't sell no raw corn. Says corn ain't fitting to drink unless it's been aged a week. This conversation seemed to puzzle Baron Darrell, and I was beginning to suspect already that his knowledge of the Earthlings was somewhat less than he had led me to believe. Baron Darrell. Where are the others? Earthling. Huh? This continual inability on the Earthling's part to understand the questions put to him by Baron Darrell also caused me to wonder whether or not the decals spent on Luna in observing Earth were quite as fruitful as they might have been. Baron Darrell. Where are the others? Earthling. Oh, you mean Ma and Pa and Hank and Zeke. They're off looking for martins. Your omnipotence is of course aware that in the language of the Earthlings, our glorious planet is known as Mars, and we, as Martians, or evidently as this Earthling pronounced it, Martins. This information was, as you can well imagine, startling, since we had supposed that our landing had been made in the most complete secrecy. What means they had utilized to discover us is unknown. Baron Darrell. What made them suspect there were Martians in the vicinity? Earthling. Huh? Baron Darrell. What made Ma and Pa and Hank and Zeke think there were Martians around? Earthling. Oh. Baron Darrell. What made them think there were Martians about? Earthling. Pa says he can smell him a martin from most 20 miles away. Pa's got a regular feeling for martins like. Pa'd rather shoot him a martin than eat fried chicken. I wish I could shoot me a martin. I wish. Yup, I sure wish I could shoot me a martin. I wish. This sixth sense of some of the Earthlings had been unsuspected by Baron Darl, in spite of his decals of investigation. Evidently, the Earthlings have an unusual ability to detect the presence of alien life forms. Also surprising was the fact that the Earthlings were evidently aware of our plans to conquer their planet, and were already worked up to a pitch of patriotism, which made them extremely anxious to destroy us. Baron Darl turned to me and explained that there were 4 more of the Earthlings in the woods searching for us, and that undoubtedly they would soon return. He suggested that we immediately try some of our weapons upon this specimen. The plan seemed feasible enough, so I ordered one of the warriors to find a suitable liquid in which to place a portion of the poison narc. Ultimate plans, as you are aware, had been to drop by spacecraft small containers of narc in the reservoirs, rivers, and lakes of the Earthlings. One drop was designated to be, as your omnipotence knows, sufficient to poison a reservoir capable of supplying the water needs of 100,000 Earthlings. Although water was not available, the warrior was soon able to find what was obviously a container for some type of beverage. It was nearly full of a colorless fluid. The following conversation then took place between Baron Darl and the Earthling. Baron Darl. What is this? Earthling. Huh? Oh, that's White Mule. Yep, sure is. Baron Darl. Puzzled. I thought a mule was a 4-legged animal of burden, particularly noted for kicking. Earthling. Vaguely. Pa's white mule's got lots of kick in it. Yup. Upon finding it was a beverage, as we had suspected, a small quantity of narc was quickly inserted. Baron Darl. Try a drink. Earthling. What say? Baron Darl. Have a drink. Earthling. Maybe I will. But don't tell Pa. Pa says I'm simple enough without no white mule. Here he took a long draught without seeming effect, although we were expecting him to fall dead at our feet. We stood there staring at him, unbelievingly. Earthling. That tasted mighty good. Got more of a kick than usual. Yup, sure did. Tasted like maybe somebody put in a wallop of turpentine. He seemed perfectly at ease. I turned to Baron Darl and snapped. The type of poison you recommended seems less than effective. Baron Darl was obviously shocked. It is inconceivable, he said. Possibly the fluid in which we dissolved the narc acted as an antidote. I turned my back on him angrily. I begin to wonder about the effect of your other weapons. He waved to one of the warriors who had been burdened with the IQ depressor. We'll try this immediately, he said, anxiety in his tone. While the machine was being readied, Baron Darl explained its workings to me in some detail. Meanwhile, the Earthling continued to sip at the jug, which supposedly contained sufficient poison to eliminate an average large Terran city. As you know, Baron Darl told me, the mind, whether of Earthlings or Martian type, is capable of being either stimulated or depressed. For hundreds of decals, our race has possessed chemicals capable of such depression or stimulation. However, to my knowledge, this device is the only one yet developed which can suppress the intelligence quotient of anyone within an area of many square miles. The plan for utilizing it is a simple but effective one. When we confront a body of Earthling soldiery, our men need only to turn on the IQ depressor to turn the enemy into brainless idiots. Their defeat would then obviously be quite simple.
Very well, I told him stiffly. Let us proceed to try it on this Earthling.
The device seemed quite elementary in construction. Baron Darrell activated it by the simple flicking of a switch. We ourselves, of course, were immune to its workings, since it was tuned only to the Earth-type brain.
It is now in operation?
I asked Baron Darrell. Definitely. Watch the Earthling.
I am watching.
The supposed top authority on Earth and Earthlings approached the specimen and eyed him carefully. The following conversation ensued.
Baron Darrell.
How do you feel?
Earthling.
Huh?
Baron Darrell seemed pleased at this response, and indeed it would seem that the subject was on the verge of idiocy. Baron Darrell.
How do you feel?
Earthling.
I guess I feel fine. Yup, feel fine. How'd you feel, stranger?
Baron Darrell, scowling.
Does your head feel somewhat different? Does your mind seem more sluggish?
Earthling.
Huh?
Baron Darrell.
Does your thinking seem weaker?
Earthling.
No, can't say it does, stranger. Fact is, it'd be pretty hard to make my thinking much weaker. Yup, sure would. Baron Darrell stared at him for a long period, unbelievingly. Obviously, the IQ depressor had been worthless as far as undermining the Earthling's intelligence is concerned. Finally, this alleged authority on Earthlings and upon Earth affairs flashed a look of despair at me, and at the others of us who stood around him. "The fleas," he blurted finally. "The leponic plague fleas. This weapon alone might well destroy the whole population of Earth. Bring the fleas," I said coldly.
"We shall see, Baron Darrell."
Then to one of the warriors,
"Bring the fleas that carry this so deadly, so Baron Darrell tells us, leponic plague."
The Earthling was ignoring us now, and had gone back to taking an occasional drink from his jug. Our warrior approached carefully from behind him, and dropped a half-dozen of the supposedly deadly insects upon the Earthling's back. We then stood back and watched cautiously. According to Baron Darrell, the fast-spreading disease should take effect almost immediately. The Earthling sat there, the IQ depressor still turned on, but obviously unable to lower his intelligence an iota. He continued to sip from the jug of white mule, which had enough narc in it to kill thousands. Occasionally, he scratched himself. "I guess I'll take me a nap," he said thickly, his words slurred. He scratched himself once again, yawned deeply, and slumped against the tree, obviously in sleep. Baron Darrell looked at me triumphantly. The reaction is somewhat differently than we'd expected, but obviously the fleas have given him leponic plague. This weapon, at least, is as successful as we had. I peered down at the Earthling suspiciously. His clothes were disarrayed and torn. I pointed at a speck on his uncouthly hairy chest.
"And what is that?"
I snapped at Baron Darrell. He bent down to see what I indicated. "It seems to be one of the fleas," he told me.
"Then what is it doing on its back with its feet up in the air?"
"It seems indisposed."
"It seems dead, you numbskull," I roared at him. "After biting this Earthling, your fleas have died."
In a high rage, I strode up and down the clearing, trying to coordinate my thoughts to the point where I could make an intelligent decision on this situation. Obviously, a crisis was at hand. Using these weapons devised by our scientists, after detailed instructions on their construction by Baron Darrell and his group of efficient experts, would obviously be suicidal. They were completely worthless. I came to a snap conclusion. Our plan must be to reveal ourselves to the Earthlings as Martians, and pretend to come bearing them only goodwill and desire for peace and commerce. A few months on their planet, closely, but unbeknown to them, studying their life form should give us ample opportunity to plan more effective weapons against them. This, then, was my decision. I snapped to Baron Darl. "Awaken the Earthman. Tell him that we are Martians, and that we seek peace with the inhabitants of Earth." There was some difficulty in the awakening, but finally Baron Darl succeeded. The Earthling shook his head groggily and scowled at my interpreter. The following conversation ensued. "Baron Darl." "Awaken, we have a message of great importance for you." "Earthling." "Huh?" "Baron Darl." "We have a message for you." "Earthling," rolling over on his other side. "Oh." Baron Darl said impressively, "In the name of the Most High, the glorious, the omnipotent, omnipresent, and omniscient, the Lord of the Seven, the leader of the chosen, Neo-Geek 38, we bring you greetings from the Martians." "Earthling." "Huh?" Baron Darl. "We Martians offer you the friendship and the goodwill of a people that—" "Earthling." "Martins? Are you Martins?" Baron Darl. "That is correct. We Martians come with the greetings and—" At this point, Your Omnipotence, my account must of necessity be somewhat vague, for even after we had made good our escape back to the space cruiser, bearing our more serious casualties with us, we were unable to agree among ourselves on just what had happened. Baron Darl, who is now under arrest and in the darkest recess of the space cruiser 12B-44, laden down with chains, is of the opinion that the Earthling was none other than either Superman or the Lone Ranger in disguise. He contends that both of these Earthling warriors are prone to adopt disguises in this manner, revealing themselves only at the last moment to their enemies. Suffice to say, however, that we were all successful in making good our retreat to the space cruiser, although all of our equipment and supplies were destroyed in the melee. Upon regaining the spacecraft, we blasted off hurriedly to return to our sacred planet. I recommend Your Omnipotence that the plans to subjugate the planet Earth be indefinitely postponed in view of the fact that our specially designed weapons prove worthless, and in particular view of the abilities of Earthling warriors. I further recommend that the unspeakable Baron Darl, who obviously frittered away his time during the decal spent on Luna, supposedly studying the Earthlings, be sent to the Nerebus salt mines. Obediently, Sigil Wan, Commander, Space Cruiser 12B-44. Ma and Pa Coy and Hank and Zeke came back into the clearing wearily. The boys had done a lot of tramping and were hungry for their victuals, and Ma was feeling bodacious about their taking off to go hunting for martins. Pa had told her to shut up 2 or 3 times, but it hadn't been much use. Lem was sitting on an upended mash barrel, loading his old shotgun and grinning vacuously. He seemed unaware of the fact that the stock of the gun was a splintered ruin. "Guess what, Pa?" he yelled. "I got me a martin. I got me a whole passel of martins, Pa. I sure did. Yup, Pa Coy grunted and started poking around in the victuals Ma had brought up from the cabin. The boys leaned their rifles up against the oak and each picked up a handy fruit jar of corn squeezins. Hank said nastily, "Sure you got a whole passel of martins, Lem. In your sleep you got a passel of martins." Lem said belligerently, "Don't you go a-talking that-a-way, Hank, or I'll throw you up into the tree the way I did that time you hit me with the axe. I did so get me some martins. I was a-sitting here when a whole passel come out in the woods. Didn't know they was martins at first. Then Ma Coy handed him a chunk of corn pone. "Now, you be quiet, Lem, and eat your victuals. Sure you got yourself a martin, Lem." A thin trickle of brown ran down from the side of Lem's mouth. He spit on the ground before him, with an air of happy belligerence. "I sure did, Ma. I sure got me a passel of martins. Yup, I sure did." This has been The Martians and the Coys, written by Mac Reynolds, narrated by Scott Miller. Copyright 1951 by Imagination Stories of Science and Fantasy Magazine. Production copyright 2021 by Scott Miller. The Queen of Space. Lost sci-fi short stories from the 1940s, 50s, and 60s. Book 19. Written by Joseph Slotkin. Narrated by Scott Miller. I was relaxing with my second Plutonian stinger in the dignified atmosphere of Charlie's Venusian retreat when there was this strange noise outside the dive, like a flock of hot jets hitting the atmosphere. Right after, a character comes busting through the door. He looks behind him, scared-like, wiping his forehead with a handkerchief as big as one of Charlie's tablecloths, only cleaner. He stops near my table. "I beg your pardon. Would you mind if I joined you?" "Listen, Buster, if you got a ulterior motif, such as a touch, you can hop a jet and—" I starts. Then I get a really good look and hear myself saying, "Hey, you don't look so good. Maybe you better sit down." "Thank you, oh, thank you very much," he says, flopping onto one of Charlie's flexible plastic stools. "Well, I guess I can maybe be a sucker and go for just one," I says, while he is still muttering something to himself. "Waiter, hey, Mug." I turns back to the little fella, feeling real expansive, like they say. "What'll be your pleasure, Buster?" "Oh, but please allow me." Well, this is a new angle. A panhandler putting himself on the pan. But far be it from me to refuse a barroom curtsy, so I orders another Jupiter Sling. "I'll have 2 of those drinks on your tray," the little guy pipes out to the waiter. And the Mug, who is also one of Charlie's best bouncers, almost drops his load. "Hey, mister, these here's Plutonian stingers," the waiter yells. "You know what's in them things, fella?" I chimes in. "They got ground vesicanthus herbs from Pluto, and—" "Oh, what difference does it make?" The little guy looked mournful. He'll get me sooner or later, and then— He? Maybe I had this little guy all wrong. Maybe he was a nut that had decided to bolt. Yes, perhaps you heard that heat ray gun being discharged just as I came in. "Oh, so that's what them noises was." "Yes, wherever I go, he shoots at me. Waits for me to leave the building and then shoots at me." "Well, mister, again, it's none of my business, but if you're carrying any asteroids around, they can be cached anywhere. Lots of guys would take pot shots at you." "Oh, Luigi isn't interested in my money." "Luigi?" That name sent shudders going around my curvature. "Precisely." He gives with a long sigh. "I've been dodging him for some time now." "Mister," I says, "everybody knows what a dangerous guy Luigi is. Why, they got his mug on the wanted wall in every space station from here to the outer galaxies." "Yes, I presume they have." "I figure one of these days the cops is gonna pin enough on him to make him look like a astro-navigator's space map," I adds. "Oh, I doubt if the Space Control will ever have the opportunity to apprehend him here on Venus. This is still a wild, mostly unsettled planet, you know. And besides, Luigi is too smart," says this little guy, like he knows Luigi personal. "Yeah, He sure is. What's he got on you?" The little guy reaches over like he doesn't know he's taken the plutonian stinger right from under me nose and says, sort of thoughtful-like, he thinks I stole his girl. Yeah, sure, that would make any fella mad," I starts. Then it seeps through, and I looks at this little, skinny, runty guy. Only I can't laugh. Oh, I didn't, of course, but the fact that she was last seen entering my apartment, and that she never left it, at least not visibly, well, that makes it terribly difficult to convince him. Now, wait a minute. Oh, I don't expect anyone to believe me anymore. Sometimes I find it hard to believe myself. Do you know who Luigi's gal is?" I finally stutters. "Was," he corrects, mournful-like. This sort of scared me. Either this guy was the kind of crank they never used to wind up a cold jet, or women had changed a lot since the last time I enriched my culture by attending a performance of Flossie's Follies at the Little Venus Circuit Burlicue. "Mister, I ain't looking for no trouble," I mutters, edging back on my stool. "Oh, but I assure you I'm telling the truth." "Helen Latour? The terrific blonde?" I says, meaningful-like. "The same." "The queen of the Burley Circuit?" I goes on, without realizing that I am stretched halfway across the table, shouting into his ear because of a slight argument going on down the bar. "The most luscious hunk of stuff that ever shook a notion to go on the stage?" I enlarges. "Right out of this world?" I finishes up. "Right?" "Precisely. Right out of this world." "In your apartment?" "In my apartment." Now, I figures that maybe he was one of these here not-so-juvenile delinquents, what believes that if they can't have it, they can at least kill it. So I starts edging away. But then I gets a sudden thought. "You sure the cops ain't on your trail, bud?" "No, but if Luigi doesn't get me, it's only a matter of time until they will be. After all, anyone such as her disappearing..." "I thought she was out of town." "No, just out of this world." Them words takes on a sinister-like significance, the way he says them. Then he gets up, sober-looking. In spite of them plutonian stingers, it would have disintegrated even a Martian. "If you wouldn't mind running the risk, I'd appreciate your company. I'm going back to my place now. The refreshments here lack the needed stimulation. I have a much better supply home." Now, maybe it was that stinger and the Uranus Delight, because under ordinary circumstances, I would turn down such an invite from a guy who was no doubt a no-orbit meteorite. But then I realize he's inviting me to his apartment where, according to his story, the luscious Latour, queen of the strip world, has not been seen since. So I gives in. When we reaches his apartment, he snaps on the lights, like he was nervous somebody might be hiding inside, and locks the door tight. I watch close. He leaves the key in the lock, which makes me feel some easier. He has quite a nice little joint. Not gaudy, but nice. He goes to one bookshelf, presses a button, and a shelf slides back. Inside, he's got enough wiggle water to fill all the Martian canals and irrigate the moon. Well, we're heisting a couple, and then he starts talking like we was never interrupted. Please forgive me for not introducing myself sooner, but under the circumstances, my name is Timothy J. Brown, M.D., Ph.D., M.A., and A.B. Oh, well, me moniker is Benjamin Spelvin, but you can call me Benny. Very well, Benny. I am, you see, a psychiatrist. Oh, yeah? But you'd never be able to figure me out, Doc. I got so many bumps on my head from hitting the anti-gravitational screens on the jets during free fall. He laughs. No, that would be a phrenologist you're thinking of, Benny. I'm concerned mainly with psychological abnormalities and maladjustments of the psyche. I'm also known as something of an expert in the more physical science of phenomenology," he adds, modest-like. Now, all this adds up to -0 to me, but I'm sitting in a comfortable apartment in the better section of Venus. I got me a glass of Uranus number 8, vintage 2480, so I lets the little fella ramble on. Finally, I says, Mister, Doc, you was saying something about Helen Latour, the strip—" Oh, yes, I was coming to that. Well, now, where was I? Oh, yes. Benny, these were the events that brought me, a modest scientist, into contact with this Luigi and that, delectable creature, Miss Helen Latour. And I'll leave it to you to decide for yourself that I am telling the truth. Not so long ago, the professor starts out, I was visited here by a rather attractive young woman who told me her name was Helen Latour. It is true she had called me first on the telescreen, and at the sight of that lovely face, obviously mirroring distress, I assumed that, having heard of my reputation, she had sought me out for treatment. Still, it was rather disturbing to me to be interrupted by this beautiful young woman while I was in the midst of my studies. "I'm grateful to you for seeing me, Professor. Honest, I am," she began, seating herself immediately and crossing her, quite shapely limbs, that is. "Well, Miss, Latour, wasn't it? Yeah, Helen Latour. You heard of me way up here on Venusian Heights? The, name has a familiar ring, but I must remind you, I have restricted my practice to native Venusians." "Yeah, sure, Doc. Still, I figure you, being an Earthman, and me, a Earthwoman, well, patriotism." Her eyes were indeed lovely, gazing at me so appealingly, and I must confess she aroused my, sense of earthy patriotism. Just what can I do for you, Miss Latour?" "I don't know yet, Doc. I'm happy in my work. I got a swell boyfriend, name of Luigi. Maybe you heard of him? No? Well, I got no reason to be unhappy. And yet, just a moment, please. What is your work?" "Doc, I've been known in the striptease game as the Queen of the Solid Shake." "You are, a nightclub dancer?" "Nightclubs? Nah, I never leave the boards, Doc. I got my own circuit. My agent takes good care of my bookings, and my wardrobe is the envy of ingenues from Mercury to Pluto." "You act?" "Yeah, plenty of action, Doc." "Just what type of, roles do you play?" "I'm a tease artist, Doc. I take it off. Strip." Every word this remarkable young lady uttered was punctuated by the most fluid and expressive movements of her, agile, body. But I must confess, I was becoming more and more confused. "Want a demonstration?" By now I had begun to gather what she meant, and hastily asserted that such a procedure would be unnecessary. "Well, Doc, I'm solid sender, see? Hep with the jet, right out of this world." "Yes, that's just the trouble. I been right out of this world." "You have dreams?" "I don't know. Let me explain. I'm opening next week after a layoff on Earth, see? Them Earthmen are getting sort of tame, but we figure these Venusians will appreciate what I got to offer when they come in after a long, muggy day at them cold uranium mines, see?" I commented that I had made some notations about the working conditions of the native Venusians, comparing them, especially atmospherically, to the phenomenon of what is known on Earth as ACM, Ancient California Smog. "Yeah, sure, Doc. Well, they got the whole show at the Little Venus Theater built around my number. I got my whole new wardrobe with the special anti-gravity zippers, some classy plastic bubbles, and a special arrangement cooked up by Ziggy, the trumpeter from Mercury. They're billing me tops, and I figured out a routine that's a sure sensation. I've been practicing it all during my vacation. I even been holding off Luigi so I could practice, Miss Latour said. Luigi, that's your boyfriend's name? Yeah, she laughed and added, I've been practicing by myself so much, he thinks I've been cheating on him. She winked her lovely eye at me. Well, you should see this number, she said. It begins with me wiggling like this. She began to swing about the room. I had to confess to myself that, standing there, her dark eyes flashing, her long, rather shapely legs, and, well, it was obvious that if anyone were better qualified to interpret love, I had never seen it. But as I observed her closely, she seemed truly agitated. Why, I even learned a couple of new languages, so I could sing a part of my song in each language, one from each planet. I believe we can dispense with that. But that's just it, Doc. I gotta tell you about it. It's all sort of symbolic, see? A sort of United Planets number. The idea is that all of the planets are held together by love. Real, solid love. The kind that grips you. It was most apparent to me at that juncture that her, talents were of the, gripping variety. I begged her, however, to come to the source of her difficulty. Well, the number's coming along terrific. I got it down perfect. Every movement, every swing, and every sway. I feel I reached a new peak in my art when, just a couple of days ago, it happens. I begged her to be explicit. Well, I'm doing the routine in my dressing room, see? First the singing as a tease, see? Then the bubbles. Then I start playing with the anti-gravity zipper, see? Well, I get my skirt off, and then my blouse, and I've got panties and a brassiere, of course, using the skirt as a kind of screen, see? Well, there I am. Yes. In my panties and bra, of course. Of course. Using the skirt as a sort of a fan, see? Then I get to the part where I suddenly lift the skirt over my head, and I give a sort of wiggle. Well, it ain't a wiggle exactly, with my hips. And then... Yes, and then, Miss Latour? That's it, Doc, she said unhappily. That's when it happened. 1 minute I was standing there in my room practicing, and then the room wasn't there anymore. I watched her closely, observing her reactions, of course. Where do you suppose the room went? I don't know. It just wasn't there. And, where were you? That's the funniest part of it. I didn't seem to be in a room at all. I seemed to be in a large open space, and, Doc, there was sand under my feet. Her particular hallucination began to take coherent, shape in my mind now. You say there was sand under your feet, and you were out of doors? Like in some sort of desert, Doc. And, Doc, there was someone coming toward me. I see. A man, doubtless. Yeah. And when he saw me standing there, he came rushing at me. Well, I remembered I didn't have much on, so I lowered my skirt. I see. And this man, he chased you? Well, no. When I lowered my skirt, he stopped. He stopped? Yeah. Well, I figures here's a man, and I got my new routine. Let's try it out. So I raised my skirt again, watching his face, and went on from there. On from there. I see. And, Doc, she became intensely excited, and I must confess I found it fairly difficult to preserve my own calm. When I went through that hip sway, his face became dim, and then sort of cloudy, and then, in a flash, there I was back in my room again. just as if it had never happened. I said, "Miss Latour, tell me, when you were a child, were you always imagining that men would turn around to look at you? That is, that they were always looking at you?" "They were," she stated flatly. "Hey, you think I'm imagining I was somewhere else. Well, you're wrong, Doc. I was on a desert, I tell you. And what's more, when I got back in my room, there was sand on the bottom of my slippers." "Of course," I soothed her. "I'm not arguing with you at all." "Look," she became vehement. "I'll do my routine right here, in front of you, and you'll see." I pleaded with her that this was entirely unnecessary, but she began to walk enticingly about the room, humming some tune. I was shocked at first, but in spite of myself, the eternal attraction of the feminine form asserted itself, and I watched the rest of the proceedings with, I must admit, keen interest. Miss Latour was indeed a skillful young woman, and generously equipped to prove her points. "You see now?" She was standing before me, holding her skirt over her head, scantily clothed otherwise. "Just about now, I go into my new hip sway, like this, and then she was gone. She had begun an enticing, indeed, fascinating wiggle of as excellently rounded a pair of hips as I had ever seen, and then, without warning of any sort, she had vanished. Well, you can imagine how perturbed I was. I searched the entire apartment thoroughly. For a moment I was inclined to believe it was merely an hallucination of my own, but there was the evidence of the clothing she had already shed lying on the floor to prove my own sanity. Then I thought of the drinking cabinet I keep here for my patients, and I turned to it with shaking hands. As I was pouring myself a Uranian delight, I heard her voice suddenly, and the glass crashed from my hands. "I'm back, Doc." Indeed, there she was, standing as she had before, her skirt raised about her head with one hand, and in the other what looked like some sort of human hand. Guess where I was this time? I confess I was shaking violently, but she laughed and approached me coquettishly, showing me what appeared, on closer examination, to be an artifact of some sort, rather like a metal glove. As I peered at it, she sighed deeply. "What a night!" "Extraordinary. But I fancied I heard you say, 'What a night.'" "That's what I said, Doc." "But you've only been gone about 5 minutes. How can you say—" "Search me. All I know is I just spent the last 3 hours with a knight." "A knight? In a few hours? How?" "I said knight, the kind that rides a horse, you know." I stared at her, but she was coyly putting on her clothes, a half-smile on her lovely face. "He was so sweet, Doc. Talked a kind of funny French, but I can understand enough to intuition the rest. Anyhow, after a while, I remembered you'd be worried about me, so I sneaked out of his castle and went through my routine up to the point where I wiggle my hips, and here I am." "But where were you?" "Search me. He said his name was Lancelot." "What?" "Lancelot. That's what he said his name was. That's a pretty name." She giggled. "I wonder what Luigi would say." I was shocked, but then the full significance of this young lady's strange powers flooded over me. I regarded her seriously. "Miss Latour, do you realize what you've accomplished by a mere wiggle of your hips?" She paused in fastening the garter to her filmy stocking. "I built up quite a reputation, I know that." I fired her with my glance. "At first I thought perhaps you were suffering from, well, no matter. Now either we're both mad, or you've penetrated the fourth dimension and bridged space and time." She appeared highly uninterested. "That's fine, Doc. My seam straight? Thanks. Now, if you can figure out some way to get that, what did you call it? Oh, yeah, penetration out of my act, everything will be okay. After all, I got my cash customers to consider." "Oh, your act is unimportant now," I said excitedly. "Consider what this means to science. With that little wiggle of your hips, you found a warp in space that's projected you into another time sphere, proportionally coexistent with our own." "That's great, Doc. Now that you know how I do it, how about helping me to get rid of it? Although," she hesitated, "I would like to see Lance again. I wonder if he's married." "Perhaps," I mused, "this phenomenon manifested itself here on Venus and not when you were on Earth because of the peculiar orbit of the Venusian—" And then I realized she was waiting for me to answer her. "Lancelot? I think he's been carrying on an affair with a lady named, Guinevere. A two-timer, huh?" I avoided this trend in the conversation. "Miss Latour, apparently it depends where you do your, contortions. Apparently in your dressing room you emerged onto a desert, while in my apartment it brought you straight into an ancient age. Hot asteroids! So that's it!" Her lovely face was suffused with an unmistakable eagerness. "Look, Doc, supposing I come up here again sometime, so I can see him again." I was properly outraged. "Hardly. Come to my apartment so that you can carry on an affair with a man dead for thousands of years? Certainly not." She was puzzled. "He didn't seem dead to me." "Miss Latour!" I was desperate. "Do you realize what this would mean to science?" I tried to explain to her. "For centuries, man has tried to find the answer to the secrets of the action of mass subject to certain movements at certain speeds, knowing that mass and energy were identical. I could have given them the answer any time they wanted to catch me at the little Venus Burlicue," she retorted flippantly. "I used plenty of energy, but, brother, I never waste a movement. Please, young lady, this flippant attitude toward science." "What do I care about science? All I want is my routine. Now, can you help me to what's putting the crimp in my act, so's I can iron out that there fourth-dimensional wiggle? I'd have to study this peculiar phenomenon much more closely." "Nothing doing. You seen all you're going to." "But you don't understand," I pleaded. "Listen, I built myself up from a walk-on in the chorus. Worked hard, see? Figured out my own bumps and grinds and hip rolls, just so's I could make myself the biggest tease name in the galaxy. And now, what goes? I got what you call a fourth-dimensional wiggle that gets me out through somebody's space warp into somebody's backyard who lived before I was born. This here thing's warping my personality. I'm fed up," she cried. I was frantic. "But you've a debt to society. Listen, I pay my debt every time I walk out on that stage. Think of all the men I make forget they're married, or their office, or factory or farm troubles, or their income taxes. How would they feel if I disappeared in the middle of my strip? They want to see more of me, not less. I thought maybe you could help me lick this thing, whatever you call it. But under that beard, you're just like all them other guys. I'm fed up on double talk. Let's just forget the whole thing, Doc. Goodbye, Professor." And with that, she flounced out of my apartment. Well, the little guy stopped talking then, and takes another drink, and I find I've been sitting on the edge of my chair, like I was stymied by a parallary. But you said that she disappeared from here," I says, like a guy in a trance. "Oh, yes, indeed." He smiles at me. I was too wrapped up in her by then to let her off so easily. "You mean you followed her up?" I felt sure that if I could just see her again, and explain the value of her peculiar, indeed amazing talent to science, well, at any rate, I knew where to go. I had never in all my life frequented one of those burlesque houses. After the performance, I endeavored to see her backstage, and that was when I had my first brush with Mr. Luigi. Tough character, ain't he? Extremely so. He warned me not to bother her, and when I tried to explain, he threatened me. And then one evening, the little guy says, settling back in his chair with a hooker of Saturnian sling, and that faraway look in his eyes again. Just when I least expected it, my robot butler announced her. "Oh, I'm so glad you've changed your mind, Miss Latour," I greeted her. "And now, if you're ready, we can continue our experiments without further delay." "Nix, Doc. I ain't here for any more experiments," were her first words. I was nonplussed. "You're not? Then why did you—" "Oh, I don't know. I've been practicing that space-warping hip wiggle in private, see? And I've been meeting all sorts of characters, but not the one I got a real interest in." I sensed trouble. "Miss Latour, if you've come here for—" "I'm getting bored, Doc. Luigi's getting too jealous. Why, he even thinks that you—" She leered at me archly. "Well, never mind. But them few hours I spent with that there Lancelot—" She began to hum a few bars of the song she used in her routine, despite my pleas. "Miss Latour, please don't begin that again." "What are you kicking about, Professor? You're getting a free show, ain't you? At least up to a point, you are." "Please, Miss Latour, put on that blouse. I must warn you—" Her lovely bare arms stopped their gyrations. "Huh? Warn me? About what?" "That time and space are really fluid, as that ancient philosopher Einstein suspected back in the 20th century. You may not reach the same time-space continuum again. Why, you may even wiggle yourself into the middle of a pharaoh's tomb, or perhaps the bottom of the ocean, which now covers what used to be ancient Russia. I'll take my chances, Doc." Pretty good, huh? "I implore you, Miss Latour." Despite my desperate efforts, she began to remove another of her, garments. "Da-dee-da, my bra. Da-dee-da-do, my shoe. And now, Lancelot, honey, here I—" She had come to the hip wiggle that curiously projected her through some warp in space. There was a sound as though a rubber tube were being sucked inside out, and she vanished. The little fella emptied his glass and filled it again. I waited for what seemed an eternity, but she never reappeared to this very day. I takes another slug of that Martian wiggle water myself. Then I squints at the professor over my glass. "I guess maybe you been hitting the bottle yourself lately. Huh, Doc?" "What? Oh, you don't believe me, do you, Benny?" "Well, it ain't that exactly, but you gotta admit—" He gets excited again. "Here, I'll show you." He goes to a drawer, takes something soft and shiny out, and comes back, waving them under my nose. My nose doesn't object. "I have proof. Take a look at these." They was Helen Latour's size, all right. I gotta admit that, okay? And they was pretty, especially when I starts thinking of what filled them. She left them behind when she went through that space warp. It's all there is left of her. Say, Doc, you sure these ain't some other dames? Maybe your wife's?" "I assure you I have never been married." He looks wistful-like. "Since meeting Miss Latour, I grant you I have toyed with the speculation of what marital bliss might have been like, with something of the caliber of—" Just then, the window behind me pops open with a crash that breaks it into a zillion pieces, and into the room steps Luigi. I couldn't have been more scared if I'd started seeing snakes, which I had, since Luigi looks like the meanest kind of viper in the zoo.
Okay, Pop, he snarls, deadly-like. Where are you keeping her?
The little guy doesn't even turn a hair, while I'm starting to get rid of all the stuff I've been drinking, reflex-like, so's I'll be lighter for the takeoff when I can get my feet unfroze. How did you get here? The prof inquires, cool like a cucumber.
I climbed in through that there space warp you been warbling about.
Luigi sneers, and I can see he is in a definitely unsociable mood.
You,
he hollers, looking at where I was before he hollered, and when I come down off the top of the bookcase, he says,
what do you know about it?
Luigi? I peeps. I ain't never seen this guy until tonight. He's telling the truth, Luigi, the little guy says, and I could have kissed him for it.
Okay, Pop. So now that you're talking, start singing, and it better be on the level, too. What did you do with my gal? Come on, spill it, or you'll be spilling more than words.
I told you the truth the first time, the little guy says, with terrific dignity for a future corpse. I thought Luigi would bust a jet gasket, but all of a sudden he calms down and gets an expression on his puss like a tiger trying to smile.
Look, Pop, he says,
I know how it is, and he's almost begging now.
I know, Latour. She's got to have a change once in a while, but I love that dame, see? And I got to have her back. So if you'll just tell me where she is, I'm willing to forget all about everything else.
The little guy just looks at him sort of pitying-like. I assure you I'd like to help you, Luigi, but he stops, with his mouth open, his eyes popping out of his head. He's staring at something behind me and Luigi's. I hears a low, silvery laugh, kind of like little bells tinkling. And the kind of voice you figure that there pie-eyed piper must have had on his flute is saying, well, hello, suckers. When Luigi hears that laugh, he whirls around like a weathercock on top of a landship station, his face all red and puffed up.
Baby!
He gets that far. Then his eyes start to pop out. Mine are already rolling on the rug. Standing there, laughing like she's having the time of her luscious life, is the Queen of Burlicue, Helen Latour herself, in the flesh. She's holding some white sort of a robe or something over her head, and aside from that, she ain't got a stitch on that knockout of a body of hers. Luigi gets his wind back and starts getting tough again.
So, you been two-timing me for this old goat here? Huh?
I assure you, this is as much of a shock to me, but the Latour ain't paying them no attention. She pulls the robe half over her and gives with that tinkling laugh again. I didn't expect to come back here, she chuckles. I made a mistake.
Where you been?
Luigi moves towards her, like he was gonna hit her. Don't you take another step, you lug. She sure knew how to handle men. Luigi stops like he's been slugged by a Uranian, and his face gets all purple and pleading.
Oh, come on, babe. Give me a break. Ain't you been hanging out with this little jerk long enough?
That garment. The little guy is staring at the robe Latour is holding over the better parts of her. That white robe, where did you get it? He sort of wheezed. This? Oh, this old thing? It's just part of my old wardrobe. The guy I married gave it to me.
You what?
Luigi's puss turns from purple to pale white.
You ain't married.
Oh, no? Latour looks at him like he's a Venusian rainworm, and the lug goes into another technicolor trance. But I'm getting fed up already. She yawns. I met a fella's got a lot more S.A. than the guy I'm hitched to now. Yeah, She giggles. My new fella knows how to appreciate a gal. Why, he even judged a beauty contest once.
You take that jet line to Atlantic City, baby? Luigi says.
The Latour laughs and catches the little guy's eye. Professor, tell this jerk here what I'm talking about. The little guy nods. So that's why you didn't come back, he says. Yeah, I've been promised to my new fella, and I ain't one to break a promise. The apple of discord, the little guy is muttering. 'Twas ever thus, my dear. But why are you here now? I've been telling my new boyfriend about show business. He kept begging me to do my stuff, and I finally gave in. Right after we eloped, maybe it's the ham in me or something, but I did my routine for him, and I guess I must have forgot and added that extra wiggle. I figured he had it coming, she says. Anyhow, here I am.
And you'll stay here now, baby, wherever you been.
For a tough guy, Luigi sure looks soft-boiled now. The Latour gave him a look that ain't had the benefit of ivory soap. I'm going back. Aw, baby, I can speak their language fine now. Besides, there's going to be hell to pay because we eloped, and I got to stick by Paris. You going to France, Miss Latour? I blurts out. She laughs. Luigi is scowling, but the little professor is just nodding, like he understands everything. I've been there, fella, she says to me. I've been everywhere. She starts to hum a song I ain't never heard before. This here's Latour's farewell tour, men, she says, starting to do some fancy moving around that makes my skin crawl watching her.
Baby, you ain't gonna start your routine here, are you? Luigi says.
Shut up, creep. I gotta concentrate, she squelches him. The professor pipes up like he's half asleep. You know, Miss Latour, there must be a destiny about all this. La-dee-day. Yeah, that's what that there Aphrodite told my new boyfriend. She throws a dazzling smile at him over her shoulder, waving that white robe around her flawless body. It won't seem the same on Venus without you, the professor sort of moans.
Shut up, Professor, Luigi hollers.
Then that tough voice of his breaks, like he was almost crying.
Baby, stop dancing around.
Out of my way, you lug. I'm working up to the finale.
Please, baby, I'll give you 1,000,000 asteroids, honey. I won't smoke no more them there Saturn stogies.
The Latour's moving around gets more fancy all the time. She is all the moonbeams and flowers I ever seen, rolled into one. It was easy to understand how she got to be the big star that she was, even here on rough and ready Venus. She had class and something else, something that made you keep watching her every movement, like you was hungry for something, but you didn't know what, and you wanted to jump up and down and holler, but you just couldn't move because you was watching so hard. She was wiggling them beautiful, dimpled, rounded hips, and then she wasn't there anymore.
Hey!
Luigi runs around the room like he is going space daffy. It's no use, Luigi, the little guy says, looking sadder than ever. She's gone back, and this time I suspect it's forever, the prof says. Luigi comes over to the little guy and grabs him by the throat.
She can't do that to me. Gone back where? You gotta tell me.
She's gone back to Paris, the prof says. Luigi snarls like he is getting a Martian sand fever fit.
What? Leaving me for some Frenchman?
No. The professor pulls away from Luigi. This Paris is a part of ancient Greece. A young shepherd prince whose theft of the wife of Menelaus started the Trojan War.
Huh?
Luigi is as up in the air as I am. Helen. The little fella looks sort of thoughtful. Of course. That was her name. Helen of Troy. Latour. The Queen of Space. The face that launched 1,000 ships. The professor nods at us. Who would have ever believed?
Okay, Pop.
Luigi looks tough again. And I am plenty scared. Hey, Luigi, I hollers. You can see the little guy is telling the truth. He didn't do nothing. Luigi turns around, and I can see the little red specks at the corner of his eyes.
Who says he did? He snarls.
He heads for the open window, reaching in his vest for his blood freezer, and I can hear him muttering.
I'm going after that guy Paris, and when I find him, I'm going to turn the blaster on and smash him right through that there space warp.
Yeah, he hollers, standing there framed by that window for a minute before he jets off, with all them millions of stars blazing like fury in the cleared-up Venusian night sky.
No lousy Greek is going to steal my girl and get away with it.
I don't know. I ain't seen Luigi since, but I'm willing to wager a platter full of plutonian stingers that he ain't never going to master that there hip wiggle. Not like Helen Latour, he ain't. This has been The Queen of Space, lost sci-fi short stories from the 1940s, 50s, and 60s, Book 19, written by Joseph Slotkin, narrated by Scott Miller. Copyright 2021 by Scott Miller. Production copyright 2021 by Scott Miller. The Gun. Lost Sci-Fi Short Stories from the 1940s, 50s, and 60s, Book 21, written by Philip K. Dick, narrated by Scott Miller. The captain peered into the eyepiece of the telescope. He adjusted the focus quickly. It was an atomic fission we saw, all right, he said presently. He sighed and pushed the eyepiece away. Any of you who wants to look may do so, but it's not a pretty sight. Let me look, Tance the archaeologist said. He bent down to look, squinting. Good Lord! He leaped violently back, knocking against Doral, the chief navigator. Why did we come all this way, then? Doral asked, looking around at the other men. There's no point even in landing. Let's go back at once. Perhaps he's right, the biologist murmured, but I'd like to look for myself, if I may. He pushed past Tance and peered into the sight. He saw a vast expanse, an endless surface of gray, stretching to the edge of the planet. At first he thought it was water, but after a moment he realized that it was slag, pitted, fused slag, broken only by hills of rock jutting up at intervals. Nothing moved or stirred. Everything was silent. Dead. I see, Fomar said, backing away from the eyepiece. Well, I won't find any legumes there. He tried to smile, but his lips stayed unmoved. He stepped away and stood by himself, staring past the others. I wonder what the atmospheric sample will show, Tance said. I think I can guess, the captain answered. Most of the atmosphere is poisoned. But didn't we expect all this? I don't see why we're so surprised. A fission visible as far away as our system must be a terrible thing. He strode off down the corridor, dignified and expressionless. They watched him disappear into the control room. As the captain closed the door, the young woman turned. What did the telescope show? Good or bad? Bad. No life could possibly exist. Atmosphere poisoned, water vaporized, all the land fused. Could they have gone underground? The captain slid back the port window so that the surface of the planet under them was visible. The two of them stared down, silent and disturbed. Mile after mile of unbroken ruin stretched out, blackened slag, pitted and scarred, and occasional heaps of rock. Suddenly, Nasha jumped. Look! Over there, at the edge. Do you see it?"
They stared. Something rose up. Not rock, not an accidental formation. It was round, a circle of dots, white pellets on the dead skin of the planet. A city? Buildings of some kind? "Please, turn the ship," Nasha said excitedly. She pushed her dark hair from her face. "Turn the ship, and let's see what it is." The ship turned, changing its course. As they came over the white dots, the captain lowered the ship, dropping it down as much as he dared. "Piers," he said. "Piers of some sort of stone, perhaps poured artificial stone, the remains of a city."
"Oh, dear,"
Nasha murmured. "How awful." She watched the ruins disappear behind them. In a half-circle, the white squares jutted from the slag, chipped and cracked, like broken teeth. "There's nothing alive," the captain said at last. "I think we'll go right back. I know most of the crew want to. Get the government receiving station on the sender and tell them what we found, and that we—" He staggered. The first atomic shell had struck the ship, spinning it around. The captain fell to the floor, crashing into the control table. Papers and instruments rained down on him. As he started to his feet, the second shell struck. The ceiling cracked open, struts and girders twisted and bent. The ship shuddered, falling suddenly down, then righting itself as automatic controls took over. The captain lay on the floor by the smashed control board. In the corner, Nasha struggled to free herself from the debris. Outside, the men were already sealing the gaping leaks in the side of the ship, through which the precious air was rushing, dissipating into the void beyond. "Help me!" Doral was shouting. "Fire over here! Wiring ignited!" Two men came running. Tance watched helplessly, his eyeglasses broken and bent. "So there is life here after all," he said, half to himself. "But how could—" "Give us a hand," Fomar said, hurrying past. "Give us a hand. We've got to land the ship." It was night. A few stars glinted above them, winking through the drifting silt that blew across the surface of the planet. Doral peered out, frowning. What a place to be stuck in. He resumed his work, hammering the bent metal hull of the ship back into place. He was wearing a pressure suit. There were still many small leaks, and radioactive particles from the atmosphere had already found their way into the ship. Nasha and Fomar were sitting at the table in the control room, pale and solemn, studying the inventory lists. "Low on carbohydrates," Fomar said. "We can break down the stored fats if we want to, but I wonder if we could find anything outside." Nasha went to the window. How uninviting it looks. She paced back and forth, very slender and small, her face dark with fatigue. "What do you suppose an exploring party would find?" Fomar shrugged. "Not much. Maybe a few weeds growing in cracks here and there. Nothing we could use. Anything that would adapt to this environment would be toxic, lethal." Nasha paused, rubbing her cheek. There was a deep scratch there, still red and swollen. "Then how do you explain it? According to your theory, the inhabitants must have died in their skins, fried like yams. But who fired on us? Somebody detected us, made a decision, aimed a gun." "And gauged distance," the captain said feebly from the cot in the corner. He turned toward them. "That's the part that worries me. The first shell put us out of commission. The second almost destroyed us. They were well aimed, perfectly aimed. We're not such an easy target." "True." Fomar nodded. "Well, perhaps we'll know the answer before we leave here. What a strange situation. All our reasoning tells us that no life could exist. The whole planet burned dry, the atmosphere itself gone, completely poisoned." "The gun that fired the projectile survived," Nasha said. "Why not people?" "It's not the same. Metal doesn't need air to breathe.
Metal doesn't get leukemia from radioactive particles. Metal doesn't need food and water." There was silence. "A paradox," Nasha said. "Anyhow, in the morning, I think we should send out a search party, and meanwhile, we should keep on trying to get the ship in condition for the trip back." "It'll be days before we can take off," Fomar said. "We should keep every man working here. We can't afford to send out a party." Nasha smiled a little. "We'll send you in the first party. Maybe you can discover, what was it you were so interested in? Legumes, edible legumes. Maybe you can find some of them. Only what? Only watch out. They fired on us once without even knowing who we were or what we came for. Do you suppose that they fought with each other? Perhaps they couldn't imagine anyone being friendly under any circumstances. What a strange evolutionary trait. Interspecies warfare. Fighting within the race." "We'll know in the morning," Fomar said. "Let's get some sleep."
The sun came up chill and austere. The three people, 2 men and a woman, stepped through the port, dropping down on the hard ground below. "What a day," Doral said grumpily. "I said how glad I'd be to walk on firm ground again, but—"
"Come on," Nasha said. "Up beside me. I want to say something to you. Will you excuse us, Tance?" Tance nodded gloomily. Doral caught up with Nasha. They walked together, their metal shoes crunching the ground underfoot. Nasha glanced at him. "Listen, the captain is dying. No one knows except the 2 of us. By the end of the day period of this planet, he'll be dead. The shock did something to his heart. He was almost 60, you know."
Doral nodded. "That's bad. I have a great deal of respect for him. You will be captain in his place, of course, since you're vice captain now."
"No, I prefer to see someone else lead. Perhaps you or Fomar. I've been thinking over the situation, and it seems to me that I should declare myself mated to one of you, whichever of you wants to be captain. Then I could devolve the responsibility."
"Well, I don't want to be captain. Let Fomar do it."
Nasha studied him, tall and blond, striding along beside her in his pressure suit. "I'm rather partial to you," she said. "We might try it for a time at least. But do as you like. Look, we're coming to something." They stopped walking, letting Tance catch up. In front of them was some sort of a ruined building. Doral stared around thoughtfully. "Do you see? This whole place is a natural bowl, a huge valley. See how the rock formations rise up on all sides, protecting the floor? Maybe some of the great blast was deflected here." They wandered around the ruins, picking up rocks and fragments. "I think this was a farm," Tance said, examining a piece of wood. "This was part of a tower windmill." "Really?" Nasha took the stick and turned it over. "Interesting. But let's go. We don't have much time."
"Look," Doral said suddenly, "off there, a long way off. Isn't that something?" He pointed. Nasha sucked in her breath.
"The white stones."
"What?"
Nasha looked up at Doral. "The white stones, the great broken teeth. We saw them, the captain and I, from the control room." She touched Doral's arm gently. "That's where they fired from. I didn't think we had landed so close." "What is it?" Tance said, coming up on them. "I am almost blind without my glasses. What do you see?" "The city, where they fired from." "Oh." All 3 of them stood together. "Well, let's go," Tance said. "There's no telling what we'll find there." Doral frowned at him. "Wait, we don't know what we would be getting into. They must have patrols. They probably have seen us already, for that matter." "They probably have seen the ship itself," Tance said. "They probably know right now where they can find it, where they can blow it up. So what difference does it make whether we go closer or not?" "That's true," Nasha said. "If they really want to get us, we haven't a chance. We have no armaments at all. You know that.
I have a hand weapon.
Doral nodded.
Well, let's go on then. I suppose you're right, Tance.
But let's stay together, Tance said nervously. Nasha, you're going too fast. Nasha looked back. She laughed. If we expect to get there by nightfall, we must go fast. They reached the outskirts of the city at about the middle of the afternoon. The sun, cold and yellow, hung above them in the colorless sky. Doral stopped at the top of a ridge overlooking the city. Well, there it is, what's left of it. There was not much left. The huge concrete piers which they had noticed were not piers at all, but the ruined foundations of buildings. They had been baked by the searing heat, baked and charred almost to the ground. Nothing else remained. Only this irregular circle of white squares, perhaps 4 miles in diameter. Doral spat in disgust. More wasted time. A dead skeleton of a city, that's all. But it was from here that the firing came, Tance murmured. Don't forget that. And by someone with a good eye and a great deal of experience, Nasha added. Let's go. They walked into the city between the ruined buildings. No one spoke. They walked in silence, listening to the echo of their footsteps. It's macabre, Doral muttered. I've seen ruined cities before, but they died of old age and fatigue. This was killed, seared to death. This city didn't die. It was murdered. I wonder what the city was called, Nasha said. She turned aside, going up the remains of a stairway from one of the foundations. Do you think we might find a signpost? Some kind of plaque? She peered into the ruins. There's nothing there, Doral said impatiently. Come on. Wait. Nasha bent down, touching a concrete stone. There's something inscribed on this. What is it? Tance hurried up. He squatted in the dust, running his gloved fingers over the surface of the stone. Letters, all right. He took a writing stick from the pocket of his pressure suit and copied the inscription on a bit of paper. Doral glanced over his shoulder. The inscription was, Franklin Apartments. That's this city, Nasha said softly. That was its name. Tance put the paper in his pocket and they went on. After a time, Doral said, Nasha, you know, I think we're being watched, but don't look around. The woman stiffened. Oh? Why do you say that? Did you see something? No. I can feel it, though. Don't you? Nasha smiled a little. I feel nothing, but perhaps I'm more used to being stared at. She turned her head slightly. Oh. Doral reached for his hand weapon. What is it? What do you see? Tance had stopped dead in his tracks, his mouth half open. The gun, Nasha said. It's the gun. Look at the size of it. The size of the thing. Doral unfastened his hand weapon slowly. That's it, all right. The gun was huge. Stark and immense, it pointed up at the sky. A mass of steel and glass, set in a huge slab of concrete. Even as they watched, the gun moved on its swivel base, whirring underneath. A slim vane turned with the wind, a network of rods atop a high pole. It's alive, Nasha whispered. It's listening to us, watching us. The gun moved again, this time clockwise. It was mounted so that it could make a full circle. The barrel lowered a trifle, then resumed its original position. But who fires it? Tance said. Doral laughed. No one fires it. They stared at him. What do you mean? It fires itself. They couldn't believe him. Nasha came close to him, frowning, looking up at him. I don't understand. What do you mean, it fires itself? Watch, I'll show you. Don't move. Doral picked up a rock from the ground. He hesitated a moment, and then tossed the rock high in the air. The rock passed in front of the gun. Instantly, the great barrel moved. The vanes contracted. The rock fell to the ground. The gun paused, then resumed its calm swivel, its slow circling. "You see?" Doral said. "It noticed the rock as soon as I threw it up in the air. It's alert to anything that flies or moves above the ground level. Probably it detected us as soon as we entered the gravitational field of the planet. It probably had a bead on us from the start. We don't have a chance. It knows all about the ship. It's just waiting for us to take off again." "I understand about the rock," Nasha said, nodding. "The gun noticed it, but not us, since we're on the ground, not above. It's only designed to combat objects in the sky. The ship is safe until it takes off again. Then the end will come." "But what's this gun for?" Tance put in. "There's no one alive here. Everyone is dead." "It's a machine," Doral said. "A machine that was made to do a job, and it's doing the job. How it survived the blast, I don't know. On it goes, waiting for the enemy. Probably they came by air in some sort of projectiles." "The enemy," Nasha said. "Their own race. It is hard to believe that they really bombed themselves, fired at themselves." "Well, it's over with, except right here, where we're standing. This one gun, still alert, ready to kill. It'll go on until it wears out." "And by that time, we'll be dead," Nasha said bitterly. "There must have been hundreds of guns like this," Doyle murmured. "They must have been used to the sight. Guns, weapons, uniforms. Probably they accepted it as a natural thing, part of their lives, like eating and sleeping. An institution like the church and the state. Men trained to fight, to lead armies. A regular profession. Honored, respected." Tance was walking slowly toward the gun, peering nearsightedly up at it. "Quite complex, isn't it? All those vanes and tubes. I suppose this is some sort of a telescopic sight." His gloved hand touched the end of a long tube. Instantly, the gun shifted, the barrel retracting. It swung. "Don't move!" Doral cried. The barrel swung past them as they stood, rigid and still. For one terrible moment, it hesitated over their heads, clicking and whirring, settling into position. Then the sounds died out, and the gun became silent. Tance smiled foolishly inside his helmet. "I must have put my finger over the lens. I'll be more careful." He made his way up onto the circular slab, stepping gingerly behind the body of the gun. He disappeared from view. "Where did he go?" Nasha said irritably. "He'll get us all killed." "Tance, come back," Doral shouted. "What's the matter with you?" "In a minute." There was a long silence. At last the archaeologist appeared. "I think I've found something. Come up and I'll show you." "What is it?" "Doral, you said the gun was here to keep the enemy off. I think I know why they wanted to keep the enemy off." They were puzzled. "I think I found what the gun is supposed to guard. Come and give me a hand." "All right," Doral said abruptly. "Let's go." He seized Nasha's hand. "Come on, let's see what he's found." "I thought something like this might happen when I saw that the gun was—" "Like what?" Nasha pulled her hand away. "What are you talking about? You act as if you knew what he's found." "I do." Doral smiled down at her. "Do you remember the legend that all races have? The myth of the buried treasure and the dragon, the serpent that watches it, guards it, keeping everyone away?" She nodded. "Well?" Doral pointed up at the gun. "That," he said, "is the dragon. Come on." Between the three of them, they managed to pull up the steel cover and lay it to one side. Doral was wet with perspiration when they finished. "It isn't worth it," he grunted. He stared into the dark, yawning hole. Or is it? Nasha clicked on her hand lamp, shining the beam down the stairs. The steps were thick with dust and rubble. At the bottom was a steel door. "Come on," Tance said excitedly. He started down the stairs. They watched him reach the door and pull hopefully on it without success. "Give a hand." "All right." They came gingerly after him. Doral examined the door. It was bolted shut, locked. There was an inscription on the door, but he could not read it. "Now what?" Nasha said. Doral took out his hand weapon. "Stand back. I can't think of any other way." He pressed the switch. The bottom of the door glowed red. Presently it began to crumble. Doral clicked the weapon off. "I think we can get through. Let's try." The door came apart easily. In a few minutes they had carried it away in pieces and stacked the pieces on the first step. Then they went on, flashing the light ahead of them. They were in a vault. Dust lay everywhere, on everything, inches thick. Wood crates lined the walls, huge boxes and crates, packages and containers. Tance looked around curiously, his eyes bright. "What exactly are all these?" he murmured. "Something valuable, I would think." He picked up a round drum and opened it. A spool fell to the floor, unwinding a black ribbon. He examined it, holding it up to the light. "Look at this!" They came around him. "Pictures," Nasha said. "Tiny pictures. Records of some kind." Tance closed the spool up in the drum again. "Look, hundreds of drums." He flashed the light around. "And those crates. Let's open one." Doral was already prying at the wood. The wood had turned brittle and dry. He managed to pull a section away. It was a picture. A boy in a blue garment, smiling pleasantly, staring ahead, young and handsome. He seemed almost alive, ready to move toward them in the light of the hand lamp. It was one of them, one of the ruined race, the race that had perished. For a long time they stared at the picture. At last Doral replaced the board. "All these other crates," Nasha said. "More pictures, and these drums. What are in the boxes?" "This is their treasure," Tance said, almost to himself. "Here their pictures, their records. Probably all their literature is here, their stories, their myths, their ideas about the universe, and their history," Nasha said. "We'll be able to trace their development and find out what it was that made them become what they were." Doral was wandering around the vault. "Odd," he murmured. Even at the end, even after they had begun to fight, they still knew, someplace down inside them, that their real treasure was this, their books and pictures, their myths. Even after their big cities and buildings and industries were destroyed, they probably hoped to come back and find this, after everything else was gone. "When we get back home, we can agitate for a mission to come here," Tance said. "All this can be loaded up and taken back. We'll be leaving about—" He stopped. "Yes," Doral said dryly. "We'll be leaving about 3 day periods from now. We'll fix the ship and then take off. Soon we'll be home, that is, if nothing happens. Like being shot down by that—" "Oh, stop it," Nasha said impatiently. "Leave him alone. He's right. All this must be taken back home, sooner or later. We'll have to solve the problem of the gun. We have no choice." Doral nodded. "What's your solution, then? As soon as we leave the ground, we'll be shot down." His face twisted bitterly. "They've guarded their treasure too well. Instead of being preserved, it'll lie here until it rots. It serves them right." "How?" "Don't you see? This was the only way they knew, building a gun and setting it up to shoot anything that came along. They were so certain that everything was hostile, the enemy coming to take their possessions away from them. Well, they can keep them." Nasha was deep in thought, her mind far away. Suddenly, she gasped. "Doral," she said, "what's the matter with us? We have no problem. The gun is no menace at all."
The two men stared at her. "No menace," Doral said. "It's already shot us down once, and as soon as we take off again—"
"Don't you see?" Nasha began to laugh. "The poor, foolish gun. It's completely harmless. Even I could deal with it alone."
"You?"
Her eyes were flashing. "With a crowbar. With a hammer or a stick of wood. Let's go back to the ship and load up. Of course we're at its mercy in the air. That's the way it was made. It can fire into the sky, shoot down anything that flies. But that's all. Against something on the ground, it has no defenses. Isn't that right?"
Doral nodded slowly. "The soft underbelly of the dragon. In the legend, the dragon's armor doesn't cover its stomach." He began to laugh. "That's right. That's perfectly right."
"Let's go then," Nasha said. "Let's get back to the ship. We have work to do here."
It was early the next morning when they reached the ship. During the night, the captain had died, and the crew had ignited his body according to custom. They had stood solemnly around it until the last ember died. As they were going back to their work, the woman and the two men appeared, dirty and tired, still excited. And presently, from the ship, a line of people came, each carrying something in his hands. The line marched across the gray slag, the eternal expanse of fused metal. When they reached the weapon, they all fell on the gun at once, with crowbars, hammers, anything that was heavy and hard. The telescopic sight shattered into bits. The wiring was pulled out, torn to shreds. The delicate gears were smashed, dented. Finally, the warheads themselves were carried off, and the firing pins removed. The gun was smashed, the great weapon destroyed. The people went down into the vault and examined the treasure. With its metal-armored guardian dead, there was no danger any longer. They studied the pictures, the films, the crates of books, the jeweled crowns, the cups, the statues. At last, as the sun was dipping into the gray mists that drifted across the planet, they came back up the stairs again. For a moment, they stood around the wrecked gun, looking at the unmoving outline of it. Then they started back to the ship. There was still much work to be done. The ship had been badly hurt. Much had been damaged and lost. The important thing was to repair it as quickly as possible, to get it into the air. With all of them working together, it took just 5 more days to make it spaceworthy. Nasha stood in the control room, watching the planet fall away behind them. She folded her arms, sitting down on the edge of the table. "What are you thinking?" Doral said.
"I? Nothing."
"Are you sure?"
"I was thinking that there must have been a time when this planet was quite different, when there was life on it."
"I suppose there was. It's unfortunate that no ships from our system came this far. But then we had no reason to suspect intelligent life until we saw the fission glow in the sky."
"And then it was too late."
"Not quite too late. After all, their possessions, their music, books, their pictures, all of that will survive. We'll take them home and study them, and they'll change us. We won't be the same afterwards. Their sculpturing especially. Did you see the one of the great winged creature without a head or arms? Broken off, I suppose. But those wings, it looked very old. It will change us a great deal."
"When we come back, we won't find the gun waiting for us," Nasha said. "Next time, it won't be there to shoot us down. We can land and take the treasure, as you call it." She smiled up at Doral. "You'll lead us back there, as a good captain should."
"Captain?" Doral grinned. "Then you've decided."
Nasha shrugged. "Fomar argues with me too much. I think all in all, I really prefer you."
"Then let's go," Doral said. "Let's go back home."
The ship roared up, flying over the ruins of the city. It turned in a huge arc and then shot off beyond the horizon, heading into outer space. Down below, in the center of the ruined city, A single half-broken detector vane moved slightly, catching the roar of the ship. The base of the great gun throbbed painfully, straining to turn. After a moment, a red warning light flashed on down inside its destroyed works. And a long way off, 100 miles from the city, another warning light flashed on, far underground. Automatic relays flew into action. Gears turned, belts whined. On the ground above, a section of metal slag slipped back. A ramp appeared. A moment later, a small cart rushed to the surface. The cart turned toward the city. A second cart appeared behind it. It was loaded with wiring cables. Behind it, a third cart came, loaded with telescopic tube sights. And behind came more carts, some with relays, some with firing controls, some with tools and parts, screws and bolts, pins and nuts. The final one contained atomic warheads. The carts lined up behind the first one, the lead cart. The lead cart started off across the frozen ground, bumping calmly along, followed by the others, moving toward the city, to the damaged gun. This has been The Gun, Lost Sci-Fi Short Stories from the 1940s, 50s, and 60s, Book 21. Written by Philip K. Dick. Narrated by Scott Miller. Copyright 2021 by Scott Miller. Production copyright 2021 by Scott Miller. So they baked a cake. Lost Sci-Fi Short Stories from the 1940s, 50s, and 60s. Book 22. Written by Winston Marks. Narrated by Scott Miller. Sure, I was one of the tough guys who said it would be great, just great, to get away from the boiling mess of humanity that stank up every inhabitable rock on Earth. Not being the Daniel Boone type, this was my private qualification for the job, being fed up to here with people, with the smothering bureaucracy of world government, with restrictions and rationing and synthetic diet supplements, and synthetic blondes, and mass hypochondria, and phony emotions, and standing in line to get into a pay toilet. I hated my profession, trying to wring glamorous interviews out of bewildered heroes, and press agents' darlings, and pompous politicians, and snotty millionaires, and brave little wronged chorus girls. Their lives were no more glamorous than their readers. They were the same mixture of greed and fear and smelly sweat and deceit and two-bit passion. My particular prostitution was to transform their peccadillos into virtues, their stubbed toes into tragedies, and their fornications into romance. And I'd been at it so long I couldn't stand the odor of my own typewriter. Of course, I was so thunderstruck at being chosen as one of the 21-man crew for the Albert E. that I never got to gloating over it much until we were out in deep space. Yes, it was quite an honor, to say nothing of the pure luck involved. Something like winning the Luna sweepstakes, only twice as exclusive. We were the pioneers on the first starship, the first to try out the Larsen drive in deep space. At last, man's travel would be measured in parsecs, for our destination was 26 trillion miles down near the celestial South Pole. Not much more than a parsec, but a parsec nonetheless. As a journalist, such distances and the fabulous velocities involved were quite meaningless to me. My appointment as official scribe for the expedition was not based on my galactic know-how, but rather on my reputation as a Nobel-winning columnist, the lucky one out of 56 who entered the lottery. Larsen himself would keep me supplied with the science data, and I was to chronicle the events from the human interest side, as well as recording the technical stuff fed to me. Actually, I had no intentions of writing a single word,
To hell with posterity and the immortality of a race that couldn't read without moving its lips. The square case I had carried aboard so tenderly contained not my portable typewriter, but 6 bottles of forbidden rye whiskey, and I intended to drink every drop of it myself. So at last we were in space, after weeks of partying, dedications, and speech-making, and farewell dinners, none of which aroused in me a damned regret for my decision to forsake my generation of fellow scrabblers. Yes, we were all warned that, fast as the Larson drive was, it would take us over 42 years, Earth-measured time, to reach our destination. Even if we found no planets to explore, turned around, and came right back, the round trip would consume the lifetimes of even the new babies we left behind. To me, this was a perversely comforting thought. All I wanted to know was how they expected me to live long enough to complete the journey. I could think of pleasanter ways to spend my last days than cooped up in this sardine can with a passel of fish-faced, star-happy scientists. I was 48 when we departed, which would make me a lucky 90 if I was still wiggling when we arrived at our celestial port. But the mathematicians said to relax. Their space-time theory provided, they claimed, a neat device for survival on our high-velocity journey. The faster a body moves in reference to another, the slower time appears to act on the moving body. If, they said, man could travel at the speed of light, supposedly time would stand still for him. This, I reflected, would mean human immortality, much too good for people. Anyway, since our average velocity for the trip was planned to come out around 1/10 of the speed of light, to us on the Albert E., only about 5 months would seem to have elapsed for the journey that would consume 42.5 years Earth time. It seemed to me they were laying a hell of a lot of faith in a theory that we were the first to test out. Our food, water, and air supplies gave us a very small safety margin. With strict rationing, we would be self-sufficient for just 12 months. That left us just 2 months to fool around looking for a place to sit down. I mentioned this item to Larson on the second day out. I found him at coffee mess, sitting alone, staring at his ugly, big, hairy hands. He was a tall Swede with a slight stoop and the withdrawn manner of a myopic scholar. As commander of the ship, he had the right to keep aloof, but as scribe, I had the privilege of chewing him for information. I said, "Skipper, if it took us generations to discover all the planets in our own little solar system, what do you figure the chances are of our spotting a planet near our goal in the short time of 2 months?" He was silent while I drew my ration of coffee and sugar. Then he opened his hands and seemed to find words written on his palms. His eyes never did come up from beneath his shaggy eyebrows. "If they exist," he said slowly, "we might find one. We have better telescopes, and our vantage point in space will be superior." He was a sorry-looking specimen, and I remembered that the 54-year-old scientist had left behind a youngish wife who adored the ground he walked on. The handsome blonde woman had stood heroically beside the ramp and watched, dry-eyed, as her husband ascended. There had been no visible exchange of farewells at the end, as he stood beside me in the airlock. They just stared into each other's eyes, oblivious to all but the maudlin sorrow of their separation. Then the portal had closed and widowed her, and I had the feeling that Larson was going to tear at the great threaded door with his bare hands and renounce the whole project. But he just stood there, breathing a little heavy and clenching those tremendous hands until it was time to take off. In a way, I envied him an emotion that was long dead in me, dead of the slow, corrosive poison of contempt for the whole human race. Dead and pickled in the formaldehyde of 10,000 columns for which the syndicates had paid me nothing but cold money. Here was a man whose heart could still love, and I hated him for it.
I said, "You look like you still have regrets. Maybe this isn't worth your personal sacrifices after all. If we don't find an inhabitable planet, we won't have accomplished much."
"You are wrong," he said quickly. "We have already served our purpose."
"Testing the drive, you mean?"
He nodded. "This morning in our last radio contact with Earth, I dispatched the word. The Larson drive is successful. We have passed from our solar system on schedule, and our measurements of ship objective time check out with the theory, roughly at least."
He spread his hands out on the table.
"This was our primary goal. The expedition ahead is subsidiary. Colonization may result from our exploration, true, but now we have opened the universe."
It was nice to know that things were progressing as planned. I asked, "What do you mean about things checking roughly? Is there some error?" He nodded and swallowed the dregs from the magnesium cup.
"A considerable error, but it's on the safe side. Our velocity checks perfectly, but our estimate of the time shrinkage factor is so far off that Mr. Einstein's formula will take some major revision to reconcile what has happened."
"We'll arrive sooner than planned?" Larson nodded again.
"According to shipboard elapsed time, we will arrive in the vicinity of our destination in just 92 hours from now, a total of 122 hours since takeoff. You were worrying earlier about our scanty supplies. This should put your mind at rest."
It didn't displease me.
The lack of privacy on this tin bathtub was even worse than I had anticipated.
The news came as sort of a reprieve. I looked at Larson, and suddenly I knew why the long face. His Tina. For her, 10 years would already have passed, and as we sat there talking, weeks of her existence were fading into oblivion, and Hans Larson was begrudging every second of it. Damned fool. Should have stayed at home. I left him brooding into his empty cup and went forward to the little control dome. One wonderful attribute of the Larson drive was that there was no acceleration discomfort. Gravity was nullified at the outset, and ship's gravity was kept at a comfortable 1/2 G. Mac Hulbert, chief navigator, was alone up there, one foot cocked up on the edge of the broad instrument board that looked like a cluttered desktop with handles. He was staring out into the void. Yes, void. They had said it would be black in space, but not even a glimmer of light showed through the transparent dome. As you looked to the side and back, faint, violent specks seemed to catch at your peripheral vision, but it was impossible to focus on a single heavenly body. Mac didn't turn or greet me. His face was no longer that of the carefree adventurer with whom I had tied on a fair binge less than a week ago. "Getting you down too, Mac?" I asked. He was about the only one aboard I could even tolerate. He wasn't as sour on humanity as I, but he granted me the right to my opinions, which was something. "God, yes," he said. "Skipper tell you about the time error?" I said, "Yes, but what's there to be sad about? You don't mind that part, do you?" To my knowledge, Mac hadn't left anything behind but his dirty laundry. Hulbert was in his mid-30s, slender, balding, and normally as cheerful and stupidly optimistic as they come. Now he looked worse off than Larson. "Yeah, I mind that," he said, kind of resentfully. "I thought we'd have more time to sort of get used to the idea of, well, outgrowing our generation. But think, by now many of my older buddies will be dead. A dozen World Series will be over. Who knows? Maybe there's a war going on back there." Of all the morbid nonsense, yearning for the obituary column, the sports page, and the headlines. But then people are rarely sensible when something disturbs their tidy little universe that they take for granted. It was a little terrifying, though, staring out into that smothering lamp black. We were moving so fast and living so slowly that even the light waves from the galaxies toward which we moved had disappeared. We were reversing the redshift effect of receding light sources. We approached the stars before us at such a velocity that their light impinged at a rate above the visible violet spectrum. Mac blurted out,
"It'll never work out."
"What won't?"
"Colonization. Not at these unholy distances. Even if we do find an Earth-type planet or two, people won't leave everything behind them like this. I feel cut off. Something's gone. Everything. Everybody we knew back there. It's terrible to consider."
I sat down beside him, stared out into the India ink, and faced a few overdue realities myself. Our chances of finding a habitable planet were remote. Finding intelligent life on it was even more unlikely. That such life would resemble men was so improbable that the odds in favor were virtually non-existent. So what had I really to look forward to? A quick survey of the star system in the company of these nincompoop idiot-savants, then a return to the civilization of complete strangers, a culture in which we would all be anachronisms, almost a century behind the times. A parade of faces began peering at me out of the darkness. There was Bess with the golden hair, and Carol, and petite Annette, and Cliff, my red-headed old roommate who knew how to charcoal broil a steak, and our bachelor apartment with the battered old TV set, and my collection of books and pipes, and there was my outboard jet up on lovely Lake Vermilion, where a man could still catch a fat pike. What would it be like when we got back? More people, less food, tighter rationing, crowding beyond conception. Hell! When the rest of the crew learned of our sharply revised estimated time of arrival, they came down with the same emotional cramps afflicting Larson and Hulbert. It was sickening. A bunch of so-called mature technicians and scientists moping around like a barracks full of drafted rookies, matching miniature billfold photos of cuties that were now approaching cronehood. The whole venture had become a tragic affair overnight, and for the next few days, all thoughts turned backward. So nobody was remotely prepared for what happened. They were even unprepared to think straight, with their heads instead of their hearts. And Larson was worst of all. On the last day, Larson eased off our 1,800-mile-per-second velocity, and as the stars started showing again, shifting from faint violet down into the more cheerful spectrum, spirits aboard began lifting a little. I was in the control room with Larson and Mac when we got our first inkling. Mac was fooling with the electronic search gear, sweeping for planets, when he gave a yip and pointed a jabbing finger at the scope.
"Audio," he stammered. "Look at that."
He lengthened the sweep, and the jumble of vertical lines spread out like a picket fence made of rubber.
"A carrier wave with audio modulation,"
he said, with disbelief all over his face. Larson remained calm. "I hear you, lad. Don't shout." He studied the signal and frowned deeply. "It's faint, but you can get a fix." As they played with the instruments, I looked forward through the green shield that protected us from Alpha C's heavy radiation. Our destination star was now a brilliant blob dominating our piece of heaven. It was a difficult thing to grasp that we had traveled almost 26 trillion miles in 5 days ship's time. Mac said, "It's a planet, sure enough, but that audio." Larson snapped, "Forget the audio. Give me a bearing and let's be getting on course. That may be the only planet in the system, and I don't want to lose it." His arms pumped and his big hands pawed at the controls as he brought the inertialess drive into manual manipulations.
For the next few tense hours, we stalked the planet at a discreetly low velocity. When his navigation problem was complete and we were on a slow approach orbit, Mac began playing with the communication rig again. The ship's intercom was cut in, and we had to chase people out as excitement mounted over our discovery. Finally, when his elbow had been jostled once too often, Larson ordered the control room cleared of all hands but Hulbert and me. When we were alone, Larson said, "This is fantastic." Mac's face was tied into an amazed scowl, too, as he studied the feeble little patterns on his wave analyzer. "You said it," he breathed. "We've got ourselves a sweet little Earth-type planet, if we can believe the spectro, and unless I'm stark space-happy, there's something or somebody down there beaming a broadcast smack in our direction, following us around like the string on a yo-yo." "How do you figure that?" Larson wanted to know. Mac replied, "At this distance, the field strength is too strong for anything but a beamed transmission. Mister, they have us bracketed." Mac swung to the panel on his left and cut in the communication circuit. "It's strong enough to listen to now. Let's see what kind of gibberish we can wring out of that carrier wave." He threw a couple of switches and hunted for the exact frequency. A whisper and a rustle of the carrier brushed the speaker. Mac centered in and turned up the volume. Then even I sucked air. A voice issued from the sound cone. A man's voice. "Welcome to New Columbia. Welcome, Albert E. Come in, please. Welcome to New Columbia. Welcome, Albert E. Come in, please." It repeated over and over. Larson let his breath go first with a nervous snort. Mac and Larson both looked at me, as if maybe I had something to do with it. Hands trembling, Mac picked up the microphone and reached for the transmitter switch. Larson grabbed the mic from his hand. "Not so fast, damn it!" "But they know we're up here," Mac protested. "They even know the name of our ship." "And our language," I added. I wasn't bored anymore. Larson nodded slowly. "What kind of devilish intelligence have we run into? I need time to think." The way he said it sent a cold draught down my spine, and then my imagination started catching up to his. At our rate of approach to the star system, how could any living being have had time to sense our presence, pick our brains to learn our ship's name, our language, master our method of communication, contrive a transmitter, and get on the air? The magnitude of the accomplishment sent the importance of our little triumph of space travel tumbling into a cocked limbo of insignificance. For a moment, I considered the old curvature of space concept. Could we have somehow doubled back, completing a mystic circle? Was that old soul up there burning through our green shield? What a laugh that would be! The mental giants of our times backtracking and circling like a tenderfoot lost in the woods on Lake Minnetonka. Mac cut off the transmitter reluctantly, but he said, "Yeah, I guess I see what you mean, Skipper." Larson got to his feet and paced the crowded wedge of space, punching a fist into his other hand with meaty slaps. He stopped and listened to the soft muttering of the speaker and shook his head. "It makes no sense. It's impossible. Utterly impossible." The man's voice from the planet implacably continued repeating the message. No trace of an accent, nothing to suggest an alien origin in its tone, pitch, or enunciation. Perhaps that's what threw Larson so hard. If there had been the faintest taint of otherworldliness about it, I think he'd have hauled stakes and gotten us out of there. But the song of the siren was too powerful. The irresistible mental image of a fellow human out here in the bottom of space was salt in the bleeding wounds of Larson's loneliness. He stared out where the planet must be, some 1,000,000 miles before us. Suddenly, the tenseness relaxed from his face,
and he got the damnedest expression of mixed incredulity, hopefulness, and sorrow. Tears began welling from his eyes and streaming down the rugged contours of his cheeks. It didn't add, nor could I reason a motive for his laconic command. "Intersection orbit, Mr. Hulbert. We'll take her down," he said quietly. That was all. He hunched over the control board and moved things according to Mac's computations. Soon I could make out the planet. We came in from an obtuse angle with its sun, so it showed first as a crescent of pale green-silver. Then it filled the viewing dome, and Mac began working the homing equipment. "May I acknowledge their message now, Skipper?" Larson shook his head with compressed lips. "But if we're going in anyway," Mac argued. "No!" Larson exploded. Then his voice softened. "I think I know the mystery of the voice," he said. It must be. But if it isn't, if I'm wrong, God alone knows. We must chance it. I don't want to know differently until it's too late." This was just real great. Larson had some fantastic notion, and he wanted it to be true so damned badly that he was taking us into blind jeopardy when we had the means to probe it first. Real scientific, that. Humans, men and their so-called sense of reason. Larson was a crowning example of the sloppy-hearted thing I was fleeing when I embarked on this joyride, and now it would probably be my undoing. We were homing in on the transmission from New Columbia, easing down into the atmosphere, and now clouds and land and water formations took shape. The beam led us to the sunlit rim of dawn, and suddenly we were hovering over a great forest, slit at intervals with streaks of glittering blue that looked like deep, wide rivers. Now Mac touched a switch, and the CW whistle gave us a tight audio beam to follow to the source of the signal. Larson switched to the micro-landing controls to ride in like a jetliner on the Frisco-Shanghai run. We slanted gently down until the forest became trees, and the little blue-green splotches were lush, grassy meadows. And there was the tower, and the low buildings, and the spaceship. Something happened to me inside when I saw that. It was a kind of tremolo feeling, like a note in a new symphony, a note that springs free and alone, wavering uncertainly, and you don't know which way it will turn. In seconds, it seemed like hours, we were on the ground. The ramp was jammed out, and Larson was blundering down it, crying like a baby. I stood in the port, breathing the warm air, redolent with exotic new scents, and yawped like an idiot, trying to make sense of the huge banner strung 100 yards across one whole side of the little village. The banner read, "Welcome, Hans. Welcome, Albert E. We knew you were coming, so—" And near the center of the banner was the largest chocolate cake, or facsimile thereof, in all creation. It must have been 10 feet high and 20 feet in diameter. But Hans Larson wasn't amused by the cosmic gag. He galloped off that gangplank like a lovesick gorilla, and I'm a comet's uncle if Tina wasn't there, racing out to meet him. Larson had guessed the truth, and no wonder he hadn't the guts to test it beforehand. By the time I got down, out, and over to where they were all wrapped up, mingling tears, I had it pretty well doped out myself. I don't know why we had figured that all progress and improvement in interstellar flight would cease just because we had left Earth. The eternal, colossal conceit of man, I guess. When our last signal back to Earth had given the OK sign, sure, they started building bigger ships and recruiting another crew. But by the time that the Albert E-2 was ready to take off for a more extended expedition, the Larsen drive was now the Larsen-McKendrick drive, with a velocity of a full half the speed of light, some 5 times our velocity. Somehow, Tina had managed to get herself in the party, as Hans had sensed she would. And the time differential, as it worked out, wasn't serious at all. Tina had been only 32 when we left her on Earth, including the year and a half she had already been with the colony on New Columbia. She was still quite a bit younger than Hans, and just twice as pretty as the day of their separation. The tremolo note was rising now, the soft, mystic pitch of excitement inherent in the new world. I turned to Mac, who was grinning like to split his face. I said, "Looks like you were wrong, old boy, about the impossibility of colonizing." He nodded his head readily, but he wouldn't tear his eyes away from that monstrous, preposterous chocolate cake. The attraction, I discovered, was a little bevy of onlookers who stood at its base. They were a dozen or more most attractive colonists in the younger age bracket, and unmistakably of the opposite sex. Mac said, "Yeah, I was wrong about colonizing prospects. Dead wrong. Aren't you glad?" And now the tremolo feeling split into a crescendo of subharmonics and overtones, a magnificent chord of attunement with life and humanity everywhere in the universe. And all at once I knew I was glad, happy as hell to see these people from the old hometown of Earth. This has been So They Baked a Cake, lost sci-fi short stories from the 1940s, 50s, and 60s, Book 22, written by Winston Marks, narrated by Scott Miller. Copyright 2021 by Scott Miller. Production copyright 2021 by Scott Miller. Wanted, One Sane Man. Lost sci-fi short stories from the 1940s, 50s, and 60s, Book 37, written by Frank M. Robinson, narrated by Scott Miller. The small man adjusted his bifocals and stared critically at the huge brass nameplate over the glass entrance doors. Personnel Incorporated, in neat, modest lettering. Directly above the plate was a traveling neon sign, which informed the public in letters 6 feet tall that personnel can supply the man for any job. 75% of the personnel problems on the American continent are handled by personnel. Does your job seem boring lately? See personnel and be psychologically fitted for your work. Personnel can supply the man for any job. 75% of the small man looked at it for a minute and turned to his tall companion. "Tell me, Maxwell, why the 75? Why not 80 or 83? Maxwell glanced up at the sign. "If they do 76% or more of the business, they're a monopoly. It must pain Whiteford to have to hold himself down to only 75. "Whiteford?" Maxwell looked surprised. "You haven't heard of him? The newest boy wonder in the business world? He's the genius who runs this modern slave market." He looked at his watch. "And incidentally, he's also the guy we've got an appointment with in 5 minutes. They joined the crowd streaming up the wide granite steps and found themselves in the large entrance lobby, directly opposite the battery of ascending elevators. The small man approached the starter. Pardon me, but would you tell us what floor Personnel Incorporated is on?" The starter looked shocked. "Personnel ain't just on one floor, mister. It's the whole building. Who'd you want to see?" "We wanted to, that is, whoever's in—" The starter brushed him aside. "Step out of the way of the passengers, mister. Be with you in a second. Okay, lady, maid service and domestics is on the 31st floor.
Don't shove in the elevator, please. Next elevator, please." He turned back to the small man. "We got administration on the first floor. Second floor, automotive and transportation, assemblers, welders, painters, cushion upholsterers, sprayers, mock-up men, testers, and greasers. Third floor, electrical, solderers, cabinet workers, wirers, draftsmen, coil winders, and design experts. Next floor, entertainers, everything from acrobats to zither players and concert artists. Fifth,
"We want to see Whiteford," Maxwell cut in impatiently. The starter looked impressed.
"The chief, eh? Administration's on the first floor, like I told you, mister. Straight down to the end of the corridor and to your left. You can't miss it."
He had a second thought and turned and shouted after them.
"If you want a job, general employment's on the second corridor to your right."
"Think this will do any good?" the small man asked, mopping the sweat off his bald head.
"We don't have any choice. We've got to try it."
Maxwell pushed open one of the double-swinging doors marked Office of the President. They walked into the outer fringes of a whirlpool of noise and bedlam, rivaling that of a stock exchange or a grain pit in the middle of the harvesting season. The room covered more than an acre, with 90% of the floor space devoted to adding machines, typewriters, tabulators, collators, sorters, key punches, automatic alphabetizers, and the other 10% to their operators. A battery of sorters on their left digested stacks of small white cards and spewed forth more stacks of them into waiting hoppers. On their right, the nearest of 3 switchboard operators smiled a weak greeting and turned back to her board. "Personnel Incorporated, National Carbide and Carbon. Just a moment, please. I'll connect you with the President's office. Personnel Incorporated, Chrysler Corporation. That's the automotive division, extension 2214. Personnel Incorporated, Shanghai Importing Company. I believe our sales division can furnish you with the men, extension 230. She turned to the small man. "The monster's office is that glass enclosure down there." She pointed to a glassed-in office at the end of the room. "And while there, tell him he'll have to get some more help for the switchboard." She mopped her forehead with a soggy handkerchief. "It's more than we can handle." The center of the whirlpool was the glassed-in office with the name Whiteford on the door, nothing else. Whiteford himself, neatly dressed in a business suit with creases sharp enough to shave with, was sitting behind half an acre of mahogany desk. He was young, about 30, with the healthy and slightly overfed look of a graduated college halfback. Maxwell decided he didn't like him. He looked like a character who exuded confidence like perspiration. Whiteford didn't bother looking up, but continued barking into the intercom. "Lyons, about the Amazon Valley deal. Fly in 3,000 semi-skilled next week. Get 'em housed in Quonset huts and make arrangements with a coast concern for shipments of fresh fruits and vegetables for the central kitchen." He paused. "Better call in the bug experts to liquidate the mosquitoes instead of spending the money for netting and anti-malaria. Cheaper in the long run." He took time out to gulp some pills from a bottle and wash them down with water from a desk-side tap. "Just a quick lunch," he apologized. His voice was brisk. "What can I do for you?" The small man gestured to himself and his companion. "I'm George Berger, director of the experimental division at Atlantic Motors. And this is Frank Maxwell. He's with the government. We have something important we'd like to discuss." "Be glad to." Whiteford looked at his watch. "For about 4 minutes. I have an engagement at 11. As you were saying, Mr. Bircher?" The small man winced. "Berger, we need—" A secretary came in on the run. "Call for you from London, Mr. Whiteford, about dredging the Thames. A man—" "I'll take it out there in a moment, Miss Hancock." "To pilot—" The phone rang. "A rocket." "IBM? Call me back in half an hour." "To the—" Whiteford flipped the intercom switch. "Tell the man from General Motors we'll be able to supply the gear specialist, Miss Hancock." "Moon." Whiteford glanced at his watch again and frowned. Really, Berger, I'm a very busy man. You'll have to cut it short." Maxwell shouldered past Berger and leaned possessively on Whiteford's desk, his jaw an inch from Whiteford's own. "It so happens that what concerns Atlantic Motors vitally concerns the government, Whiteford. We'd appreciate it if you could stretch that generosity of yours and give us 5 minutes of your undivided attention. After all, we did have an appointment." Whiteford turned off the intercom and leaned back in his swivel chair, his fingers tapping nervously on the chair arm. "Sorry, Maxwell, but keeping the organization running keeps me on the hump." "Like it kept the slavers of the 18th century on the hump," Maxwell growled. Whiteford's eyebrow shot up. Personnel Incorporated was founded on one of the most obvious needs of our civilization, Maxwell. With the expansion of production after the First Atomic War, the demand for personnel, and increasing labor management difficulties, it was obvious that dozens of little employment agencies and company employment divisions were only hampering manufacturing facilities. A single, centralized bureau was needed. Personnel Incorporated filled that need. From myself on down, everybody who's been handled by personnel has been psychologically tested for their job, which means strikes and walkouts have been cut to a minimum. Modern civilization would be impossible without personnel, Maxwell. But that's water over the dam. He nodded to Berger. "You have a personnel problem?" "That's why I came here," Berger said testily. "As you may know, Mr. Whiteford, Atlantic Motors has constructed a rocket to make the first flight to the moon. We need a pilot for that rocket." Whiteford looked bored. All the Sunday supplements have carried articles about the AM rocket. As for the pilot, there are thousands of men in this country alone who are probably qualified for the job. To find one would be routine, I should think. It's somewhat more complicated than picking a pilot out of a hat, Mr. Whiteford. Not just any pilot will do. There are, of course, certain technical qualifications, but there are more important ones than that. Our man would have to be perfect mentally. No nervousness, neurosis, streaks of instability, or anything of the sort. We could hardly trust $75 million worth of rocket to a man who wasn't sound physically and mentally. I take it you couldn't find any. Berger shook his head. Where does the government come in? The government is naturally interested in rockets, Maxwell said. It's rumored the Russians aren't far behind us. At any rate, without a pilot, the rocket is useless. And the government has been unsuccessful too? Maxwell hesitated. As a matter of fact, we found a pilot. At least we thought we had. He piloted the first rocket that was sent. One flight has been attempted before. From what little evidence we can gather, it appears he deliberately crashed the rocket on the moon. Why? Maxwell shrugged. Off his trolley, I suppose. That's reason number one for our qualifications being so high. I frankly don't think you can find one, Berger added nastily. Atlantic Motors has tried for months with no success. Personnel Incorporated is not Atlantic Motors, Berger, Whiteford said sarcastically. We've never failed. Never failed. He repeated it like a liturgy. We don't intend to fail now. Come back in a week and we'll have your man. Just like the Royal Canadian Mounted, Maxwell muttered. When they had gone, Whiteford flipped the switch of the intercom. Miss Hancock, cancel my appointment with the directors of AT&T. Call in the company psychologists to prepare a personnel test. Contact Haskins at our London office and Schubert in Paris and tell them we intend to launch a campaign for rocket pilots immediately. Examination papers for applicants will be forwarded at once. Notify our other branch offices to the same effect. All on the QT, you understand. And Miss Hancock, have the psychologists test our advertising for confidence appeal. A representative of Atlantic Motors just implied we couldn't supply them with help. Those cards represent exactly 250,342 applicants, Whiteford said proudly, gesturing to stacks of tabulating cards by the sorting machine. Berger looked mildly surprised. All of them qualified to be the pilot? Whiteford smiled indulgently. Probably only a small portion, several thousand or so. Each hole punched in the card represents either the applicant's physical condition, his technical knowledge, or answers to carefully phrased questions which will reveal his mental state. The sorting machine here, he patted the mechanical monster at his side, has been set to sort out only those cards that meet with the qualifications the company's psychologists have set up. I have arranged this demonstration to show the efficiency of the corporation. We have quite a reputation for fulfilling contracts. He shot a glance at Berger. We'll run through this large stack here, applicants from England first. Maxwell pointed curiously to a small pile. Where's that stack from? Whiteford glanced at it casually. That stack was forwarded from our branch office in Hindustan. Some Indians make darn good pilot material. He inserted part of the stack of cards from England into the chute of the machine and started it up. There was a slow snick, snick, snick as the cards passed through the intricate system of metal fingers that would separate the sheep from the goats, or, in this case, the pilots from the remainder of the applicants. The chute emptied, and no cards had been tossed out into the acceptance hopper. No luck, eh? Maxwell couldn't help grinning. Whiteford frowned. We've just started. 2 hours later, the entire stack of cards, including the stack from Hindustan, had been run through. The acceptance hopper was still empty. Whiteford was in his shirt sleeves, beads of sweat dripping unnoticed off the tip of his nose. I can't understand, he muttered. I can't believe. Miss Hancock, call in Dr. Burroughs. When the doctor had showed up, Whiteford pointed to the cards lying in heaps on the floor. Not a one qualified. Not a single one. Why, Burroughs? Burroughs hemmed and hawed and finally decided to risk it. Well, that's, not too hard to understand. Unfortunately, the majority of applicants were nothing more than, if you'll pardon me, crackpots, the kind who will volunteer for anything. Most of them lacked the technical knowledge. Those who had it either failed the physical or were, again, mentally unstable. Only slightly in most cases, but enough so there was a danger of it becoming pronounced while in the rocket. Those who might have qualified weren't interested. Why not? The pay was good. Let me pose a question. What entirely sane man would volunteer, for any amount of money, to pilot a plutonium engine rocket around the moon and back? Whiteford looked blank. In other words, personnel can't supply the man. Is that it? Maxwell interrupted. Burroughs spread his hands in an expansive gesture. Well, now, I wouldn't say that. Someplace there must be a man. Whiteford turned and went into his office, slamming the door behind him. They could see him collapse into his swivel chair. Well, what do you suppose came over him? Berger gasped. I suppose that God has finally found a stone he couldn't lift, Maxwell murmured. Whiteford kneaded his knuckles and stared morosely out the window. From time to time his hand strayed to the intercom, and then he'd snap it back. He'd been sitting that way for 2 hours. For 2 hours, the gigantic cogs of Personnel Incorporated had been stopped by a grain of sand, or at least so it seemed. Suddenly his hand lashed out, and he flipped the intercom switch. Would you please come here a minute, Miss Hancock? Yes, Mr. Whiteford? Do you think you could run Personnel Incorporated while I'm away? Well, I hardly think I'm capable. You're not, Whiteford said dryly, but you're more capable than anyone else that's here. You'll assume my duties until I return. He paused at the door. In case anyone asks, I'll be gone for a month. Berger wrung his hands nervously. Only a half hour until takeoff time, Mr. Whiteford. I think we've thought of everything. You realize that your position on the rocket actually is only the safety factor of the rocket itself. And, of course, an observer is preferable. First-hand accounts of human reactions on board the rocket will be invaluable. You've been drilled for 2 weeks in your duties on board, the listing of meter readings in the logbook, a careful diary of your own physiological reactions, etc., and, naturally, what to do in case of an emergency. Of course, the chances are several million to 1 of anything actually going wrong with the rocket. Oh, yes, the pictures of the first rocket flight. The film actually doesn't show much, but it might be of interest. Whiteford followed him to the small projection room. The camera was tracked by radar, Berger exclaimed. We can follow the rocket all the way. I'll speed up the action a little. The pinpoint of light on the screen leaped ahead, and in a few moments the pock-marked face of the moon came into view. Berger slowed the action down to normal. The tiny tadpole of light swam closer to the moon. Suddenly, it swerved, and in a moment there was a tiny burst of light on one of the craters, and the screen went blank. The crash, eh? Berger nodded. You can still back out, you know. You can, up until the moment you step inside the rocket.
Don't be silly, Whiteford snorted. They went out to the landing field.
Incidentally, Mr. Whiteford, you'll find a small cabinet on board with various books, puzzles, and whatnot for your leisure hours. They've been scientifically selected for your type of personality. Berger smiled faintly. In fact, you'll discover that the pilot has been provided for very well, considering weight limitations and all. Practically every possible occurrence has been provided for. I'm sure you'll experience no difficulty on the flight. Whiteford nodded absently. Just be sure and tell Maxwell that Personnel Incorporated can always supply the man. Always. Inside the cabin, Whiteford methodically went through the takeoff preparations he had practiced during the previous 2 weeks. He gave the chronometer, synchronized to start with the takeoff, a quick inspection, and turned to the meters on the instrument panel. He quickly went over the small control board that would permit him to make deviations and corrections in the ship's course of as much as 5 degrees, and checked the Geiger counter apparatus, which emitted a faint burp as a stray cosmic ray hit it. The counter was designed to warn against stray radiation from the engines, but the chances were 10 million to 1 that there would be any, Berger had said. He flicked through the pages of the ship's log and idly noted the entry pages for meter readings and observations. Against the rear bulkhead of the small cabin was a hammock-like affair, suspended by coil springs. He punched the hammock casually. It would serve to cushion the effects of acceleration at the takeoff, and as a bunk for the pilot for the rest of the trip. Near it, and almost a part of the deck, was a food locker. There was a small spigot at the top that served as a water tap for the tank below. Around the top of the cabin, there was a series of small ports of steel-strong plastic, permitting an outside view. The ports were currently closed with steel overlap caps. He looked down at his watch. 2 minutes until takeoff. He strapped himself in the hammock and bounced once or twice to test the springs. They hardly gave it all under his efforts. They were designed to give way under the acceleration of 8 or 9 Gs. The hammock and the skin-tight pilot suit were supposed to keep him together under the crushing weight of acceleration, at which time he'd be like jelly in a mold. A light sweat sprung out on his forehead. If something went wrong with the apparatus, they could scrape him off the rear bulkhead like a pancake off a hot griddle. He hadn't thought of that before. Not only that, but how about radiation from the engines? Shielded, of course, but even the best engineers could sometimes... Good God, how did he ever get... There was a sudden surge of the ship, and the springs holding the hammock stretched as easy as a dime-store rubber band. He felt his weight double and triple. His breath came in tight little gasps, as if a sorting machine had been dumped on his chest. The weight kept increasing, and the cabin started to spin. Little black dots danced around the edges of his area of vision and gradually covered it. He felt like he was smothering in a dark black pit. Maxwell's face flashed at him out of the darkness.
"Always supply the man, eh?" it sneered.
Hands appeared before the face and dropped application cards until they fluttered in front of it like snow. The snow cleared, and he could see prim Miss Hancock coming toward him. A suddenly alluring Miss Hancock, sans glasses and most everything else. He had a faint impression of being shocked. The image faded, and he saw himself being chased down the boulevard by a group of animated tabulating machines. He made it to the personnel building and made a dash for the elevator. Instead of going up, the elevator went down, faster, faster. He felt the bottom of the elevator drop away from under him, and he floated in the air, vainly kicking at the walls. Whiteford opened his eyes slowly. The hammock quivered a little on the springs, but they were no longer stretched. The chronometer read 5 minutes since takeoff. He unstrapped and tried to get out of the hammock. An instant later, he found himself floating at about the same level as the hammock, not touching the deck. A fragment of a dream about an elevator touched his mind, and it suddenly occurred to him that he was falling faster than he had fallen before. He closed his eyes, which promptly made it worse. He was falling hundreds of miles to Earth. An image formed in his mind of the ship entering the atmosphere, the screaming of the tortured air, the heating of the metallic shell from friction until it glowed a cherry red, roasting its occupant to a blackened cinder. He screamed, and the sound of his own voice brought him back to sanity. The sensation of falling was what he should expect from weightlessness. It was like being in the elevator he had imagined that kept going faster and faster until it fell away from beneath him. He kept his mind on the concept with an effort. He managed to control his imagination, but his nervous system kept sending the impulses which screamed that he was falling. He clutched at the hammock in a sudden wave of nausea. The feeling didn't leave him, and he closed his eyes and vomited. It was amazingly easy to do. In free flight, gravity no longer helped in holding down his meal. He was in the middle of an agonizing attack of what any sailor would recognize as the dry heaves before he managed to gain control of his knotted stomach muscles. The hammock served as a point of orientation, and he dragged himself onto it and buried his face in the canvas. He tried not to feel anything or hear anything or think anything. He had lain like that for a long time when he felt something brush his face. He opened his eyes and saw a few little spheroids of matter floating in the cabin. He batted idly at one with a free hand, and it immediately broke up into smaller spheroids, which drifted apart from each other. He groaned. It had been a mistake to vomit. Whether he liked it or not, his next duty would have to be to gather up all the spheroids and stuff them into the disposal chute. He found a rubberized bag in the medicine kit and went after the spheroids much in the same way a little boy catches butterflies. When he had finished the unpleasant task of collecting the spheroids, he glanced over at the chronometer. It read some 50 minutes since the beginning of the trip. Time to begin his tour of duty. He took the logbook and made his round of the meters and jotted down their readings. Under personal reactions, he jotted down sick, steady and unremitting feeling of nausea. 10 minutes later, he had accomplished his duties for the next 8-hour period. That left only, 14 days going, same time returning. He had left only 27 days and 23 hours before he'd see Earth again. 27 days and 23 hours of sheer hell. Things, unpleasant things, seemed to pile up on him. He had suffered from migraine headaches before, but nothing like he did now. It was easier for his heart to pump blood to his head, and the minute enlargement of the blood vessels in his head caused splitting pains to shoot through it. He had noticed the headaches shortly after he had attempted to look through one of the ports. Not that they weren't there before. He had been too busy vomiting to take note of them. The ports were a fiasco in themselves. The practically solid beams of light coming through had blinded him temporarily, even when he wore sunglasses, enough to show him that sightseeing and human observation were out of the question. And mixed in with all of these were the difficulties of getting around the small compartment. He could kick himself around, inasmuch as he was weightless in free flight, but the piping and equipment in the compartment turned it into a hazardous obstacle course. He nearly broke his arm once, trying to stop from running into a bulkhead. And there were other things, embarrassing things, or, considering he was alone in the compartment, just mildly annoying things. After trying to look through the ports, he pushed back to the hammock and lay down. He could just as easily have rested, floating in the air, but the hammock was a great mental aid. He tried to keep his mind blank, but snatches of thought kept running through it. Today was Friday on Earth. About time for the evening meal. Fried perch and scalloped potatoes. He groaned again. Nowhere on the examinations they had made out for the applicants was there a question asking if the prospect was susceptible to space sickness. Whiteford lay on the hammock and thought about what it had been like on Earth a few hours before. It would be near quitting time and the 5 o'clock rush just beginning. Most people would be going home to a hearty dinner. He skipped that, and then a quiet evening with the television, or perhaps a ringside table at any of the local night spots where he used to entertain clients. There would be the many little tables with the clean white tablecloths, and the neat arrangement of polished silver, the glasses filled to the brim with sparkling clear water. He rolled his tongue around the inside of his mouth. It felt like fur. Sparkling clear water might be just what he needed. A few sips of ice water and a cold, wet rag on his face would work wonders. Clear, cool, gushing water. He had to have water. He rolled out of the hammock and dove for the water tap. A split second later, he remembered his first accident and twisted frantically in the air, trying to slow his momentum. He grabbed for some pipes that threaded through the cabin, missed, and hit the water tap butt first. The plastic panels at the front splintered and broke, and the tiny aluminum tubing, scientifically designed to deliver water under conditions of free flight, bent and crumpled. Whiteford felt wet. He turned and grimly surveyed the demolished water tap. A few drops of water floated lazily, tantalizingly in the air. He had to have water. A kit near the food locker yielded some cooking utensils and an old-fashioned can opener, one end of which might serve as a crude lever. He had to wedge himself between the tap and the bulkhead to get leverage to pry with. Otherwise, a hearty twist only resulted in his body turning a slow circle in the air. The tubes didn't straighten very easily. Finally, the can opener broke, a loss that didn't become immediately apparent. He grabbed the pipes with his hands and heaved outward. They bent. He heaved again, and they bent still more. On the third heave, he felt a slight pain in his side. He was exerting quite a bit of effort which on Earth would have made him sweat and his heart pump faster. He was sweating now, but his heart wasn't only pumping faster, it was racing. He grasped the pipes harder for a final effort. With a brittle snap, one of the connections burst and a few drops of water sprayed out at him. He didn't notice. He was holding his sides in pain while his heart took off like a racehorse. The veins in his wrists swelled to the size of lead pencils, and he could feel the throbbing pulse of blood. He floated stiffly in the air, half paralyzed by sudden fear. When the pumping had slowed down, he turned his attention back to the battered pipes. He straightened one of them out, being careful not to overexert himself. and used it to suck the water through. The water was clear and cold, but tasted a little of metal. It refreshed him, and he began to think of something to go with it. Whether he felt like eating or not, it was obviously going to be necessary. It wasn't too bad so far. He could take the headaches and the nausea if he had to. There were other things, though. Fear of what might happen. Meteorites, for one thing. Chances of this ship colliding with a speck of dust were 10 million to 1 against it. But still, he went to the food locker and broke out a small electric hot plate, a skillet, and a dozen eggs. The skillet was a little flatter than an ordinary one, with a hinged cover to keep the contents in. It wasn't pleasant to think about. The ship, a drifting derelict, riddled and airless, with his body frozen as hard as stone, floating on the inside. What rubbish! Let's see. A 1-kilogram meteorite with a velocity of 10 miles a second hitting the hull probably fuse a section of it. 10 miles, 16 kilometers a second. Approximately 5 minutes later, he was trying to coax an egg, floating sedately in midair into it. He'd have the affair around it, hurriedly close the lid, and watch the air forced out from between the skillet and the lid push the egg away. A 1-kilogram meteorite at that speed could fuse about 15 kilograms of hull, about 33 pounds, enough to... The trick was to close the lid slowly. With that accomplished, he discovered that grease wouldn't stay in the bottom of the skillet. Finally, he filled the skillet with water and poached the egg. Vaporized a section of the hull big enough so he could poke his fist through it. With a velocity of 100 miles a second, there probably wouldn't be enough left of the ship to identify. He dumped the egg into the disposal chute. He had lost his appetite. Read the meters, list the readings in the logbook. Note any changes between consecutive readings. Test the air, note the humidity. Read the meters, list the readings in the logbook. Note the... oh, hell. He knew the order by heart as it was. Under personal reaction, he wrote, "Damn sick and tired of it. 10 days to go before halfway mark." He flipped the switch that cut the light circuit and floated lazily in the dark. It was peaceful and quiet, and his eyes closed in sleep. Tick, tick, tick. He jerked awake. What the hell? Tick, 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 tick. It sounded a little faster now. Tick, 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 tick. The ticking swelled to a roar and then subsided to a gentle, purring tick, tick, tick. He crouched there in the dark, straining for the sound, wondering what it was. It almost sounded like a slow-motion tabulator. The Geiger counter. His heart skipped and a cold sweat broke out on his skin. There was a counter on board to warn against stray radiation. Not that there would be any. The Cameron-Smith energy converters were shielded so thoroughly that not even a single stray particle could get through. They were supposed to, that is. Was it possible that the engineers could have slipped up? Pictures of the survivors of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, hideous with radiation keloids, flashed into his mind. A news story about radiation poisoning gibbered in the back of his imagination. Tick, 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 tick. Sterility. He flipped the light switch and floated over to the counter readings on the instrument panel. The row of tiny lights splashed rapidly in succession, and the counter added another digit. Stray radiation. Stray. It came to him then. For a moment he had forgotten that the counter was apt to read high, due to the increase in cosmic ray radiation once outside the atmosphere of the Earth. He laughed weakly. What a thing to forget. Something snickered in the back of his mind. Yeah, what a thing to forget. And how will you tell whether the counter is reading stray radiation from the converters or the increase in cosmic rays? The engineers never make mistakes, though. Never? Well, hardly ever. The question of adequate shielding of the converters haunted him continuously. By the 6th day out, Whiteford had become accustomed to the life in the cabin. He took it easy getting about and kept up with the business of the ship. By splitting the day into segments, as on Earth, he managed to keep up a fairly normal routine. 16 hours on duty and about 8 for sleeping, although sleeping wasn't too easy. He was rarely physically tired and made the mistake of trying to force himself to sleep. By the 6th evening, he had developed into a first-rate insomniac. And by the 6th evening, he was aware that the job of pilot was one of sheer boredom. It was a dull routine with nothing to break the monotony but worry. There was no radio, no television, no telephone to shatter the silence. The first day or so he had whistled and sung to himself. Now he hated the sound of his own voice. He floated disgustedly in the hammock. He had read the meters. He had listed the readings in the logbook. He had noted the changes between consecutive readings. He had tested the air and noted the humidity. He had listed his own physiological reactions from acne to watering eyes. He had cleaned and loaded the automatic cameras, all of which took about 1 hour out of every 24. He threaded his way over to the locker containing the books and games Berger had mentioned. Odd that he hadn't thought of it before. This was more like it. Everything was designed to appeal to the business-minded type of man, which was all to the good. He picked up the thin books printed on India paper to conserve weight and frowned. One of them was almost a text on finance. Ordinarily, if he could have curled up in an easy chair with nothing around to bother him, he'd be interested. The other book he had read before. That left one, and 15 minutes later he discovered that he couldn't concentrate. His eyes bothered him, and the type blurred. He was a little too sick to drum up interest in a book. He went back to the cabinet and got out a popular parlor game. It was designed so that one person could play at it. The game itself was simple, based on a combination of finance and mathematics. The object was to corner all the real estate on the board and break the bank. It provided an hour of amusement. After that, he discovered he always won. The board was too simple. He had memorized the exact sequence of moves to win the game every time. The remaining game was a complicated 3-dimensional chess set. This he discarded even sooner. He couldn't win at all. He fell back on a deck of cards and tried to play solitaire, but the cards were too slick, and their weight wouldn't hold them down anymore. He would manage to arrange them in neat rows and then accidentally jar them, and they would go skidding off through the cabin. He finally tore the pack in two with disgust and spent the rest of the day picking up the pieces from the various corners where he had thrown them. His nerves were fraying rapidly. He couldn't shave, and he couldn't shower. The air was dry, a little too dry, and he began to itch, a vague, annoying sensation that shifted over his body. And the cabin smelled. The air purifiers worked to satisfaction as far as the meters were concerned, but the odor of unwashed humanity still clung to the cabin. He had a hunch it would get worse as time went on. He no longer bothered to prepare full meals for himself. He was too tired. He didn't want to go to the effort. He didn't feel hungry anyways. He ended up by nibbling on cold meats and bread at idle moments. With the change in diet, his face broke out in large, ugly splotches that bothered him considerably. Among other things, the diet he had been originally supplied with had been designed to avoid just that. If he had kept on the original diet, if he had the energy to prepare a full meal, If he didn't feel so damned sick. If only that had been taken into consideration. The steady, irritating ticking of the Geiger counter worried him constantly. He could never be sure that the ticking was entirely innocent. He grew to have a superstitious dread of the rear bulkhead that stood between the cabin and converters. He unconsciously avoided it, keeping to the front of the cabin as much as possible. Little noises startled him. If an occasional drop of water happened to collide with him in the cabin, it sent him into a raving fury. Blood pressure be damned. He even derived a certain grim amusement from it, thinking of the times he had laughed at the typical picture of the apoplectic businessman. On the 8th day, when making the check of the instrument panel, he noticed that the panel on the board reading Manual Control was lit. The one marked Automatic was out. In the middle of the board was the face of an oscilloscope, with two hairlines intersecting at the middle. A small red dot, representing the rocket, should have been set exactly at the intersection. It wasn't. It was at the bottom of the scope, almost off the face altogether. To hell with all engineers, he snarled to himself. He would have to jockey the dot back to the center before the automatic controls would take over again. If he failed, the rocket would be hopelessly off course, a tiny wanderer in space. The auxiliary chemical rockets, allowing for 2-degree corrections in the line of flight, would have to be used. They consisted of 4 sets at right angles to each other around the hull. By jockeying between them, he should be able to work the ship back. He pressed the key for firing the portside jets. The next moment, he felt himself hurled from his position and thrown against the left-hand bulkhead. The cabin exploded into a pinwheel of stars that quickly faded into blackness. His head hurt, and something that felt very much like oozing blood was sticking his eyelids together. He wrenched them open and rubbed his head with his hands, then wiped the stickiness off on the pilot suit. It was blood, flowing from a cut in his scalp. Judging from the cabin, he had lost quite a bit, but the cut was of secondary importance. He clawed his way back to the oscilloscope. The spot on the face had moved way over to the other side of the scope. He braced himself into position so that the sudden acceleration wouldn't affect him again. He pressed the key very lightly again and waited for the dot to shift. Sweat collected on his nose and stayed there. He shook his head, and a spatter of drops flew off. The dot on the scope shifted too much. He felt weak. This was going to be a precision job. The slightest pressure on the firing stud might prove to be too much again. He'd have to jockey it back and forth until, by sheer luck, he hit the center of the scope. He could do it, but it would take time. 5 hours later, a worn-out, nervous Whiteford left the control panel and drifted wearily over to the hammock. He was dead tired, so tired he couldn't sleep. It was the 13th day out. A floating drop of water brushed lightly past Whiteford. He batted at it, swore, and began to cry. A peculiar sobbing that shook his whole body. He blubbered for 10 minutes. He was sick and hungry. The cut on his head began to fester, and his whole head throbbed with pain. There was a first aid kit in the cabin, but he felt too weak to get it. His beard itched, and his body felt slimy. Sweat didn't drop off, but stuck and spread over his skin until it formed a thin coating. Just a poor little lamb who was lost in space. Ha ha ha. The tune slipped into his mind, and at the end he laughed with the chorus. He couldn't stop laughing. It built up to a hysterical roar that left him shaking silently in the hammock. Oh, Whiteford had a spaceship, its hull as white as snow. But every time he pressed the stud, the ship refused to go. That was hilariously funny, too. He was sick, he was tired, he was dirty. He hadn't had enough energy or ambition to fill in the log books for the last 2 days. Besides, who gave a damn? He was just the stupid jerk who piloted the thing. What did it matter if he got killed in the attempt? My rocket started out for the star-spangled void. My rocket started out in great haste. But the G's were far too many for me, and I stuck to the bulkhead like paste. Berger and Maxwell had sent a rocket as far as the moon, hadn't they? He was sick. He didn't care whether he lived or died. He was a sucker, a dope, a sick dope who wished to hell it was all over. The moon was close now. If he waited until he got just a little closer and then pressed the port side firing stud, he could wreck their blessed rocket. Sir Berger and Maxwell right. As for himself, he was so sick of the whole thing that death would come as a relief. That's what he'd do. My Bonnie, my Bonnie, my Bonnie so true. Do you think you will miss me if I die in the blue? Sea day for crack-up day. He put his thumb on the key and allowed himself 5 extra seconds of gloating. The company would have a tough time sending a wreath to his funeral. The company. Who in hell would run Personnel Incorporated if he failed to return? He nodded his head thoughtfully, faintly surprised that he hadn't thought of it before. Who would run the company? He was the only one who knew how. He was the company. He had practically raised it all by himself to where it was now. He took his thumb off the key. And what would happen to the company's reputation if he failed to come back? That meant that their slogan no longer held, that they hadn't found the man for the job. And he hadn't kidded about the mottos. They had been capable of finding a man to do any job, even this one. Not just to go out on a job, to do a job. He had a sudden vision of Maxwell shouting gleefully, "I told you so. Personnel can't supply the man." 5 minutes later, he hardly remembered his desire to crash the ship. He thought fleetingly of the movie showing the crack-up of the first ship. Something pretty much the same as had happened to him must have happened to the pilot on the first flight. He shuddered and kicked his way over to the first aid kit. The next day, the ship began the long, smooth curve that would carry it around the moon, and on the last leg of the journey. Whiteford went to the panel board and pressed the key, releasing the steel porthole caps. He pressed the key again, and when they still didn't move, realized they were stuck. It wouldn't be hard to find the trouble, but it wasn't worth the effort. He didn't give a damn whether he saw the moon or not. He drifted back to the hammock and went into an almost coma state, staring dully at the overhead. He lay that way until time came for his next round of readings. 2,000 miles out from Earth, the ship started the first of a dozen trips around the Earth that would slow it down for a landing. 500 miles up, the ship entered the first tenuous wisps of atmosphere. 100 miles up, the air was screaming past the ship, and the hull began to get warm. 10 miles up, Whiteford jettisoned the rocket tubes and engine over the Atlantic Ocean. At the same time, he released the double-duty nylon parachute attached to the cabin. Inside, Whiteford had begun to experience discomfort as his weight returned. It was an effort to move around, and his heartbeat seemed sluggish. His stomach sagged heavily, and he thought wistfully of a gentleman's girdle. Water bubbled merrily from the broken water pipes and splashed unheeded on the deck. The cabin thudded on something soft, and Whiteford crawled to the hatch and opened it. The ship was floating on a large body of water. Waves slapped cheerfully against the hull, and overhead a few startled gulls cawed angrily. A cool gust of fresh air blew in. Whiteford hauled himself erect and stripped off the pilot suit. He stood nude in the opening, inhaling the air in greedy gulps. It smelled as clean and cool as the conditioned air in his office at Personnel Incorporated. "Ahoy there!" There was a boat a few feet from the hatch. "Coming aboard!" They drifted closer, and one of the men in the boat grabbed the ladder by the hatchway. 5 men and a woman tumbled aboard. "The Coast Guard at your—" "I'm from the Daily News World, Mr. Whiteford. I wonder—" "You must have been simply thrilled." Berger's bald head pushed itself forward. "How did the moon look to you, Mr. Whiteford?" Whiteford had to think a little. "Come to think of it, I never saw it." There was a dead silence. "Oh, it's all on the films the automatic cameras shot. I wasn't too much interested myself." The reporters frowned in disappointment, but tried again. "What do you intend to do now that you're back? Do the town? Go on a fishing trip?" Whiteford looked at them as if they had crawled out from under a rock. "Nonsense," he snarled. "I'll get back to my office, of course." Maxwell looked at the president of personnel approvingly. "I honestly didn't think you could do it. Once I heard that you had gone—" He paused and fumbled with his pipe. "Pretty tough, wasn't it?" Whiteford knocked the ash off his cigarette and reached for the bottle of pills on his desk. "I wouldn't say so," he said expansively. "Just a matter of being fitted for the job." Maxwell inspected his fingernails. "You didn't take the examinations your own outfit rigged up. Any particular reason?" Whiteford looked annoyed. "I was technically qualified, engineering course in college. As for the rest, I successfully piloted the ship, which should establish something on that score." Maxwell twirled his hat self-consciously. A half-smile played on his lips. "Oh, sure, absolutely." He tamped his pipe. "You know, it's hard to visualize anybody wanting to go to the moon. It must be, well, some terrific drive that makes them do it." Whiteford stared at him suspiciously. "What are you getting at?" Maxwell looked innocent and gave an exaggerated shrug. "Why, nothing. Nothing at all. It's just that it seems so unusual that you couldn't find a qualified man, a completely normal man who wanted to go." The temperature in the room dropped 30 degrees. "Implying," Whiteford said icily, "that I'm not quite sane?" Maxwell stood up and chuckled. "Exactly. Hasn't it occurred to you that the qualifications you set up for a pilot were all wrong? When has a completely normal man ever succeeded at anything that was a little difficult? Why did you succeed? Because you're just a shade neurotic. Because you've got a streak of monomania in you. It's what built up Personnel Incorporated. It's what got you to the moon and back. Hell, Whiteford, after this, when we want pilots, we'll just run your characteristics on the sorter and pick them out that way." Whiteford glared at him, and for a moment Maxwell felt sorry. He had pushed a big man off a pedestal. He had punctured an ego. Suddenly, Whiteford grinned self-consciously. "Maybe you've got a point there. I never thought of it that way." Maxwell started for the door and paused, his hand on the knob. The look he gave Whiteford was one of sudden admiration. "There's something else, too. Something that it takes to send a man to the moon and back, and something you can't measure on an IBM machine." He paused. "It takes courage. A hell of a lot of it."
This has been Wanted, One Sane Man. Lost Sci-Fi Short Stories from the 1940s, 50s, and 60s. Book 37. Written by Frank M. Robinson. Narrated by Scott Miller. Please visit lostsci-fi.com for more information on our growing library of science fiction audiobooks. Copyright and production copyright 2022 by Scott Miller. Sleigh Ride. Lost Sci-Fi Short Stories from the 1940s, 50s, and 60s. Book 17. Written by Winston Marks. Narrated by Scott Miller. Frayne Lewis enjoyed another sadistic shiver as he moved up the narrow passageway to the captain's control room. To his flared nostrils, the warm, moist air of the small space freighter was still heavy with the smell of death. A psychiatrist could have told him that this was a neural confusion of olfactory sensation with the perverted emotional excitement of murder. But no physicians ever attended Frayne's murders, except at inquests. 3 crewmen, still warm, lay at their posts, with bloody splotches staining their tunic pockets. 2 more chores aboard, and his pay, fabulous pay, was earned. For Frayne, simple plans worked best. He rapped on the gray magnesium panel. "Your lunch, sir," he called. Inside, a solenoid thumped. The port slid aside, revealing the captain's square back, outlined against the white-sprinkled velvet of space. As the executive turned away from the transparent nose dome, Frayne's weapon spoke its final invitation to eternity. The captain's eyes clamped shut, and in the reduced gravity he buckled to the deck in slow motion. Then Frayne swore, as the dimly lighted astropit revealed another person. What was the navigator doing up here at this time of watch? The tall, uniformed second officer reacted, even as unbelieving horror swept his face. Shoving off from the bulkhead, Frayne dodged the officer's lunge with a quick sidestep, but the motion smashed the side of his curly head into a grip stanchion. His ears rang, and blood spurted from a forehead gash. In a cold rage, he watched his opponent recover and crouched for another spring. "Sucker, you could have died nice and easy. Now we shall see." With cruel deliberation, he slipped his finger off the trigger and waited for the spaceman's desperate dive. Up whipped the heavy-hand weapon in a short, vicious arc that splintered jawbone with an almost crisp, wood-snapping sound. Swiftly, Frayne secured the cabin door. Then he went about binding the unconscious navigator with parts of his own uniform. When he was through, he stood for a moment, trying to orient himself in the hemispherical room. He compared it to a chart sketch provided him on Earth before he had stowed away in his special supply crate. Piracy! The word hissed into the silence with a quality of unbelieving. Frayne swung and saw that his victim had regained his senses. "Yeah, piracy. Didn't think it could happen, did you? They told you space piracy was impossible, didn't they? You brutal, bestial, insane—" The navigator broke off as his smashed jaw moved, in spite of his gritted teeth. "Not insane, buddy. Just irritated. You caused me some trouble, see? I'm saving you, buddy." His hand came away from his face, palm out, and smeared with red. "I'm saving you for later." He moved surely now, the details of location well in mind. A low-placed locker, when open, spilled out the gleaming, metallized spacesuit, which was prop number 1 in this stage play. A little nervously, Frayne fumbled with the unfamiliar garment. The officer watched with dull eyes as the killer prepared to don it. How many men alive back there? Subtract 3. That leaves 18, doesn't it? And you can write them off as soon as I get these pajamas on. Don't spill the air! For the love of Jupiter, don't spill the air! You have the ship. Why murder us all? Orders. I don't make them. I just carry them out. For money. Big money. That's why I'm here. I'm reliable. Besides, your men might break out and pester me. They're locked in their quarters. You mean you're alone? I'm your man, spaceboy, Frayne said, with flat boastfulness. He caught up a strange webbed garment of nylon yarn. What do you call this fishnet? It was in the suit locker. You wouldn't know about that, you earthbound slug. We call it spaceman's underwear. Didn't your buddies tell you about it? Frayne shrugged, started to discard it, and changed his mind. Better put it on me, I guess. I suppose it's pretty cold when the air goes out. Through twisted, motionless lips, the navigator told him, "Very cold. Absolute cold. You won't live if you spill the air." Frayne said nothing. The spaceman watched the killer strip off his clothes, slip into the neck garment, and redress himself. Wool slacks snugged in at the ankles and belted tightly to a felt jacket with a tight, soft collar. Now he proceeded with the spacesuit. "With enough air, a man can live for weeks in one of these," Frayne lectured, to dispel a depressed feeling of confinement as he tugged the bulky space garment up and fastened it around his neck. "And I got plenty of air, see?" He uncoiled the length of silicon plastic hose and plugged one end into the bubble helmet, the other into the wall valve of the control cabin. "How do you intend to navigate this craft?" the officer asked with honest curiosity. After a moment's reflection, Frayne could see no reason to conceal the procedure. He felt like talking. He had often talked to his victims before, foolishly, perhaps, but his victims had never lived to repeat the conversations, nor would this one. "We'll be boarded in about 20 hours. They told me they couldn't trail too closely or your radar would have alerted you. They'll have their own crew to take over." "Suppose they don't show up at all?" the officer needled. "They will. Don't you worry your silly little head over that." "But if they don't?" the prostrate man insisted. "You know, when you blow the main valves, you can't close them again from the inside. You may have plenty of air for that suit, but how will you eat? Breathing is just one problem in a spacesuit." "They'll be here inside of 20 hours, I told you." "And you'll be dead." "Why?" "Because they double-crossed you good. Sure, they'll get the fattest cargo this can ever carried, but your share of it will be a shove outside. You'll be just as damn dead as I'll be." "How did they cross me up?" A ghost of a smile distorted the swollen face that had once been lean and handsome. "Find out," he said simply. In spite of himself, Frayne checked back on his procedure. Purposely or otherwise, could they have left out some essential step in order to reduce the number of splits on the cargo? He ticked off the steps of his project and could find no reasonable omission. Carefully, he fitted on the bubble, opened the oxygen valve, and made the meter read what they had told him. The hiss told him he was getting gas, but surprisingly, there was no perceptible motion of air in the helmet. Clever inlet baffles prevented the chilly drafts that had plagued pioneer spacemen with head colds and sneezes. He was sweating already, but, he reflected, it wouldn't do any harm to store up a little body heat against the hours of this absolute zero they talked about. He checked the chronometer, which he'd strapped to the wrist of his suit. "Right on time," he shouted, in order to be heard through the plastic bubble. His bulky hand paused clumsily on the master air outlet valve switch. He raised his other arm in a derisive farewell gesture. "Quick frozen space punks," he shouted. "Get them cheap from Frayne Lewis, wholesale triggerman." He laughed hoarsely as he jabbed the switch. The sound of air rushing from vents never intended to be opened in space screeched a shrill requiem, even through the thick-covered helmet. As the sound grew fainter, his suit bulged out and threw him off balance. He toppled over and landed face down on the dying navigator. For one grisly second, the swollen, contorted face with bulging eyes glared at him. Then he rolled away in a convulsed panic that ripped his air hose from its connection. The hiss stopped, and almost instantly his rapid respiration fouled the air of his tiny headspace. Frantic, mitted hands fought the slender hose back over the nipple, struggled with the safety clamp, and once again the sweet air dribbled into his lungs. He realized now there must have been an automatic valve in the air inlet, which had held his pressure until the connection was remade. With a trace of new respect for the breed of spacemen, he wondered about the poor fools who had suffered and died
to provide the improvements of this self-contained bit of Earth environment. He was now the only living speck of life on the desolated craft he had betrayed to the frigid airlessness of space. Frigid? The exertion had sweat running down his face so freely that his snug neckband was soaked already. His hand came up and wrapped the bubble in an unconscious, futile motion intended to rub out the salty sweat from his stinging eyes and tortured head wound. Strange. The cold was not penetrating at all. Even at the several points where his body and limbs made contact with the distended spacesuit, no sensation of coolness struck through. His feet were moist and hot on the heavy cork soles. He stared briefly at the two bodies near his feet. They were beyond explaining anything. The smell of death came back to his nostrils. Right through his helmet? There was no smell out there. The smell was in here, with him. Power of suggestion? The navigator had said he would die. Sure, a safe statement. Nobody lived forever. But he'd lived long enough to enjoy his cut of this little deal. His cut. The officer had said it would be a shove out into space. The death smell. His own death, perhaps. He laughed softly, and the sound of his voice thudded back to his ears like the intimate murmurings of a stethoscope. It was intimate in here. Every little whisper of breath he took rustled loudly. Deliberately, he cleared his throat and coughed. The sound was almost metallic. It hurt his ears. Mingled with the tepid moisture of his own breath was the faint odor of the powerful desiccant that ringed the base of the helmet. His eyes dropped to the row of tiny dials set just within eye range under his chin. Suit pressure, okay. Oxygen, okay. Humidity, the needle lay right on the red line. Well, when he stopped sweating from his scare, that should drop off. Body temperature, 101. 101? 98 plus, he remembered from upper school hygiene, was normal. Over 100 was not so good. Sit down, Frayne. Relax. Get your breathing slowed down. Cool off. He took the captain's comfortable chair before the low control panel. He stared out into the incredible blackness of space, out where not the tiniest diffusion from the starlight eased the utter darkness between constellations. Somewhere in the ship's electrical generation system, a moving part, brittle with the cold and contracted within its bearing, vibrated briefly and shattered. The control room twilight flared and died out into a shadowless night. Frayne had the sensation of being projected out among the stars. Loneliness pushed in on him. He realized, cynically, that even the two corpses had been better than this isolation. After a moment, his pupils expanded so widely that the stars seemed to grow larger, rushing in to meet the plunging spaceship. The luminous needles and dial faces of his helmet instruments became glaring little lanterns. Everything normal except humidity, slightly over the red line, and temperature. Temperature, 102.5, he read. He wished fervently that he hadn't put on that last garment. Spaceman's underwear, it was called. Or maybe it would have been better to... An uneasy thought crept into the back of his head, and he strained his smarting eyes down at the temperature gauge. In only a minute or two, it had advanced 1/10 of a degree to 102.6. Now his breath rasped more rapidly as he gasped more oxygen. Pressure was down slightly. He moved to the valve and adjusted it. On an impulse, he opened it wide for a second. The pressure needle pegged, his ears popped, but no coolness came from the baffled intake. He normalized the pressure again. The hose must be double-walled, he thought. The air should have at least had the coolness of its own expansion. He wiggled inside his sweat-sopping clothes. Why didn't the perspiration dry off and cool him? The answer came with uncomfortable clarity. Where could the body moisture go? Where, for that matter, could the body heat go? Temperature, 102.9. Frayne Lewis was no coward, but his hands began plucking nervously at the spacesuit. The previously tough folds of shiny, impermeable fabric were now distended into rock-like rigidity. He stood up suddenly, and his feet squished in his sandals. The sweat was a puddle up over his toes. He was getting weak and thirsty, very thirsty. He felt he must have no more water in him. He stood in a trance-like state for minutes, staring blindly into the heavens. His mind wouldn't work right. He hurt. He itched. He craved water, gallons of it. Then he stopped sweating. He had been deliberately keeping his eyes off the temperature dial, forcing his mind away from a problem he didn't understand, when he felt his face go dry. The caked streaks of salt made his skin feel stiff and itchy. Temperature, 104.3. Frayne now knew he was sick. At that rate of increase, he couldn't last much longer. His head was buzzing, and the fantasies of fever were flashing lights across his bleared vision. He strove to fight off the hallucinations. He focused his eyes on the dim-faced chronometer and realized with a start that he had endured over 3 hours of his vigil. Perhaps he could last out. Whatever the fever was, it must ease off sometime. He staggered to the oxygen control, eased it open to full again, and watched the temperature needle for minutes. He became dazed. Then his eyes came alive again, and he stared. Temperature, 104.5. His hands drifted listlessly to the control again. This time he throttled it down, below normal pressure. Slowly, slower than the minute hand of a watch, the needle climbed on. Why? Why? His swollen tongue licked at dry lips. He couldn't swallow anymore. Around his neck, a salty puddle burned a ring of itching hellfire. He choked down more on the air valve. It didn't make sense to him. But if more oxygen raised his temperature faster, then less should do the opposite. At 104.5, a man doesn't always think straight. At first, his heart pounded loudly in protest. His breathing became quick and shallow. With staring, grateful eyes, he watched the needle settle 1/10 of a degree and stay there. The mental relief was almost overwhelming. Had there been moisture left in his tear ducts, Frayne would have cried. But now, with the strained concentration gone, he became fuzzy. He slipped in and out of consciousness, and dead faces began drifting past his eyes. This wouldn't do. He had one more job left. He looked at his chronometer. In another 8 minutes, he must throw the drive lever and kill all acceleration. The pirate ship's orbital prediction was based on this timed interruption of the freighter's drive. So much as 2 minutes off, he had been impressed, would make their search hours longer since they were approaching from the rear at an angle. He sagged into the pilot's chair again. But sitting down was no good. Instantly the ghost faces began their parade, and the death smell, mingled with the saturated desiccant's rank stink, threatened to strangle him. The bellyful of rations he had force-fed himself to sustain him the 20 hours of waiting pressed heavily against his heaving diaphragm. He gained his feet, stood with his hand on the fuel lever control, and stared fixedly at his chronometer. 2 minutes. The navigator's swollen face, eyes bulging, stared into his helmet. "Get out of my way. Got to see my watch. Get—" He brushed at the phantom, as if it were a cloud of gnats. He was confident now. The temperature gauge showed his body heat to be constant at 104.4. 30 seconds now, and he could give himself over to his fevered dreams. 20 seconds. The broken-jawed image persisted mistily. But now the face was repaired. It was the young, tense face before he had crushed it with his blaster. It had that hard, determined look on it. The fire in his body swept up into his brain. The bodiless image spoke softly. "You're going to die. You are going to move the fuel control the wrong way. You can't remember which way they said to move it. It isn't marked. You can't remember."
"Yes, I can."
The chronometer said 12 seconds. "You made one mistake. You put on your clothes over the spaceman's underwear. Your body heat can't escape. Your brain is burning up. You can't remember about the lever. You will move it the wrong way."
"So what? Then I'll move it the other way,"
Frayne screamed. The tiny clock zeroed. Frayne pressed the lever away from him. That was the way to stop any Earth vehicle. Pressure forward on the air brake pedal. He shoved hard. The rockets roared out full blast far behind him. The building acceleration caught him and flung him stumbling back against the bulkhead. Then the firing took on complete departure blast rate. Pinned like a butterfly specimen, 8 Gs smashed Frayne Lewis's spacesuit against the metal wall. Lewis, being free inside the suit, was pressed hard against the interior of its backside. The cold he had been seeking struck through the wet felt lining in his exterior clothes. The thickly corded spaceman's underwear delayed the frost momentarily, but then the sweat froze. The death smell seized his throat. Dimly he knew what was happening, but he felt only heat. The sear of an automatic furnace burning his shoulders, buttocks, leg calves through into his spine. The heat, the terrible sear of space cold. This has been Sleigh Ride, lost sci-fi short stories from the 1940s, 50s, and 60s, Book 17, written by Winston Marks, narrated by Scott Miller. Copyright 2021 by Scott Miller. Production copyright 2021 by Scott Miller. Zerk. Lost sci-fi short stories from the 1940s, 50s, and 60s, Book 35. Written by Richard O. Lewis. Narrated by Scott Miller. There was both agony and defeat etched deeply into Guillard's lean face as he stood there in the center of the hidden attic laboratory. His fists were clenched tightly at his sides, and his hollow eyes were staring tensely and with supplication at the steel monstrosity before him. "Zerk, you must save her," he pleaded. "You must save Maureen." Zerk, the man of steel, made no move. He sat there expressionless, his electric cell eyes staring out through the small window at the far end of the laboratory. Year after year, the steel giant had sat there, staring through that window, staring out into dim perpetual daylight that always enveloped that half of the moon, which kept its face constantly toward Jupiter. Week after week and month after month, Guillard had stood before the giant, had stood there hurling thought waves into the brain, but to no avail. Something was wrong somewhere within the intricate mechanism, some trouble he could not locate. Nervous and shaken, he stood there, glaring into the expressionless eyes. There were but a scant 2 weeks left. Then the evil creatures from the land of darkness on the other side of the moon would come to claim Maureen. Desperation gave power to Guillard's tired brain. "Zerk!" His eyes blazed into the giant's with a final effort. "Move your head! For a brief instant, Guillard was certain that a feeble thought wave had tried to penetrate his own brain. He thought he caught a faint glow in the eyes. Then he wheeled quickly at the sound of a step upon the ladder up to the trap door in the floor. His hand flashed to the gun at his belt, and he waited tensely. His hand relaxed as the door swung slowly upwards, and he saw dark curls and a smiling face. Maureen, his daughter. He went quickly to her, helped her up into the room, and stood for a moment with his arms about her shoulders, holding her to him. A crazy panorama of thoughts went through his head. He remembered the day of her birth aboard that ill-fated spaceship that had set out to colonize Mars. That was the same day the commander of the ship had reported engine trouble. He remembered the first 4 years of her life aboard that helpless ship, the ship that had finally landed the 1,000 weary colonists on this moon of Jupiter's. And then had come the creatures from the land of darkness to claim youth as a tribute from the helpless Earthians. Once every 4 years they came to claim young men and women for some hideous experiment of theirs on the other side of the moon. And now Maureen was just 16, and the creatures would be coming again in their black spaceship within 2 weeks. Guillard was thankful that death had spared Maureen's mother from this greater horror. He held the girl tightly to him. She drew away finally and smiled up at him with the bravery of youth. "Father," she said, "whatever happens, I'm not afraid." Her voice was like calm music to his troubled brain. "Anyway, I have news for you." "News?" "Yes. Captain Sims is going to maybe trying right this instant to get a radio message through to the Earth." "Impossible." Guillard shook his head quickly. "Zoldy and his guards keep the city under constant surveillance. Captain Sims should know better than to try. Zoldy and his devils will detect the vibration instantly." "But Captain Sims is trying a different type of sender," Maureen explained. "He hopes that Zoldy's detectors will not—" She broke off suddenly. Guillard, too, heard the tumult somewhere out in the street, and the sound of croaking shouts. He hurried to the window and looked out. There in the street, almost below him, stood Zoldy and 6 other of the hated creatures, their scaly, bloated bodies smeared with a green substance as protection against the rigors of light. Thick lensed glasses shaded their eyes. Zoldy, croaking loudly to attract attention, was waving his arms and pointing downward at the broken body of Captain Sims that lay at his feet. Beside the dead man lay the tangled mass of what might once have been a radio that would never send its message to distant Earth. Zoldy stopped his shouting and spat upon the man in the dust and sent a heavily clawed foot raking over the already lacerated chest. He was using Captain Sims as an example to all other Earthians in the city. Guillard felt a hot bitterness rising uncontrollably within him. He flung the window open, jerked the gun from his belt, and centered the sights upon the center of Zoldy's bone-crested forehead. "Damn him," he breathed. It was Maureen who knocked the gun down before he had a chance to fire. A great fear was in her eyes as she wrested the weapon from his fingers. "You can't do it, Father. You can't do it." She thrust the gun into a pocket beneath her short coat. "Putting Zoldy out of the way would not help us," she reminded him. "The other Earthians had guns. They would discover that you had a gun and guess that others would only kill you. They would end our chances to fight the Black Ship when it comes." A semblance of reason came back to Guillard. For the past 2 years he had, when not training Zerk's mind, been turning out gun after gun in his small electric furnace. Those guns had been secretly distributed to the men of the city to use when the right moment came, and now he had come very nearly to ruining those chances. He began speaking, as if thinking aloud. "They have dismantled our spaceship, broken our radios, and killed every man who has tried to get a message through to Earth. They have taken our youth, searched out our secret laboratories, and killed our scientists." His eyes were blazing. "But this time, we are going to fight." Guillard knew that a fight with the powerful creatures from the land of darkness would mean annihilation for the Earthians, but there was no other apparent way. He turned again to the steel giant, his eyes misty. "Had Zerk not failed us," he said, "I should have built 100 more like him, insulated against the shock of the voltage guns. 100 men of steel could have marched into the land of darkness and crushed our captors, wiped them out." Marine, too, had turned to look at the giant. She went forward now, raised one of the huge hands, and let it fall with a metallic squeaking zerk. Long ago, as a small child, she had done that same thing, and because of the sound had named the giant Zerk. She stood looking up into the expressionless eyes. When she spoke, her voice was like that of a small girl talking to a disobedient doll. "You must not fail us now, Zerk. We need you. You must help us." Guillard went to her and put an arm about her shoulders. "It's no use," he said. "I've tried day after day. He makes no move." "But I'm certain he understands you," insisted the girl. "Sometimes I am certain I have caught a glow in his eyes, a glow of understanding." "He does understand me." Guillard was staring into the eyes again, tense with emotion. "His brain is a part of my very own. I have nurtured that brain with my own thoughts. I have trained it." Then he shook his head slowly. "But it's no use. It is too late. One of him would not be enough. There is no time to build more." Guillard was so busy with his own thoughts that he did not hear the scaly sound of feet upon the ladder leading up into the laboratory. He did not see the bone-crested head that came slowly up above the level of the floor behind him. His first indication of danger was a green-smeared arm that whipped about Marine and jerked her roughly away from him. Guillard's hand raked at his belt as he wheeled about, but the gun was not in his belt. Marine had taken it from him, had placed it beneath her own short coat. He was unarmed. 4 of the creatures were already in the room, Zuldi among them. More were coming up through the trap door. Guillard knew that he was facing death, a hideous death. Zuldi and his monsters would gleefully claw him to pieces, throw him into the street. One of the creatures charged him suddenly with huge arms and clawed hands outstretched. Desperation and a sense of his own helplessness surged through Guillard. It gave him a mad strength beyond all reason. His balled fist lashed out with all the fury that 12 horrible years of hatred could give it. The flesh and bone of the beast's face fairly exploded into gory pulp as the blow landed. At almost the same instant, another clawed hand grasped Guillard by the shoulder and sent him spinning backward to land with a crash against the table at the far side of the room. It was Zuldi. Guillard stood leaning against the table, dazed and shaken. He heard Marine scream and saw the 2 creatures forcing her down through the trap door. They would not harm her. They would let her live for a worse fate. The black ship would be coming in less than 2 weeks. "We saw you open the window a while ago. That's what brought us up." Zuldi was standing before him, his huge round mouth with its yellow teeth hanging open in pleasure. "I'm so glad we came. 2 examples in the same morning is more than I had hoped for." Guillard's hand closed over a heavy wrench upon the table behind him. He had no hope of winning through. His only desire was to take Zuldi with him in death. One of the guards saw the act, shouted a warning, and hastily drew his voltage gun. With a mad cry upon his lips, Guillard sprang forward with wrench swinging.
Zoldy's evil face was before him. Guillard wanted to smash it, obliterate it. But the wrench never reached its mark. A crackling flame filled the room. Guillard was spun halfway around, as the full charge of the voltage gun caught him high in the right side of his chest and filled his whole body with a burning agony. The wrench dropped to the floor. His arms became leaden things that hung heavily at his sides. He stood there gasping for air, completely burned out inside. He had but a few seconds left. Only his brain seemed to be alive. Zoldy was before him, his hideous face black with anger beneath its smeared green. "So," he hissed, "you would dare to strike." His clawed hand flashed out to rake down the face and chest of the helpless man. Guillard felt no pain. His whole body was numb, dying. He stood there while Zoldy tore at him, stood there staring straight into the eyes of the great steel giant. "Zerk!" The thought wave went out with all the power of his brain. "Zerk, you've got to save Marine." For some reason, he felt closer to that steel-cased brain than he had ever felt before. He saw the light in the giant's eyes change, almost imperceptibly, and he felt thought waves hammering at his own brain. Zerk, even at the last moment, was trying to tell him something, but the message was garbled, incoherent. Then his tortured lungs could breathe no longer. His legs crumpled painlessly beneath him, and he went sprawling forward to come to rest with one arm flung out across a steel foot. The next instant was a frightful one. It was filled with agony, bewilderment, and awful blackness. It seemed to Guillard that something was reaching out for him, something that was struggling to wrest him away from the void of nothingness. Then there was a sudden peace and silence. The dim walls of the laboratory slowly took form. They seemed to grow out of nothingness. Gradually, they began to take on a definite shape and brightness. Other objects in the room became clear-cut and distinct, and sound vibrations floated in. Guillard was puzzled. He thought he must be awakening from some nightmare. Perhaps, after all, Zoldy and his men had been but a bad dream. No, there was blood upon the floor of the laboratory. The electric furnace that had once been upon the table was gone, had been torn away. The wrench still lay where it had fallen from his nerveless fingers. He was dead. His body had been thrown into the street, and yet Guillard was more bewildered than ever. His body was dead, and yet he could see. His consciousness was still alive. For a long moment he wondered. Then the realization of what had happened came to him with a startling clearness. During his last moment of life, he had been sending a message to Zerk's brain, had been in the closest harmony with it. And during that last moment, his own consciousness, released by the death of his body, had leaped the gap between those two closely related brains. He was now occupying Zerk's brain. He was now Zerk. The thought of it thrilled him. He saw his barrel-like chest of steel, his huge arms, his extended, powerful legs. He would kill Zoldy now. But first he would go to Marine. He would tell her that he was still alive. He would explain to her the transformation that had taken place. He would go, now. His thoughts broke off suddenly. Something was wrong. He had willed to rise, but his great body had not responded. Half frightened, he tried again with all the force of his newfound brain. A tiny vibration at the back of his neck became increasingly painful. The vibration grew quickly in intensity until it became a searing flame of agony, a searing flame that robbed him of his strength
and sent the walls of the laboratory floating away into darkness. It seemed to Zirk, or Guillard, that it was hours before the energy rebuilt itself within the steel frame. He knew now where the trouble was. One of the 100 tiny wires at the back of his neck was loose. It was shorting his energy through the huge body. That was the message Zirk had been trying to get through to him, even at the last moment. That was what had kept the man of steel immobile through the years. One tiny thread-like wire had cheated 1,000 Earthians from their freedom, and there was nothing to be done. The trap door opened slowly some time later, and Maureen came up into the room. Her eyes were hollow and sad, but she seemed even more beautiful. Zirk could not feel the hot tears that coursed down over the steel hand that Maureen was holding against her soft cheek, but he could hear the sweet vibrations of her voice. "Zirk, oh, Zirk." She was sobbing quietly against the hand she held. You're the only one I have left now." She raised her head and choked back the tears. "Forgive me, Zirk," she pleaded, "and please understand." The transformed Zirk would have given anything to let her know that he understood. As it was, he struggled with all his might to give her some sign of understanding, struggled until the small flame at the back of his neck grew white-hot and sent him reeling into an oblivion filled with blackness. When light rays and sound vibrations again began streaming into his consciousness, Maureen had gone. He didn't know how much time had elapsed since Zoldy's visit. Maybe a day, maybe a week. Soon the black ship would be coming. The thought of that black ship and what it meant sent Zirk into another frantic struggle against the thing at the back of his neck. Time and time again he struggled until blackness overcame him. Once, when consciousness returned to him, he became aware of two people standing before him, looking up at him. One was Maureen. The other was a slim youth, a year or two older than she. "Too bad he doesn't work," the young man was saying. "He would be such a help in the fight that is soon to come." "Yes," said Maureen. Her voice was hopeful. "Perhaps you could find out what is wrong with him." A ray of hope flashed through Zirk. If the young man could find the loose wire at the back of his neck. But the young man was shaking his head. "There is not time enough for that," he said. "It would take weeks to go over that intricate mechanism. As it is, I only have time enough to get the gun assembled and placed." Zirk watched Maureen lead the young man to the table at the end of the room near the window. She pressed a button, and a small door slid open in the floor beneath the table to expose two neatly coiled electrodes. The young man's face lighted. "Just the thing," he said. "With that electrical power, my gun is bound to be a success." "But it's dangerous," warned Maureen. "Zoldy knows of this laboratory. I doubt if he'll come back. He'll probably believe that no one would dare to use this laboratory again." A shadow of doubt came across the young man's face. "But I can't understand how it happened that Zoldy tore out the electric furnace in which her father built the guns, but failed to molest Zirk." Zirk could have told him. The answer was somewhere back in his subconscious mind. Zoldy had considered the metal giant as being but some Earthian god, a powerless entity. He had spat upon the god contemptuously and had left it standing. Maureen's hand was upon the young man's arm, and she was looking up into his eyes. "Bob," she said earnestly, "your gun must be a success. It is not just for our own sakes. There are 1,000 other lives depending on it." Bob put his hand over hers. "It will be a success," he promised. Then, "But we've got to hurry. If they come a day earlier, if they should happen to come tomorrow—" He left the sentence unfinished, gave Maureen's hand a reassuring squeeze, and hurried to the trap door that led down from the attic laboratory. Guillard was shocked to find that the 2 weeks was nearly up, was surprised to learn that his struggles against the thing at the back of his neck had sent him into such long periods of blackness. But the passing of time made one thing clear to him. It explained why he now constantly thought of himself, not as Guillard, the man, but as Zirk, the giant of steel. The bustle of work in the laboratory made Zirk almost forget his helplessness. Time and time again the young man hurried into the room to take molded pieces of steel from beneath his coat and to pile them upon the table before Marine. "Now," he said finally, "now, if we can get them assembled in time." He took off his coat and set to work with the hopeful energy of youth. "It's one of the blast rockets from the spaceship that brought us here," he explained. "The rockets get their power by disintegrating the atoms of fuel within their chambers. If we can change the procedure a bit, if we can get the disintegrating principle to work at long range instead of being confined merely to the fuel chamber—" Zirk got the idea instantly. A disintegrator. The youth was constructing a long-range disintegrator with which to blow the black ship out of the sky. The thrill of it coursed through his brain. The Earthians were going to fight. They were going to make a last stand against the creatures of darkness. But he, Zirk, would be powerless to help. Through the long hours of the day and night, Zirk sat there watching the two youngsters at their toil. They were working against time now, struggling for the right of freedom and happiness. But Zoldy might come. He might come before the gun was finished, or he might come before the arrival of the black ship. Hours later, Bob made the final adjustments on the machine and stepped back to look at it. His face was pale, and his hands trembled slightly with excitement. "Now to test it," he told Marine. And I hope it works." He turned the long snout of the gun toward the open window, connected the electrodes, and made final adjustments. "Wait!" Marine placed a hand upon his arm. A sudden fear had come into her sparkling eyes. "If the gun makes a flash, or a vibration of any kind, Zoldy will be sure to know. He will come here immediately." Bob paused. "That's right," he said finally. Then, "But we've got to test it. We can't wait until the black ship comes. We've got to be sure." They stood there for a moment, gazing into each other's eyes. Then Bob put his arm about her and drew her to him. "It doesn't matter so much about us," he told her. "We are doomed anyway. It's your father and my father and all the others in the city that we must think about. It is they—" He broke off short, his lips tight and his eyes blazing out of the window toward the faraway, dark horizon from whence the black ship would come. Several giant birds were soaring lazily through the pale sky. The young man seemed much older as he stood there. Zirk saw the lines of care in the cleanly cut face, and at last he recognized the youth. Bob Sims, the son of Captain Sims, whose dead body had been dragged through the dusty streets by Zoldy and his men. "We've got to test it," the young man said again. Zirk saw him put his shoulder determinedly against the piece and wheel the snout of it toward one of the soaring birds just outside the window. Zirk's photoelectric eyes saw the vibration of the charge slit through the pale sky, scant inches from the bird as the youth pressed the release. But Bob had not seen that telltale vibration. He had seen only that the bird before him remained unharmed. The bitterness of defeat showed in his face. "Try again," urged Marine. Once again the youth aimed the gun and pressed the release with trembling fingers. And once again Zirk's eyes saw the vibration miss its mark by inches. But he saw something else. He saw something no human eyes could see. Miles away on the far horizon, he saw another giant bird caught squarely by the charge. The bird dissolved instantly into a smoky haze, as every atom within it suddenly lost its valence. Zirk could have cried out with satisfaction had it not been for the tiny wire that shorted itself with white heat at the back of his neck. It made him realize once more his complete helplessness. Maureen and the young man were standing there looking dejectedly at the gun. "It won't work," Bob groaned. "I've got to take it apart. I've got to try again." Zirk tried with all his might to tell the young man that the gun was a success. He tried until blackness sought to engulf him. Then his delicate ears picked up a sound vibration that sent a chill through his brain. He could hear the hurried scrape of many clawed feet in the street below. Zoldy and his men. They had detected the vibration of the gun. They were hurrying to investigate. And there was something else. Far above the distant horizon was a black speck that grew suddenly larger as it leaped forward through the pale sky. The black ship. It was coming a day ahead of schedule. Zirk struggled desperately to warn the two who stood there in the attic laboratory. He tried to warn them of the black ship and of Zoldy and his guards, who were even now within the house. But his struggles were in vain. The hot pain stabbed deep into the back of his neck, robbing him of his strength. The walls of the room reeled and faded before his waning eyes. He knew that further struggle was useless. It would only send him plunging deeper into that awful blackness. Anyway, he seemed not to have the strength to struggle more. He sat there motionless and terror-stricken, while the scene unfolded before his eyes. Bob and Maureen had caught sight of the ship. It had come to a hovering stop just outside the window, its black hull seeming to fill the whole sky. A long ladder had been let down from one of its open ports, and creatures of darkness were filing down into the city. Soon those evil monsters would be ferreting out the healthy youth of the city. Zirk, powerless to stop them or to shout a warning, watched Zoldy and his men come quickly up into the laboratory through the trap door. Neither Bob nor Maureen saw their danger. Maureen was staring tearfully out at the black ship, and Bob was working frantically with the gun. "If we can blast the ship out of the sky," Bob was saying, "if we can kill the creatures already in the city, get their voltage guns—" Bob never finished his hopes. A giant clawed hand clutched him by the shoulder at that moment and spun him back and away from the gun, spun him back and away until he nearly collided with Zirk's steel frame. Zirk felt the strain and horror of it all, driving him deeper into blackness. Zoldy's hideous face was twisted into an anticipatory smirk. He took a slow, deliberate step closer to the young man. "You Earthians will never learn," he hissed. His clawed fingers were writhing nervously. "But one more example will not hurt. You know the penalty." Bob's jaws were clamped tightly. His whole body was trembling with pent rage and hate. He stood there, looking steadily into the beast's eyes, waiting. "One less youth in the shipment to the other side will make little difference." Zoldy smirked. "The blood we have taken in the past is nearly enough for our needs. The transfusions have rendered my people almost immune from the ravages of heat and light rays." His red eyes were glowing behind their protective glasses. His heavy lips were twisting gloatingly. "Soon we shall be able to leave the land of darkness. Soon we shall conquer new lands." His eyes narrowed, and he took a sudden step forward, clawed hands extended. "And we shall have no further use of Earthians." "Damn you!" Bob's set face was livid with emotion. "Damn you!" he shouted again. "You'll never live to kill another Earthian." His hand swept into the open front of his shirt and came out again with one of the handguns Zirk, or Guillard, had made in the secret furnace. In one swift motion he leveled the gun at Zoldy's huge chest and squeezed the trigger. The crash of the explosion jarred against Zirk's ears with a shattering force that drove some of the blackness from his brain. He saw immediately that the charge had not reached its intended mark. One of the other creatures, at sight of the gun, had leaped suddenly forward, to receive the heavy slug in his own chest. The bullet did not stop him. His momentum carried his dead body forward to crash into Bob, to knock the gun from his hand, and to send him spinning and stumbling backward. Zoldy laughed and drew his voltage gun. During that split second, 1,000 other vibrations smashed into Zerk's hot brain. He heard bedlam break loose in the streets below. The Earthians were fighting. Mingled with the crash of the handguns and the slithering vibrations of the voltage weapons were cries, groans, shouts, and curses. And over it all came the sudden, high-pitched whine of the black ship's radio, a whine to the far side of the moon for help. Soon there would be other black ships. Maureen was standing there looking at him, her eyes staring into his own, pleading with him. Then she turned and made a dash for the long-snouted gun upon the table, only to be dragged away from it by two of the monsters. Zerk knew that the last insane episode had come. This was to be the last of the Earthians, and if he were ever going to come to their aid, he must do it now. He threw all the power of his giant frame into the will to stand, into the will to rise up and to slay these evil creatures about him. He tried to ignore the stabbing pain at his back, tried to believe it did not exist. He hurled forth his energy in wave after wave until the flame became a consuming thing that ate deep within him and filled his brain with the shadows of dark despair. Through that creeping blackness, he saw Bob Sims frantically try to evade the sweep of Zoldy's weapon. He felt the young man stumble over one of his helpless steel feet, felt him stagger against his metal knee and fall. And at almost the same instant, the blast from Zoldy's voltage gun went crashing through the room. Zerk saw the streak of the charge as it passed just above the fallen youth, and felt the full, deadly shock of it strike squarely into his own huge chest of steel, with a force that quaked the whole of his giant frame. Then came deep silence. It seemed that all time had suddenly stopped. Zoldy and the other creatures were standing there, staring at him, their bulging eyes terror-stricken. The vibration of Maureen's sudden cry swept against his ears. "Zerk, you are free!" He realized then what had happened. His steel frame had taken the full shock of Zoldy's voltage gun, and that shock had burned off the wire that had been shorting his energy at the back of his neck. He was standing there on his own 2 feet. He was moving his head. He was free. Withering blasts from a half-dozen voltage guns tore suddenly into his steel body, rocking him on his feet. But he didn't care. He was free. A savage cry came from his steel throat as he brushed aside the creatures and their guns. He went directly to the opening in the floor, put his heavy foot against the trap door, and kicked it shut with a splintering crash that wedged it tightly home. Then he turned slowly about to face Zoldy and the creatures. There was no escape for them now. From outside came the sound of successive, powerful blasts. The black ship was bringing its heavy guns into action, was bombarding the city. Zerk caught 2 of the creatures as a great cat would catch mice. Their gibbering death cries filled his ears with pleasure as he smashed their heads together and flung their lifeless bodies against the wall. "The disintegrator!" he shouted to Bob. "Knock that ship out of the sky! This will be a fight they will remember!" His steel fist crashed into the evil brain of another. Then came a roaring bolt of destruction more powerful than all the others. It struck the corner of the attic, quaked the building to its foundations, and sent one wall of the laboratory swirling away in a burst of flying debris. 2 of the trapped creatures sprang out of the opening, screaming. Zoldy would have followed had not Zerk clutched him up in his huge hands. Slowly, the man of steel twisted the evil creature's head about in a complete circle. Then he raised the lifeless body high into the air and cast it down into the dust of the street below. His great steel hand shot out and seized Zoldy's scaly neck. He turned to find Maureen and Bob standing beside the gun. Maureen was sobbing quietly. Bob was staring bewilderedly at the dangling end of one of the electrodes he held in his hands. "The blast from the ship carried away one of the electrodes. We are without power for the disintegrator." Zerk took the severed cable into his own hands. He saw immediately that repairs were out of the question. A long section had been blasted away between the floor and the gun, and the disintegrator was useless without power. Another blast from the black ship shuttered the laboratory and brought answering sparks from Zerk's steel shell. Then he knew. The solution came startlingly clear to his brain. He would make the connection with his own metal body. Grasping the cable tighter in his hand, he set his foot down heavily upon the other end that lay upon the floor. His eyes glowed as he wheeled the snout of the gun about with his free hand, wheeled it directly toward the heart of the black ship, and pressed the release with his thumb. The burning wave of hot power that surged through him nearly blinded him, but he saw the great ship shudder as the disintegrating force smashed into it, saw it lose form in a shapeless cloud of nothingness as its neutralized atoms went spinning away. A great cry of triumph rang out from the fighting men of the city. The handguns redoubled their fury. "They've got the creatures on the run!" It was Maureen. She was looking down into the street from the broken wall of the laboratory. But there were more ships coming. Zerk saw the tiny black specks that had leaped above the far horizon. He stopped 2 of them while they were still but specks, saw a third wheel back toward the dark side, its radio whining. The others came hurtling on. Methodically, one by one, he began blasting them from the sky. The hot charges of power that coursed through his body bleared his eyes and jarred his senses. Only 2 of the ships remained. He sent one of them into oblivion, missed the other. Twice more the ravishing shudders of power racked his body before the black ship and its evil crew vanished into nothingness before his burning eyes. But there was no time for rest. Other black ships were coming. Zerk, now a glowing, burning thing, felt himself moving the gun slowly from one to another of the ships. Zerk was surprised to find so few ships left. He must have gotten more of them than he had thought, if he had been able to hang on a moment or 2 longer. A wave of blackness began to spread over him. The great surges of energy pounding devastatingly through his heat-ridden body jarred him back again into consciousness. Through a black and red mist, he saw the youth bending over the gun. The young man's eyes were afire with the light of battle, and his face was grim as he worked the weapon deliberately and methodically. Zerk felt an overwhelming desire for peace creep over him. He knew what that meant, but he didn't care. His steel body was solidly fused to the ends of the cable. Even in death, his body would continue to hold the connection, while Bob Sims rid the city of the demons for all time. Never again would the black ships dare to attack, and the Earthians could rebuild their own spaceship. His heavy head slumped slowly forward to rest upon his hot arm. The wild, triumphant shouts of the people in the street came but dimly to his ears, as he felt himself swimming away into a warm red mist. Then came the last vibration of all. It was an infinitely sweet vibration that caressed his tired brain and gave to him the peace he needed. He knew it was Maureen, his Maureen, who had set that vibration into motion with her lips as close to his ear as she dared. "Thank you, Zerk," came that last vibration. "Thank you, Father." This has been Zerk, Lost Sci-Fi Short Stories from the 1940s, 50s, and 60s, Book 35. Written by Richard O. Lewis. Narrated by Scott Miller. Please visit lostsci-fi.com for more information on our growing library of science fiction audiobooks. Copyright and production copyright 2022 by Scott Miller. Beyond Lies the Wub. Lost Sci-Fi Short Stories from the 1940s, 50s, and 60s, Book 31. Written by Philip K. Dick. Narrated by Scott Miller. They had almost finished with the loading. Outside stood the Optus, his arms folded, his face sunk in gloom. Captain Franco walked leisurely down the gangplank, grinning. "What's the matter?" he said. "You're getting paid for all this." The Optus said nothing. He turned away, collecting his robes. The captain put his boot on the hem of the robe. "Just a minute. Don't go off. I'm not finished." "Oh?" The Optus turned away with dignity. "I am going back to the village." He looked toward the animals and birds being driven up the gangplank into the spaceship. "I must organize new hunts." Franco lit a cigarette. "Why not? You people can go out into the veldt and track it all down again. But when we run out halfway between Mars and Earth..." The Optus went off, wordless. Franco joined the first mate at the bottom of the gangplank. "How's it coming?" he said. He looked at his watch. "We got a good bargain here." The mate glanced at him sourly. "How do you explain that?" "What's the matter with you? We need it more than they do." "I'll see you later, Captain." The mate threaded his way up the plank, between the long-legged Martian go-birds, into the ship. Franco watched him disappear. He was just starting up after him, up the plank toward the port, when he saw it. My God! He stood staring, his hands on his hips. Peterson was walking along the path, his face red, leading it by a string. "I'm sorry, Captain," he said, tugging at the string. Franco walked toward him. "What is it?" The wub stood sagging, its great body settling slowly. It was sitting down, its eyes half shut. A few flies buzzed about its flank, and it swished its tail. It sat. There was silence. "It's a wub," Peterson said. "I got it from a native for 50 cents. He said it was a very unusual animal, very respected." "This?" Franco poked the great sloping side of the wub. "It's a pig, a huge, dirty pig." "Yes, sir, it's a pig. The natives call it a wub." "A huge pig. It must weigh 400 pounds. Franco grabbed a tuft of the rough hair. The wub gasped, its eyes open, small and moist. Then its great mouth twitched. A tear rolled down the wub's cheek and splashed on the floor. "Maybe it's good to eat," Peterson said nervously. "We'll soon find out," Franco said. The wub survived the takeoff, sound asleep in the hold of the ship. When they were out in space and everything was running smoothly, Captain Franco bade his men fetch the wub upstairs so that he might perceive what manner of beast it was. The wub grunted and wheezed, squeezing up the passageway. "Come on," Jones grated, pulling at the rope. The wub twisted, rubbing its skin off on the smooth chrome walls. It burst into the anteroom, tumbling down in a heap. The men leaped up. "Good Lord," French said. "What is it?" "Peterson says it's a wub," Jones said. "It belongs to him." He kicked at the wub. The wub stood up unsteadily, panting. "What's the matter with it?" French came over. "Is it going to be sick?" They watched. The wub rolled its eyes mournfully. It gazed around at the men. "I think it's thirsty," Peterson said. He went to get some water. French shook his head. "No wonder we had so much trouble taking off. I had to reset all my ballast calculations." Peterson came back with the water. The wub began to lap gratefully, splashing the men. Captain Franco appeared at the door.
"Let's have a look at it."
He advanced, squinting critically.
"You got this for 50 cents?
"Yes, sir," Peterson said. "It eats almost anything. I fed it on grain and it liked that. And then potatoes and mash and scraps from the table and milk. It seems to enjoy eating. After it eats, it lies down and goes to sleep."
"I see," Captain Franco said. "Now, as to its taste, that's the real question. I doubt if there's much point in fattening it up any more. It seems fat enough to me already. Where's the cook? I want him here. I want to find out."
The wub stopped lapping and looked up at the captain. "Really, Captain," the wub said, "I suggest we talk of other matters." The room was silent.
"What was that?" Franco said. "Just now."
"The wub, sir," Peterson said. "It spoke." They all looked at the wub.
"What did it say? What did it say?"
"It suggested we talk about other things." Franco walked toward the wub. He went all around it, examining it from every side. Then he came back over and stood with the men.
"I wonder if there's a native inside it," he said thoughtfully. "Maybe we should open it up and have a look."
"Oh, goodness," the wub cried. "Is that all you people can think of? Killing and cutting?"
Franco clenched his fists. "Come out of there, whoever you are. Come out."
Nothing stirred. The men stood together, their faces blank, staring at the wub. The wub swished its tail. It belched suddenly. "I beg your pardon," the wub said. "I don't think there's anyone in there," Jones said in a low voice. They all looked at each other. The cook came in.
"You wanted me, Captain?" he said. "What's this thing?"
"This is a wub," Franco said. "It's to be eaten. Will you measure it and figure out—" "I think we should have a talk," the wub said. "I'd like to discuss this with you, Captain, if I might. I can see that you and I do not agree on some basic issues." The captain took a long time to answer. The wub waited good-naturedly, licking the water from its jowls.
"Come into my office," the captain said at last.
He turned and walked out of the room. The wub rose and padded after him. The men watched it go out. They heard it climbing the stairs.
"I wonder what the outcome will be," the cook said. "Well, I'll be in the kitchen. Let me know as soon as you hear."
"Sure," Jones said. "Sure." The wub eased itself down in the corner with a sigh. "You must forgive me," it said. "I'm afraid I'm addicted to various forms of relaxation. When one is as large as I—" The captain nodded impatiently. He sat down at his desk and folded his hands.
"All right," he said. "Let's get started. You're a wub, is that correct?"
The wub shrugged. "I suppose so. That's what they call us, the natives, I mean. We have our own term."
"And you speak English? You've been in contact with Earthmen before?"
"No."
"Then how do you do it?"
"Speak English? Am I speaking English? I'm not conscious of speaking anything in particular. I examined your mind."
"My mind?"
"I studied the contents, especially the semantic warehouse, as I refer to it."
"I see," the captain said. "Telepathy, of course."
"We are a very old race," the wub said. "Very old and very ponderous. It is difficult for us to move around. You can appreciate that anything so slow and heavy would be at the mercy of more agile forms of life. There was no use in our relying on physical defenses. How could we win? Too heavy to run, too soft to fight, too good-natured to hunt for game."
"How do you live?"
"Plants, vegetables. We can eat almost anything. We're very Catholic, tolerant, eclectic, Catholic." We live and let live. That's how we've gotten along." The wub eyed the captain. "And that's why I so violently objected to this business about having me boiled. I could see the image in your mind, most of me in the frozen food locker, some of me in the kettle, a bit for your pet cat."
"So you read minds?" the captain said. "How interesting. Anything else? I mean, what else can you do along those lines?"
"A few odds and ends," the wub said, absently staring around the room. "A nice apartment you have here, Captain. You keep it quite neat. I respect life forms that are tidy. Some Martian birds are quite tidy. They throw things out of their nests and sweep them."
"Indeed." The captain nodded. "But to get back to the problem."
"Quite so. You spoke of dining on me. The taste, I am told, is good. A little fatty, but tender. But how can any lasting contact be established between your people and mine if you resort to such barbaric attitudes? Eat me. Rather, you should discuss questions with me, philosophy, the arts."
The captain stood up. "Philosophy? It might interest you to know that we will be hard put to find something to eat for the next month. An unfortunate spoilage."
"I know." The wub nodded. "But wouldn't it be more in accord with your principles of democracy if we all drew straws, or something along that line? After all, democracy is to protect the minority from just such infringements. Now, if each of us casts one vote—"
The captain walked to the door. "Nuts to you," he said. He opened the door. He opened his mouth. He stood frozen, his mouth wide, his eyes staring, his fingers still on the knob. The wub watched him. Presently it padded out of the room, edging past the captain. It went down the hall, deep in meditation. The room was quiet.
"So you see," the wub said, "we have a common myth. Your mind contains many familiar myth symbols, Ishtar, Odysseus."
Peterson sat silently, staring at the floor. He shifted in his chair. "Go on," he said. "Please, go on."
"I find in your Odysseus a figure common to the mythology of most self-conscious races. As I interpret it, Odysseus wanders as an individual, aware of himself as such. This is the idea of separation from family and country, the process of individuation.
But Odysseus returns to his home." Peterson looked out the port window at the stars, endless stars, burning intently in the empty universe. "Finally, he goes home."
"As must all creatures. The moment of separation is a temporary period, a brief journey of the soul. It begins, it ends. The wanderer returns to land and race."
The door opened. The wub stopped, turning its great head. Captain Franco came into the room, the men behind him. They hesitated at the door. "Are you all right?" French said.
"Do you mean me?"
Peterson said, surprised.
"Why me?"
Franco lowered his gun. "Come over here," he said to Peterson. "Get up and come here." There was silence.
"Go ahead,"
the wub said.
"It doesn't matter."
Peterson stood up. "What for?" "It's an order." Peterson walked to the door. French caught his arm. "What's going on?" Peterson wrenched loose. "What's the matter with you?" Captain Franco moved toward the wub. The wub looked up from where it lay in the corner, pressed against the wall.
"It is interesting," the wub said, "that you are obsessed with the idea of eating me. I wonder why."
"Get up," Franco said.
"If you wish."
The wub rose, grunting.
"Be patient. It is difficult for me."
It stood, gasping, its tongue lolling foolishly.
"Shoot it now,"
French said.
"For God's sake,"
Peterson exclaimed.
Jones turned to him quickly, his eyes gray with fear. "You didn't see him, like a statue standing there, his mouth open. If we hadn't come down, he'd still be there." "Who, a captain?" Peterson stared around. "But he's all right now." They looked at the wub, standing in the middle of the room, its great chest rising and falling. "Come on," Franco said. "Out of the way." The men pulled aside toward the door. "You are quite afraid, aren't you?" the wub said. "Have I done anything to you? I am against the idea of hurting. All I have done is try to protect myself. Can you expect me to rush eagerly to my death? I am a sensible being like yourselves. I was curious to see your ship, learn about you. I suggested to the native." The gun jerked. "See," Franco said. "I thought so." The wub settled down, panting. It put its paw out, pulling its tail around it. "It is very warm," the wub said. "I understand that we are close to the jets. Atomic power. You have done many wonderful things with it, technically. Apparently, your scientific hierarchy is not equipped to solve moral, ethical—" Franco turned to the men, crowding behind him, wide-eyed, silent. "I'll do it. You can watch." French nodded. "Try to hit the brain. It's no good for eating. Don't hit the chest. If the rib cage shatters, we'll have to pick bones out." "Listen," Peterson said, licking his lips. "Has it done anything? What harm has it done? I'm asking you. And anyhow, it's still mine. You have no right to shoot it. It doesn't belong to you." Franco raised his gun. "I'm going out," Jones said, his face white and sick. "I don't want to see it." "Me too," French said. The men straggled out, murmuring. Peterson lingered at the door. "It was talking to me about myths," he said. "It wouldn't hurt anyone." He went outside. Franco walked toward the wub. The wub looked up slowly. It swallowed. "A very foolish thing," it said. "I am sorry that you want to do it. There was a parable that your Savior related." It stopped, staring at the gun. "Can you look me in the eye and do it?" the wub said. "Can you do that?" The captain gazed down. "I can look you in the eye," he said. "Back on the farm, we had hogs, dirty razorback hogs. I can do it." Staring down at the wub into the gleaming, moist eyes, he pressed the trigger. The taste was excellent. They sat glumly around the table, some of them hardly eating at all. The only one who seemed to be enjoying himself was Captain Franco. "More?" he said, looking around. "More, and some wine, perhaps." "Not me," French said. "I think I'll go back to the chart room." "Me too." Jones stood up, pushing his chair back. "I'll see you later." The captain watched them go. Some of the others excused themselves. "What do you suppose the matter is?" the captain said. He turned to Peterson. Peterson sat staring down at his plate, at the potatoes, the green peas, and at the thick slab of tender, warm meat. He opened his mouth. No sound came. The captain put his hand on Peterson's shoulder. "It's only organic matter now," he said. "The life essence is gone." He ate, spooning up the gravy with some bread. "I, myself, love to eat. It is one of the greatest things that a living creature can enjoy. Eating, resting, meditation, discussing things." Peterson nodded. 2 more men got up and went out. The captain drank some water and sighed. "Well," he said, "I must say that this was a very enjoyable meal. All the reports I had heard were quite true. The taste of wub, very fine. But I was prevented from enjoying this pleasure in times past." He dabbed at his lips with his napkin and leaned back in his chair. Peterson stared dejectedly at the table. The captain watched him intently. He leaned over. "Come, come," he said. "Cheer up. Let's discuss things." He smiled. "As I was saying before I was interrupted, the role of Odysseus in the myths—" Peterson jerked up, staring. "To go on," the captain said, "Odysseus, as I understand him—" This has been Beyond Lies the Wub, Lost Sci-Fi Short Stories from the 1940s, 50s, and 60s, Book 31. Written by Philip K. Dick. Narrated by Scott Miller. Copyright 2021 by Scott Miller. Production copyright 2021 by Scott Miller. The Eyes Have It. Lost Sci-Fi Short Stories from the 1940s, 50s, and 60s, Book 36. Written by Philip K. Dick. Narrated by Scott Miller. It was quite by accident I discovered this incredible invasion of Earth by life forms from another planet. As yet, I haven't done anything about it. I can't think of anything to do. I wrote to the government, and they sent back a pamphlet on the repair and maintenance of frame houses. Anyhow, the whole thing is known. I'm not the first to discover it. Maybe it's even under control. I was sitting in my easy chair, idly turning the pages of a paperback book someone had left on the bus, when I came across the reference that first put me on the trail. For a moment, I didn't respond. It took some time for the full import to sink in. After I'd comprehended, it seemed odd I hadn't noticed it right away. The reference was clearly to a non-human species of incredible properties, not indigenous to Earth. A species, I hasten to point out, customarily masquerading as ordinary human beings. Their disguise, however, became transparent in the face of the following observations by the author. It was at once obvious the author knew everything, and was taking it in his stride. The line, and I tremble remembering it even now, read, "His eyes slowly roved about the room." Vague chills assailed me. I tried to picture the eyes. Did they roll like dimes? The passage indicated not. They seemed to move through the air, not over the surface. Rather rapidly, apparently. No one in the story was surprised. That's what tipped me off. No sign of amazement at such an outrageous thing. Later, the matter was amplified. His eyes moved from person to person. There it was in a nutshell. The eyes had clearly come apart from the rest of him, and were on their own. My heart pounded, and my breath choked in my windpipe. I had stumbled on an accidental mention of a totally unfamiliar race, obviously non-terrestrial. Yet, to the characters in the book, it was perfectly natural, which suggested they belonged to the same species. And the author? A slow suspicion burned in my mind. The author was taking it rather too easily in his stride. Evidently, he felt this was quite a usual thing. He made absolutely no attempt to conceal this knowledge. The story continued. Presently, his eyes fastened on Julia. Julia, being a lady, had at least the breeding to feel indignant. She is described as blushing and knitting her brows angrily. At this, I sighed with relief. They weren't all non-terrestrials. The narrative continues. Slowly, calmly, his eyes examined every inch of her. Great Scott! But here the girl turned and stomped off, and the matter ended. I lay back in my chair, gasping with horror. My wife and family regarded me in wonder. "What's wrong, dear?" my wife asked. I couldn't tell her. Knowledge like this was too much for the ordinary, run-of-the-mill person. I had to keep it to myself. Nothing, I gasped. I leaped up, snatched the book, and hurried out of the room. In the garage, I continued reading. There was more. Trembling, I read the next revealing passage. He put his arm around Julia. Presently, she asked him if he would remove his arm. He immediately did so, with a smile. It's not said what was done with the arm after the fellow had removed it. Maybe it was left standing upright in the corner. Maybe it was thrown away. I don't care. In any case, the full meaning was there, staring me right in the face. Here was a race of creatures capable of removing portions of their anatomy at will. Eyes, arms, and maybe more, without batting an eyelash. My knowledge of biology came in handy at this point. Obviously, they were simple beings, unicellular, some sort of primitive single-celled things. Beings no more developed than starfish. Starfish can do the same thing, you know. I read on, and came to this incredible revelation, tossed off coolly by the author without the faintest tremor. Outside the movie theater, we split up. Part of us went inside, part over to the cafe for dinner. Binary fission, obviously, splitting in half and forming two entities. Probably each lower half went to the cafe, it being farther, and the upper halves to the movies. I read on, hands shaking. I had really stumbled onto something here. My mind reeled as I made out this passage. I'm afraid there's no doubt about it. Poor Bibney has lost his head again, which was followed by, and Bob says he has utterly no guts. Yet Bibney got around as well as the next person. The next person, however, was just as strange. He was soon described as totally lacking in brains. There was no doubt of the thing in the next passage. Julia, whom I had thought to be the one normal person, reveals herself as also being an alien life form, similar to the rest. Quite deliberately, Julia had given her heart to the young man. It didn't relate what the final disposition of the organ was, but I didn't really care. It was evident Julia had gone right on living in her usual manner, like all the others in the book, without heart, arms, eyes, brains, viscera, dividing up in two when the occasion demanded, without a qualm. Thereupon she gave him her hand. I sickened. The rascal now had her hand as well as her heart. I shudder to think what he's done with them by this time. He took her arm. Not content to wait, he had to start dismantling her on his own. Flushing crimson, I slammed the book shut and leaped to my feet, but not in time to escape one last reference to those carefree bits of anatomy whose travels had originally thrown me on the track. Her eyes followed him all the way down the road and across the meadow. I rushed from the garage and back inside the warm house, as if the accursed things were following me. My wife and children were playing Monopoly in the kitchen. I joined them and played with frantic fervor, brow feverish, teeth chattering. I had had enough of the thing. I want to hear no more about it. Let them come on. Let them invade Earth. I don't want to get mixed up in it. I have absolutely no stomach for it. This has been The Eyes Have It, Lost Sci-Fi Short Stories from the 1940s, 50s, and 60s, Book 36. Written by Philip K. Dick. Narrated by Scott Miller. Please visit lostsci-fi.com for more information on our growing library of science fiction audiobooks. Copyright and production copyright 2022
by Scott Miller.
This has been Vintage Sci-Fi. 21 science fiction classics from Philip K. Dick, Ray Bradbury, and more. Written by Philip K. Dick, Ray Bradbury, Frederick Pohl, Alan E. Norse, and many more. Narrated by Scott Miller. Please visit LostSciFi.com for more information on our growing library of science fiction audiobooks. Copyright and production copyright 2022 by Scott Miller.